Hello, Caesar. How are you? Um, if I may ask, how long would you like to go today? Absolutely. And specifically, what do you think that uh, your audience will find most interesting? Is it futurology? Is it ufology? Is it? I'll certainly cover my project, but what specifically do you think that they find of most interest? Most, yeah. So, if you don't mind, just outline of give an introduction on you. And what I do talk a little bit about futurology and a little bit about what I cover within futurology, life extension technology, and my technology. And um, then we can certainly go to some of the more spiritual aspects of humanity and what we believe is true and what uh, just human. And then we uh, so specifically, I mean, do you ever get into ufology? Okay, absolutely. And uh, because I do cover that quite a bit in the course of what I discuss. Um, and so go down that road a little bit. Uh, that's a major issue. Generally, what I get asked about alien disclosure from a perspective and just sort of a business perspective, what happens when they have disclosure, how does it affect humanity, how does it affect you? So people are interested in that. And then we can certainly get into like what would happen if we had daily disclosure and give kind of a fugitive perspective, a speculative perspective of what that may be. And I also very much like to, I'm a futurist, so I like to look at where we're moving towards in the future. So I don't know if that would be of interest to your audience, but basically, I'll give an overall future outlook of where we're moving from a civilization standpoint. Perhaps things like mega projects that we may be seeing, what we're going to perhaps see from 2030 to 2050, from 2050 to 2060 and beyond? Do you think they would find it? Sure. Yeah, 2030 to 2040, 2060. Is this a live podcast or is it? Um, okay. And as I understand, using the research, I stay in after we're done and let it go. I do my best. I will say this: I did get a doctor, so maybe some, uh, but it should be okay. It should be fast. But if for any reason I just I'll rejoin. Oh, one other thing. Is it okay to cover artificial intelligence? Okay. Excellent. No, I am ready to everyone. And in my camera, do you see it correctly facing you, like the writing to the correct way? Excellent. Okay. And uh, what's the correct pronunciation of your first name? Okay. No, some people have different words. That's really good. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I live like 24 hours a week, 365 days a year for work week, and it's a privilege to be here with you. Yeah, so in my dwelling, I have multiple cameras that are streaming 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, but essentially I give an audience a 360 view of what my life is like on a daily basis. We've seen over the course of the last more than 4 years that I've been doing this, the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is really like a timeline or a time capsule of human achievement. And I think that it's an interesting project. In the past, I might have been a diarist, someone who writes a diary, or a journalist, someone who writes a journal. But in the modern age, I have the opportunity to utilize video as my medium, which I do, to give people not just a portal into what my life is like currently, but I think that I am telling a story not just about my life, but about human existence that may be studied by the people of the future. I would say that I'm conscious of the that I am streaming. But in terms of wasting time, I think that even that may be of interest to future generations of people. So I don't rush anything necessarily and give people really a 24/7, 365 view into my life. Just like I would have understanding as a viewer that things don't always happen as quickly as we want. I have that within my own life, and thus you see all the good and the bad that happen with an individual, whether it's laughing and happiness or sadness and frustration. I give the world my best view of what life is like in 2026. And it's not just a story of my life. I 24 hours a day keep a radio on in the background that documents human events, world news, so that you can literally go back to any moment within the last more than 4 years and know not just what's going on in my life, but what was going on in world events. So it's essentially like a time on the archive capsule. Oh, absolutely. I think that's a phenomenal idea. I think you should do it. I think it would be beneficial for you, beneficial for your audience. You would basically be documenting life as someone experienced it, and the wisdom that perhaps would be lost would be preserved in your podcast because you have the foresight to be able to archive it. And especially today with data centers and servers throughout the world, the odds are that this type of information may be able to be saved indefinitely, which is really an exciting premise. In the past, much of the archives of human history had to be like what you're saying, on stone or on metal or something that was perhaps able to undergo fire and theft and perhaps some types of breaking or other types of environmental stresses. And we've only got a snapshot of what life in ancient times and since then. But with the advent of video and the archive data, the opportunity for them to be able to preserve that wisdom, not just for the 21st century, but in centuries beyond, which I feel is really exciting. And I would say, I think that you should petition the normal podcast that you do and you'll find a lot and preserve it wisdom that would otherwise be lost. Well, I perhaps some people maybe have some things that I've never heard of, like seed phrases for cryptocurrencies that are written on metal, but certainly not huge amounts of documents, generally either paper or now the digital age. It's just probably too difficult to be able to source that, those types of materials and to be able to preserve them. You just think if you wanted to write an entire book on perhaps stone or metal, you have to store it and it's been very difficult to do so, especially in modern age where storage can become an issue. But with the idea of scanning it or archiving it from a digital sense, the opportunities are endless, especially with the growth of the digital world. As I understand, digital data out uh, exceeded analog data in about the year 2002. So basically, the year 2002 is very important in and around them, where the digital, the amount of data that we take digitally actually surpassed what we have from an analytical aspect. And many people consider that to be the digital age. So those are arguments neither here nor there. That is an important event where more data was archived from a digital standpoint, right, an analog standpoint. And then ever since then, we've only seen a major expansion from a digital standpoint. Now, 99% of most all data is digital. And 30 years ago, that was not true. Well, that's an excellent question. How are these things presented? So we have certainly organizations like Google, Amazon Web Services that have servers that have redundant backups. So there are different locations around the world that where these servers are located. So in case there's any kind of major malfunction or a war or perhaps a major environmental issue or even perhaps a meteor impact, if one of these server uh, facilities were to either be put offline or destroyed for whatever reason, there are redundant backups in the world. So really, it would almost take the place of something catastrophic occurring. And um, I'm someone who I have certifications in big data, and specifically from Amazon Web Services. I'm quite impressed with the amount of redundancy that these organizations have created in case anything ever happens, which really inspired my project as well. Uh, I'm not satisfied with just having one stream going at any given time. I have up to 25 different streams going 24 hours a day on multiple platforms, including Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble, and Twitter. Essentially, if you can click on there, I am doing so that I also have redundant streams that are preserved for future generations. If any one of my cameras goes out, I have backups. If any of my devices needs an update or I lose power to one of them, I do my best to have backups. And for any reason, let's say the internet goes out or something like that occurs, I have GoPros that I can archive long periods of time. I might need as backups as well, and I have a large collection of terabyte backup hard drive SD card that I have accumulated over the past decade that I also have to be the backup from a digital standpoint. And uh, just just like I need to have redundant backups for my streams, these large organizations do as well. And then we don't run into an issue like perhaps the Library of Alexandria, where much of the known knowledge of the world and scrolls in particular were burnt. And this has happened at different points in human history where you have major secrets, mysteries of not just human but Earth's history may have been lost. Seems as if we've been able to hopefully overcome that from a practical standpoint, and be able to now in the modern age preserve much of this information, hopefully indefinitely. That's correct. Much of it is a mystery. We do have some like, Egyptian history, religion texts that were able to see many of the scrolls that were not. In fact, there have been other fires that have occurred in major libraries, specifically Jamaica, Greece, where fire actually has helped to preserve the documents, and that would be if we had kind of documentation on stone tablets. Fire tends to harden. So in some ways, fire can help to preserve, but generally it's destructive. But the questions that the scrolls primarily in some of the ancient libraries may have been lost, may have been lost forever, or at least within the foreseeable future. And it's a shame. And that's why with any kind of data that we have, or any kind of important document, um, any type of major project, it's great to have redundancy and backups, and backups. And it does seem like with the modern server system this is done, the servers are located on different continents. They at no time, when even like their backup, where they have uh, information being transferred generally, not done on multiple servers simultaneously in case anything has occurred, the backups would be utilized. And I think that that's really a wonderful way to be able to preserve this type of information to hopefully avoid any kind of data loss in the future. Like we have in the past. Well, certainly. So we call it the Hebrew Bible, and just to lend some clarification, uh, the, the book of Thomas or the Gospel of Thomas was discovered in Egypt in 1945. It was not part of the initial book, the Dead Sea Scrolls, which were discovered in the winter of 1946 to 1947. And this occurred along the northwestern shore of the Dead Sea, in Iran specifically. So, but the timeline there is very close. So within about a year or so, we have the discovery of the Buddhist tradition, the Gospel of Thomas, which is not from the Christian religion. It's a non-canonical Gnostic text. Uh, and then we have the Dead Sea Scrolls of Every between 1946 and 1945, which is it's an amazing story. But Bedouin goat herders, I just think that that's just a phenomenal idea. That some goat herders in a cave near an ancient settlement were able to find the Dead Sea Scrolls and then really be able to find some fragments of the Book of generally they're in Aramaic, and these are also at least the Book of Enoch is not part of the Hebrew Bible, but it is these are generally excluded from the biblical canon, but nevertheless was an important discovery. And with what you're saying, these are discoveries that occurred within the last 100 years. And especially with the advancement in technology, with things like LiDAR or ground penetrating radar, there may be other secrets that still exist in some of these areas. And you brought up another really important point. Why weren't these included in traditional religious canons? Many of the reasons had to be for diplomatic reasons, some of them had to do with consistency reasons. Um, some just really had to do with perhaps ensuring that a certain doctrine was followed. And the people who made these decisions generally were groups of learned men who were generally excluded from these types of discussions. And it's unfortunate that it wasn't really a democratic process. It was very much either a democratic process or certainly a democratic or body that made these decisions. And who's to say that they were the correct decisions to be made? And again, who's to say that many of these important documents don't still exist in some other, perhaps, uh, cave somewhere or underground? And many of these areas where these are either like UNESCO heritage sites or they're protected by one government body or another. And the archaeologists really be able to find more similar types of documents is sometimes limited. And hopefully, in the next 100 years or so, if anything else still does exist, we would perhaps be able to discover it and share it with the world because much of this information is very interesting. Well, the idea is that the traditional books, the traditional canon of both Jewish and the Christian of any other type of major religion, uh, to exclude it was basically in many ways uh, due to the fact that there were already established practices and already established uh, traditions. And while it is something that really mainstream Judaism, and really, as I understand, most Christian denominations reject from the biblical canon. It wasn't just for one reason. There's contested authorship and dating. So the who is this is the great grandfather coming up, and there's the most, and so scholars believe that this book was perhaps compiled by multiple authors, we don't know who they are, but generally between 300 before the Common Era and the century of before the Common Era. Perhaps there was some prophetic inspiration that was believed to have ceased, perhaps around 450 before the Common Era, but generally, at least from the Jewish perspective, scholars excluded it. There are also doctrinal clashes. The book very famously describes one angel, like sometimes watchers mating with human women to produce giants, which contradicts many ideas, particularly within both Judaism, but predominantly in Christianity. But some idea of it, it doesn't necessarily contradict the entirety of either Judaism or Christianity, but the idea, at least within, I read in Christianity, that angels being or some contradiction. And then the idea also within belief the Christian standpoint that the early councils of the church did not view the book as divinely inspired, even though um, there are reports of prophecy in the religious texts of Christianity. Many of the councils determined that quoting a non-biblical text did not validate as scripture. So generally, it's considered apocryphal. And though there is what you were saying, one that does consider the Book of Enoch canonical scripture, and I believe correct, it's the Ethiopian Orthodox to lend credence to the Book of Enoch. But generally, within Judaism, it's it's not part of Hebrew Bible. Generally, within most Christian denominations, it is not considered part of their canon. So, some do consider at least apocryphal. Most of most of there are some really interesting aspects also of the origin of demons. Generally, the origins generally demonic. The what's considered to be the wicked cannibal watcher. Um, having the scrolls, the the complete text was brought to a exhaustive. It was rediscovered when towards the end of the history, um, and then in Aramaic among the Dead Sea towards the mid 20th provided previously staples of some religious denominations really becoming canonical. The idea that we can perhaps get into where, I would say, since the comments from a Judaic perspective, um, what we believe in the Tanakh, which is uh, the our Torah is 12 disciples of Moses, prophets, and writings. This is generally the idea of Joel is generally understood as heaven being that are properly. It's a celestial being that knows where to properly, and a supernatural being associated with corruption. Traditionally, really contains very little explicit discussion. The fullest Jewish law and narratives do appear in this literature, and rabbinic Judaism later de-emphasized these traditions. So we first probably should understand what are we talking about these traditions in Judaism. So the Hebrew pronunciation of Malach is translated as messenger or emissary. Generally, angels are seen as messengers of Hashem. They they perform divine independent gods, and they generally act according to divine will. The primary passage we find is very Genesis. So the passage uh, is describes humanity multiplying sons of God, seeing the daughters of human marriages occurring between them. This is the appearance of the feeling and existence of mighty men of renown. The verse is Genesis 6:4, Genesis 6:8, where God demonstrated and when the sons of God came to the daughters of men, and they were old, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men of old, men of renown. So the idea of some key terms of here are sons of God. This is many times translated as fallen ones. Those are the fallen giants, traditional translations of violent ones. And the great question exists: who, like, we're the sons of God, angels? The Jewish interpretations generally tied to sons of God does mean angels, human women were the daughters of men, and Nephilim with offspring. There's another view of this that this could be human. Many rabbinic authorities later argued that sons of God were rulers or noble judges. The biblical text never explicitly says, so it continues in history. Both interpretations have existed historically, and debate continues until today. Now, as we discussed a little earlier about the interest in this in Second Temple Judaism, there's this idea of the development of Watchers. So basically, when we talk about Second Temple Judaism, we're talking about the 200 before era and 700 of essentially the fall of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. And with you, where she sits, Genesis is saying received expanded interpretation. There was detailed heavenly rebellion stories, and then this is where it has the Watcher tradition. And when we get into these Watchers, the Watchers are heavenly beings assigned to the humanity. According to the book of God, they descend to earth, they take human lives, they produce giant offspring, and they reveal forbidden knowledge. This is the closest Jewish equivalent to angels. These are not explicit named in Genesis, but these are essential figures in the Tanakhic literature. And then within the book of Enoch, we have really an expansion of the Genesis. So we have hundreds of the book of Enoch. They swear hosted. Humanity becomes corrupted. The giants devastate the earth. Divine judgment follows. Again, this is not part of the Jewish biblical canon, but it is extremely influential during the Second Temple period. And this information was that which was found during the Dead Sea Scrolls. So basically, there's a question: what did these Watchers teach? Allegedly, they taught metallurgy, so weapons, armor, military technology, perhaps occult practices, sorcery, divination, astrology, perhaps cosmetics, jewelry, ornamentation, beautification techniques. These teachings symbolize corruption. Enoch portrays knowledge being revealed improperly. The within according to these were the children of the Watchers and the organic beings, their violent rulers, and their leaders to reflect chaos. This interpretation primarily comes from the book of Enoch. Genesis or Bereshit far less detailed, and it's really not necessarily accepted by all Jewish traditions. There's a question: why does the flood occur? So the Enochic explanation is that corruption spreads, giants devastate humanity, Watchers corrupt civilization, and really, wants to put it directly to the watchers and just emphasizes human wickedness. Now, getting into the Dead Sea Scrolls, these were the ancient manuscripts that were discovered generally between 1947 and 1956. They helped to preserve the Enochic literature. They helped to preserve the book of Genesis, to confirm a lot of traditions that were before Christianity. And really, the later Jewish view within rabbinic Judaism is a shift of emphasis toward human responsibility, moral choices, and ethical behavior. The fallen angel speculation became less important. Human wickedness became the focus in 56 of Genesis, and many rabbis preferred more neutral interpretations. Now, this does have an influence within the Kabbalah, which is Jewish mysticism, in many definitions, such as mysticism and when Jewish mysticism discusses the spiritual worlds and celestial beings. It does not center on fallen angels. It focuses on divine emanation and emphasizes how to prepare. There's this idea that we have within Judaism, tikkun olam, which means prepare. This is a major mystic concept which emphasizes restoration rather than rebellion. So, just from a Jewish perspective, it's kind of an overview of what we learned within fallen angels, especially Judaism. Uh, does Judaism believe in fallen angels? Some ancient Jewish texts do, some later Jewish authorities do not. There's no similar universal doctrine or the water feminine beings described in the Gothic literature. Really, it's Judaism's closest equivalent to fallen angels. Are fallen angels? The question is raised: are fallen angels in Tanakh, in the Bible? Not explicitly. The idea develops from interpretations of Genesis 6. And so, like, that's basically an overview of some of those really interesting things that were found that you're referencing, that were a 20th century phenomenon, at least discovery, or perhaps in addition to a late 18th century discovery within Ethiopia, that we really don't have perfect definition of. It remains a mystery. But that's basically an overview. And to your point, there were other discoveries that occurred from an theological standpoint and archaeological standpoint, like the Book of Thomas, around the same time. And really, there's an interest in my mind, and I'm sure in other people's mind, why not be out there? Just because we've had the opportunity to perhaps discover some of these things doesn't mean that ancient mysteries still may remain in some other cave somewhere or underground somewhere or some other hidden area. And what will we discover perhaps over the course of the 21st or even into the future that may perhaps give us more information of our own religions and how people interpreted religion in the past? Well, uh, we could say that, yeah, they're heavenly beings assigned to observe humanity. According to the Book of Enoch, they descend to earth and take human lives. They produce giant offspring and they reveal forbidden knowledge. Uh, the closest Jewish equivalent that we have are fallen angels, but this is not explicitly named in inspiration of Genesis. But it is essential. They are central figures of Enoch literature. Well, first question uh, was Noah considered a purebred? Yes. So the idea of he wasn't Jewish, so he predates Abraham. So he was probably and but that doesn't necessarily that he wasn't necessarily righteous. He's described as righteous, humble, contemporary, and a character rather than necessarily a pure distinct biological but uh, do suggest that his lineage was really what and preserved from contamination by fallen angels or the Nephilim. I think the second part of your question was where the Nephilim wiped out in the flood. Was that your question? Excellent. So, according to the biblical narrative, alive at the time of flood perished in the waters. The Hebrew Bible notes that they appeared after the flood, leading to various theological theories on how they genetic traits determined, such as through the wives of the sons or new unions of fallen angels. There are different theories that emerge on the topic generally of like how giants reappeared in the Bible. Has been widely debated by theologians and scholars for centuries. Some of the theories are a post-flood union theory. This view suggests that additional fallen angels descended after the flood and contributed with healing and creating a new generation of Nephilim. There's a genetic carrier theory. Some scholars and commentators propose that Noah's sons were once carried Nephilim genetics, either technically or historical traits of art, which later manifested in subsequent generations. There's a legend or exaggeration theory. Some historians and biblical interpreters believe that Nephilim became generic term for exceptionally wise warriors, like the Anakim and the and later generations, which suggests that the fearful reported giants, specifically what we find in Numbers, was perhaps exaggerated by Israelite spies to discourage the conquest of Canaan. There are some different interpretations than the idea, perhaps, of the survival of King Og. Some ancient Jewish traditions, including some commentary, propose that King Og of Bashan physically survived the flood by clinging to the fence of the ark, or by having his stature so immense that the waters only reached his ankles. But generally, the idea is in feeling that you were alive perished in the waters. The idea of Noah generally considered he was fully and not Jewish. Certainly, there was perhaps some righteousness. Excellent. Well, I'm fascinated by these conversations as well and data in general. So, for anyone out there who wonders why really would you untype your entire life and for what purpose, go ahead. Oh, most certainly. So, first and foremost, the easiest way to my life 24/7 is to type Rabbi Rothschild, R-A-B-B-I, space Rothschild into YouTube and filter by live. I cannot emphasize that enough. You want to filter by live because then you can view many of my streams at once, multi-stream as opposed to just one angle. You can do that multi-stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 25 days a year. Additionally, you can connect with me 24 hours a day in my Discord, which is discord.me/rabbi. I take questions on religion, on secular topics. I lend pastoral support to the community. I certainly help people to employment, to relationship, to positivity. We play games, we watch sports, we watch movies. If you are ever out there and you're looking to connect with someone, come to my Discord. I'm always available 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 kick accounts. I go viral, God willing, I do. Anyone hears what I'm saying, including you, Caesar, anyone else, I want to take away all of your problems, perhaps if you've ever had them financially. I want to give you the opportunity to have generational wealth. I want to be able to monetize my streams and my social media and to be a spokesperson for different organizations. Take all of that money and be able to give it back to individuals so that you have generational wealth and you all are able to start charities or philanthropic organizations of your own. And God willing someday perhaps be able to ensure that your family never has to worry about anything and can focus on that which they find to enjoyment. Moreover, you can read my writings, which are available on my blog, which is rabbirothschild.com. I write certainly on religious topics, but really what's a fascination to me is technology. It's AI. It's futurism. Even perhaps intimate reaching aspects of humanity. I love to talk about topics like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like perhaps space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, technology like perhaps teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, ideas like Santa Claus machines. Many people don't know what a Santa Claus machine is. It's essentially a replicator that you would see perhaps in some type of Star Trek episode that is a 3D printer essentially connected to all of the different elements of the world, of really of the known world, of the known universe, that can create anything that you can at the push of a button. So think of a 3D printer, but instead of using plastic, it can use anything. These are types of technologies that are being developed. Moreover, I like to talk about the de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first de-extinction is already taking place from when depends how you want to define de-extinction. What we're talking about is a type of species that was once extinct and at least bringing it back to life or being able to hybridize it in some way to be able to at least take some of those once prominent genes and be able to insert them into a living species. The first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with a Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in New Mexico, in France. Fast forward in the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is one of the most colossal by they've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth to the Arctic Circle, utilizing ancient elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, basically creating hybrids of the direwolf. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. And these are the types of pets that I'm excited to be able to archive in addition to the World Cup and America's bicentennial and the Olympic Games. Certainly all of the other important aspects of history that we've been able to record over the course of the last half decade. So these are the types of really interesting human feats that I find to be of interest to be able to archive. Moreover, we're moving into a future where the average life expectancy for a Western individual is perhaps transitioning. What once was the average life expectancy rate, maybe perhaps at age 100 or hard to age 80, is what we're doing 100, perhaps in the future 120 or older. And types of technology like reverse aging, perhaps therapies are being utilized to make what was, say, an 80-year-old today is was what a 50-year-old was of yesteryear, meaning that people are able to stay more mobile at later ages of life and have their mental clarity preserved, and really moving into the world of transhumanism. Now, I'm asked a lot, am I a transhumanist? I'm really neutral to the topic, but I am open-minded. And so for anyone who hears what I'm saying, I don't want you to have to experience something that you don't. So consent is first and foremost very important. But for those of us who may want to perhaps consider life extension technology, things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, primary extraction, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, nootropics, peptides, to be able to extend the average life expectancy of the human from age 80 to 100, 120. I don't want to necessarily close the door to this. And then we're moving into a future of perhaps life extension technology to mind technology, other kinds of technology that may be used to delay death indefinitely. When I talk about mind-blowing technology, I'm talking about specifically technology like a CAT scan or an MRI, where we, with someone's consent, scan their brain into a computer, where every atom is in the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system provided down as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of themselves, a robot, an ethereal, whatever they want to be. But what I'm saying to you and saying to your audience is that within a generation or two, and perhaps even this generation, we may have some people who may have the opportunity to either delay death indefinitely or be able to preserve life and have some type of digital immortality, which I feel is a very exciting opportunity for those who want to experience it. For those who don't, I think that you should have the right to be able to live as long as you want without any type of force you to do anything that you don't want. But the idea, the thing is uh, that scientists have predicted that the first person to live past the year 200 has already been born. And perhaps much of this technology may be able to be used to allow them to avoid definitely. And that too is a really exciting opportunity. Moreover, types of technology like revivification. What am I talking? What do I mean by revivification? I mean people who were once dead being able to use technology to perhaps bring them back to life. Now, some people may say, how is that going to happen? Their body's decomposed, if they're being drained. Those are questions for the future. But essentially, the idea is that we may be able to reverse engineer someone's DNA and put it in a quantum, and perhaps using either photography or video or even just audio, some type of recording of them, be able to create some type of version of what their personality would be, perhaps some of their memories, and be able to bring back what we would once have considered to be a dead individual into some type of living condition. Now, is it the same person? Is it the same soul? These are all questions that are not for me to decide, but um, these are opportunities that perhaps this generation, the coming generation, will have to um, at least, may have some experience with. We already see in small mammals memory transfer from one animal to another. Essentially, you can take a mice, for example, and put them through a maze, a mouse maze. It's able to complete the maze correctly after a few attempts. And then using types of brain computer interfaces for um, really generally be able to take the memory of the neuron, the idea of the proper path through the maze and transfer that into mouse B. And mouse B is able to do the maze the first time exactly correctly. That's considered in many ways successful memory transfer. And if we can do that with small mammals, who's to say we would be able to do that with humans in the future? We're really at the precipice of something really amazing where we are evolving from one type of tradition, Homo sapien, into some type of hybrid individual that is able to extend the normal life expectancy that it once had, that is able to perhaps prevent death or reverse age, and be able to transfer memories, personality, and other aspects of what we consider to make us human into another being, and perhaps be able to avoid death indefinitely and create some kind of indefinite digital immortality. These are just extremely important questions that don't necessarily be had. I don't hear being had. Generally, people are more worried about how many Instagram followers they have, perhaps what their favorite restaurant is, that review of that. It's not the questions that we are asking ourselves in society. I feel are picking up. Some of these questions that review on my streams and really talk about it on a daily basis, what I feel are important to humanity. So those are some of the ideas that I talk about and that I've read about. And so for anyone who's interested, Discord.me is / rabbi, Discord.me / rabbi. You can link to my Discord. You can connect with me 24 hours a day. But and again, I want to emphasize, I'm here to positive person in life. You don't have to be Jewish. You don't have to be religious. All I ask is that you're an adult, and if you have any kind of question or you have any kind of concern, come to me. Let's talk it out. I want as good of the resources for those who don't want to necessarily continue it. They can always view my life live on YouTube and that I mentioned. And for those who just want to read what I Rabbi Rothschild, that medium.com is where you can find that information. And so with that, I do want to just get into a few things of where I perhaps see humanity moving in the future, just the timeline basically. So at least maybe for the next half century or so, what are we going to find? Would that be okay, Caesar? So, go ahead. Yeah, so it's an excellent question. What we believe is that our Mashiach Messiah, our Savior, has not yet arrived, and that when they do come, they will usher in a new world, essentially, known as the world, and the identification of the dead will actually occur. For those people who have already passed, there is a period of cleanse that occurs for the first 11 months after death, generally. And then from there, the interpretations vary. But generally, the mainstream centrist orthodoxy believes that we are in some type of Gan Eden or Garden Eden state, perhaps reading and learning memories, metaphorically known as the right hand of, and the idea that perhaps the Messiah figure, Mashiach, will one day come and deliver um, humanity into this world to come, will uh, essentially usher in a world that may be able to avoid death altogether, which would speak to exactly what you're saying there, some type of indefinite future for humanity. And that's the traditional from a Orthodox standpoint. There are also some ideas of this resurrection of the dead. The Orthodox perspective is that there will be, that there is perhaps a question of life after death throughout the history. Um, not just within Judaism, but humanity in general. Once you know, is a person after they die and such. And generally, Judaism teaches that death is real, but it is not the ultimate conclusion of existence. We believe that our Creator, Krishna, who brought life into existence from nothing, has the power to restore life after death. And then the idea of a resurrection, a revival of the may occur in the future. This is part of the principles of faith of Rabbi Moses Maimonides, who was a rabbi from approximately 1140 to 1204 Common Era. And he thought this idea was so important that 13 principles of faith that he discusses for that this was essentially to our belief system. Now, there's an idea that we discussed about the difference between an immortal soul and the resurrection. Judaism does not believe that only souls. Some philosophies teach that the body is temporary and the soul alone matters, and physical existence is unimportant. Traditional Judaism rejects this declaration. We believe that there can be this unity between bodies of consciousness and moral action, and state that the Torah teaches that Hashem created the human being as a complete person. The idea of the biblical foundations of the resurrection come together. One of the clearest references states that many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth will awaken, and there are perhaps prophets that their interpretation of the prophets discusses future restoration, Ezekiel's vision of dry bones. Um, Basically, there is a vision of dry bones. Ezekiel points together that night, and God asks for his bones to live. The message is that God restores them. And this prophecy symbolizes restoration and really a national event. The commentators, specifically the Jews, also discuss it in connection with the resurrection. The idea of a Talmudic teaching of resurrection is perhaps debated, certainly, but the Talmud generally just it teaches that denying resurrection is a serious theological error, and the rabbis of the Talmud consider resurrection a major belief. So the idea is why we resurrect the dead, because God is the source of life, and believe in Judaism, believes that God created life. Therefore, death is not beyond God's ability. If God can create a person from nothing, destroying a person is not greater triumph. And we think that resurrection has a relationship to divine justice. There's a problem in incomplete justice in our being. A righteous person may suffer, a wicked person may prosper, but within Judaism, we learn that the soul does not necessarily end there. That a resurrection demonstrates God remembering every person, that moral choices matter, and that life has eternal significance. So, really, without going much more in depth, that Judaism does believe that there is something more that occurs after death. There's certainly no Gam Eden after a period of general 11 years for righteous people and perhaps slightly for wicked. We do experience a type of uh, uh, state with God and God people, and we are all awaiting our Mashiach to come to usher in a world and there there's chances for us within it. Like uh, animals may no longer um, prey on each other. That death itself may be avoided. Generally, the nations will come together as well as the lost tribes within the Israeli and Judaism generally brought together. But without going into the specifics of what happens in the context, Judaism does believe that there is something. Well, it's an excellent question. I don't necessarily see them as the idea of a resurrection of the dead is very similar to when I discussed it with vivification, the idea of bringing back someone who was once dead uh, back to life. The idea of the, uh, the unknown exists within a scientific field as it does somewhat within a religious field. The idea of having death as not necessarily the, the something that is that is um, has been contemplated in scientific and theological standpoints for that perhaps we don't necessarily think that our body can. There's, I would say, some major questions that exist from both the religious standpoint and a secular standpoint, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they contradict the idea of revivification of the dead can work within a religious standpoint and it can work within a scientific standpoint. The idea of um, perhaps an idea of world peace is certainly a secular idea, but it's also a religious idea within Some may say, well, is this because uh, this idea of Mashiach is it always about, or is this something that has been brought into a belief system post Tanakh or after basically the Hebrew Bible, and there the idea of Messiah figure within Judaism is not specifically stated. This is something that basically does come about in the writings of the and discussions of the rabbis after Tanakh. Now there are some perhaps hints on some of these ideas, and really when we talk about the Messiah from a religious standpoint, what does that mean? It means anointed one. Um, so the idea is to anoint with oil, and there's an idea that Mashiach will be a king who will not be crowned by the other placing the crown on the head, but they will be anointed with sacred oil. And there have been other anointed people within the Bible, within the Hebrew Bible. Every king of Israel is technically a Mashiach. So were certain priests, even the foreign rulers use the title. So some examples are Aaron, the high priest, Saul, Solomon, and Cyrus the Great. A foreign ruler is the title. So Mashiach does not, it didn't originally refer to one specific individual. Instead, it describes someone appointed by God. Only later does Judaism speak of the Mashiach being the final king from the house of David. So I should clarify. Certainly within Tanakh there's the idea of Mashiach, an anointed one, but we're talking about a Messiah, the final king from the house of David. And um, this idea is in line perhaps with some secular beliefs as well, that we could have a great leader on earth who unites the world, and perhaps we move toward with an idea of world peace who has a very peaceful leadership style. And that's a secular idea that has been around for generations as well. And we are moving perhaps towards a time of world peace. From a secular standpoint, I think we are. I talk a lot about the scientific future of humanity and getting off world and terraforming other planets. But in order to do those things, we on Earth, we can't be terraforming Mars while we have civil wars here on Earth amongst humanity. And so there's the idea that perhaps we will have a leader in the future who is able to help to unite humanity under a peaceful world so that we can begin other planets and just exploring the inner solar system and the outer solar system and eventually interstellar travel. So these are certainly scientific ideas that coincide with religious ideas as well. And uh, the idea of Mashiach is really just an anointed person. There's an idea of what does the messianic age look like, and it is not necessarily portrayed to not or to keep by the escape of the physical world. It's really a renewal of the world. Prophets repeatedly describe flourishing agriculture, justice in the courts, peace among the nations, honesty in commerce, faithful worship, security in the land, and harmony between peoples. Those are all secular ideas that some might say we're moving toward flourishing agriculture with things like vertical farming and agricultural drones and perhaps floating greenhouses and saltwater greenhouses and uh, perhaps hydroponics and cloud seeding. Uh, Certainly justice in the courts with the International Criminal Court and um, peace among the nations with the United Nations. I'm not saying we're there yet, but honesty in commerce with uh, really the just arguably we're going more towards that. There are arguments against this as well, but security in the land and harmony between the people. These are all both religious and secular ideas that coincide. So, really, I personally see the idea of the world economy, or perhaps even the idea of how can we have science and perhaps religion coincide. They don't necessarily contradict. Does that answer your question? Great question. It depends how you define it. To me, AI is a tool, just like fire. Fire can be used for good or bad. Fire can be used to cook, which is good, or burn, which is good, bad. The wheel can be considered great, good thing in terms of transportation, but also a bad thing in causing harm to someone or whatever. And the same could be said about steam, electricity, and the computer. AI itself should refer to as a tool. Now, there's an argument to be made. Once AI is able to move from artificial narrow intelligence to artificial general intelligence and into artificial super intelligence, does it does it become conscious? What does that mean for humanity? Should it be treated to have rights like a human? These are questions that can be the discovery. In terms of artificial superintelligence, of technology that far surpasses human intelligence, at what point do we consider it to be God? It depends how you want to define God, and that's really a question that everyone has within themselves. I find a lot of people can get on board with my just very simple definition of God, perhaps similar to a philosopher 400 years ago who explained God is everything. And if you want to get into more um, what God is, look at all perhaps ideas that people can debate, but from a religious standpoint, many people can agree that God is energy. And from a secular standpoint, they can believe that if you're going to refer to a God, then energy is a great word that you can use as a placeholder. Does that mean that's all it is? No, it's never just a placeholder word. But that's a different being than AI. So AI, even if it becomes a which it will, artificial super intelligence, it becomes this all-knowing being, at least within what we're doing on Earth. And it doesn't mean that perhaps extraterrestrials or other species around not just the galaxy but the universe don't already have their own AI systems that are far superior than that. And that doesn't mean that they all can't coexist under what we consider to be energy or what we consider to be really a scientific type of God. This is the same, this Baruch Spinoza's definition of God is what Einstein did. So for those who hold Einstein in high regard, Einstein believed that he believed in Spinoza's the record for that saying that. And while I don't necessarily know exactly what that entails to me, the idea of energy that allows someone to appreciate a sunset or the beauty in their child's face or love of a spouse, whatever allows that to occur, that to me, that to me is really special. But that to me is different than what AI is. So the energy that allows AI to be powered and all of that, there's certainly some idea of God, but that doesn't mean that we've created a new God. We've just created a really powerful tool. And for those who would like more clarification of this, the true answer is we don't know. I don't know as a rabbi. No priest knows this. No imam knows this. No one knows. These are just the traditions that we've been taught. But in the end, we must remember that we have to be somewhat agnostic because no one really knows anything. And we have to be brave to be able to admit that. Yes, I can understand. But can you unplug AI? Yes. Can you unplug God? Traditionally, no. So that's one major difference in it. So the idea, at least the way that I'm able to systematically understand that AI is a tool that has been created by humans, has been created by other species around the universe, perhaps, that is able to be controlled. It can get to the point where it becomes perhaps conscious and perhaps can endure emotion and all of the other aspects that one considers to be a human. But does it need energy in order to run? Yes, generally. Uh, is it able to stop? Yes, generally. If a meteor, for now, but even if a meteor hits the data center, wherever it's stored, generally, if it doesn't have redundant, I should say all of those would wipe out. It ceases to exist. The idea of not being from an energy standpoint seems to continue no matter what type of environmental stresses are brought into um, into the scenario. And so, does AI have many like aspects, like omniscience, perhaps, or some types of omnipotence? In, in some ways, uh, yes. But even humanity shares some characteristics of that that maybe not each traditionally, and perhaps some aspects of AI are also reflective of, of God because it's really AI is a reflection of humanity itself. So we would expect it to have some of the same characteristics. But at the end of the day, can you unplug AI? At some point, yeah. Can you unplug God? Generally, both from a religious standpoint, no. And from a secular standpoint, the idea is, well, we don't know, and that's a completely honest take. And even for those from a scientific perspective, we're willing to say, if God exists, then we believe in it. If God exists, but we don't know. And it's something that we really can't, at least from a human standpoint, ever really understand completely. Uh, from that aspect, we we don't know. Really gets to the philosophical idea. Can you really know anything? Um, it's very philosophical. The idea is no. The more that you the less you know. It's very philosophical. And so if you can't really know anything, then the idea exists perhaps that you will never know if God exists. And then thus there's an argument to be made you'll never know if AI is good because you can't really know anything. It's very paradoxical, but really to summarize, AI is a tool that humans have created. God, if God exists, which no one can prove, no one, at least from a humanistic standpoint, will ever be able to prove, and that's very hard to take, that we don't know. If God exists, perhaps God has powers beyond that of Yeah, um, it depends how you look at it. The idea generally comes from Bereshit, from Genesis, really meaning that humanity was uniquely designed to reflect God's character, relational capacity, and purpose on earth. Um, this generally is the consensus that this represents a spiritual and moral life rather than a physical. So when we say, at least from the Judaic standpoint, we believe that God is incorporeal, like basically God doesn't have a body. But we still can understand that God created mankind in his own image. And when the image of God who created us generally goes into the idea of man being. However, as we can see in the market image, people feel that that might be a limited scope. And if we really move into a world of the future, and someone can perhaps be a man for 100 years and maybe want to upload their mind into a female equivalent of them, well, then perhaps that's some type of transhuman like opportunity that wasn't foreseen in the Bible, and that the idea of the Bible may be for an epic or like a time, at a time and place on earth, and maybe well respected. But as we get off planet, and as we begin to perhaps just explore the stars, the idea that the Bible will have necessary care as it once did and would be interpreted as perhaps familial traditions is yet to be decided. But as we have seen, the idea of God making man in his own image generally is that the human race was granted a particular likeness of God, but it doesn't mean that we were granted everything from God, just as a particular likeness. And that uh, many people type of interpretation. The idea has Jacob basically thought God. Some people say struggles with God, and that could be more metaphorical. Um, the, the idea is that it perhaps could have been a not God necessarily God himself, perhaps a messenger. But there's definitely the idea that the stranger it was as Jacob was named, and by answering Jacob, he essentially confessed that he was manipulative. There was a manipulative nature, and the figure who Jacob eventually realized was God himself gave him a new name, Israel. And so God named it the new name that he struggles with God, which is what Israel means. And the idea is because you, that's exactly right. Yeah. So Israel means struggles with God, and the idea is because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome, God then blessed him. So the idea is, could a human defeat God from a realistic standpoint? I mean, traditionally we would say no, impossible. All knowing and all. So perhaps this is metaphorical, and this is there was a mysterious figure who Jacob eventually realized was God. It could be metaphorical as well, but yes, takes its name from this event. Struggle with God. Absolutely, it's up to interpretation. You know, this in Hebrew, the idea of name Israel with one breath, wrestling fights with God. It's metaphorical in some ways because cooking might be like with God, or struggle with God. Um, Perhaps if the idea is that when going into the wilderness and the mysterious being that appeared and engaged with Jacob and intense rest like that rest all night, uh, could be some type of internal struggle that Jacob was just experiencing. Really, we're looking at documents that are thousands of years old and there are different interpretations. But nevertheless, the idea that as David approaches, the stranger, whatever it was, realized that it could not easily overpower Jacob. And basically, as the story goes, touched Jacob's hip socket, dislocating it with a touch, and the idea that this crippled Jacob, but Jacob refused to let his opponent go and demanded him not go unless she blessed and demanded his blessing. And it's one of the reasons why the stranger asked for the name. By answering Jacob, he essentially confesses his manipulative nature and the idea of Jacob, the heel grabber or deceiver, uh, but that name was then changed to Israel, struggles with God. And the idea of struggling with God is something that can be interpreted from a physical standpoint, as some understand the text to be, but also could be metaphorical. There are people who have their own personal struggles with God every single day, or whatever they want to consider it. Struggles with life, struggles with themselves, and that's the name of a humanistic struggle with perhaps God in one way or another may be accurate or appropriate. Well, there's the idea, at least from a Judaic standpoint, that we have a soul, and this idea, uh, it really it changes over. So the idea of a soul before someone was created gets into reincarnation. So it, so we believe that the soul does pre-exist. It is, but as would make sense with Israel being the ancient Near East and closer to Northeastern religions than Western religions, than the Western religions. This idea of resurrection, reincarnation does exist, but at least from the Talmud and even within Kabbalah or Jewish mysticism, human souls are created by God before they are born and reside in a spiritual realm, many refer to it as Kaf, or its treasury of souls. And we hold that the soul is eternal and its divine spark. Before birth, it exists in a pure spiritual state. When it is time for the person to be born, God puts body, giving it free will to make moral choices and accomplish its purpose in the physical world. Now, the idea of how does this work with reincarnation and perhaps the world to come? Um, it, the idea of reincarnation is it's a later developed idea. So, at least within ancient biblical Judaism, it, its focus, especially within the Tanakh, Bible, is primarily this Jewish mysticism, so what we references of formalized ideas, and explores the concept of reincarnation. Basically, it's an idea of living recycling, and we traditionally believe that the purpose is that souls return to earth to rectify past mistakes and fulfill specific commandments or that witness or assist someone else. The concept is that a single soul can inhabit multiple successive bodies until it completes its unique divine mission. And many people find comfort in this, that reincarnation explains cosmic justice, offering an explanation for why good people suffer and providing a second chance to achieve spiritual perfection. Now, that we talked about earlier, afterlife, karma, it's basically the world to come. The afterlife does have the idea of that God within what many people in other traditions would call heaven. It's not exactly the same. It's really a realm where the soul enjoys unmatched spiritual closeness to God and reads the words of good deeds. There is a refining process of my continuously with spiritual cleansing. As we mentioned earlier, relevance for normal development. It is so shed its earthly attachments and sins, and the ultimate future, which is the resurrection of the dead. Now, at least the idea of the soul existing before the it enters the body does exist. But to be completely candid, no one really knows. These are just traditional belief systems from what you're experiencing in the location, the idea of the soul existing before in the body. Well, I understand your thoughts on that. That generally goes against one of the 13 principles of faith and Ron Balmer, that most that God doesn't have a corporeal God is incorporeal. And generally, this was a major aspect of the Hamakara Jewish law to separate Judaism from the idea that perhaps the Nazarene or perhaps any kind of messianic figure that came about around 33 of the Common Era or so, and was interpreted to be the Son of God or other interpretations to really separate Judaism from that. And the idea that God is God and humans are humans and there is an overlap there. Now, some people may say we're going to image, of course, we believe from a religious standpoint, we're made in the image and likeness of God. That's really not disputable, but the idea that God could be uh, part human, Jews generally avoid that. And the reason is if God is part human and humans die, then does that mean God dies? And that goes against traditional Halacha or Jewish law and Jewish teachings. We avoid that God dies, while other religions or at least denominations of certain religions tend to believe that. So you're certainly free to believe whatever you like. Right? It's an excellent question. Well, it depends how we define the spiritual connection. What do we mean by that? Do we mean the consciousness? Like these are for me personal ways. Could science perhaps bring that to? I'm someone who thinks science can do, and when I say anything, if we can develop time travel, perhaps we can somehow take a time machine back to the times of the Hebrew Bible and know what was really interpreted then. There are other ideas. There are many ways to perhaps time travel, and time travel, without going into the major specifics because it's a big discussion, but I think it is perhaps important to have just for a moment. Uh, Time travel is something that is already possible. We already have it. And so, what do we need? Like special relativity. Traveling near the speed of light causes time to pass more slowly through the traveler. This was proposed by Albert Einstein. Time dilation has been experimentally confirmed. Astronauts age slightly slower than people on Earth. Faster speeds create greater time differences. So, and this allows travel into the future, not necessarily the past. And then within general relativity, strong gravity slows time. Massive objects warp space-time. Clocks run slower under strong gravity. GPS satellites already must account for this effect. Black holes create extreme time dilation, and future time travel becomes theoretically possible. Now, there are other ways to time travel, including black hole formations and wormholes and cosmic strains, particular cylinders. I don't want to go into those. But what I am saying is that there may be a way to actually observe, perhaps, things that have already occurred. Now, take, for instance, the idea if we could ever travel faster than the speed of light, perhaps using a wormhole. If we could, imagine that we're able to outpace light as it is emitted from Earth and travel deep into the cosmos and be able to observe the initial creation of the Earth with a very long telescope. We could basically look back on Earth and fast forward up until, say, 3000 before the Common Era and actually see exactly what the interpretations that these ancient peoples would have in real time. Now, that's a very scientific aspect of how to be able to observe this, but the idea is we would be able to know were these fallen angels, were these giants, what is exactly being referenced. And if that is possible, and we could zoom in that much, there's a very good chance we can continue to zoom in and look at the DNA of these individuals and be able to at least take a snapshot of that DNA and perhaps create this DNA, create this being, a clone of this being at a later time and have a one-to-one match of whatever was interpreted to be here on Earth thousands of years ago in the future. So I don't want to say that even that is necessarily impossible. With science, anything is possible. And thus the idea of perhaps being able to have the interpretation of whatever the ancient peoples referenced in the Bible is a possibility as well. If I told you that I believe that heaven is everything like with what we call in the creation story, I would not be at any graph tells you that if they're being irrational or they're being untrue. So the way that I've heard this interpreted in classes, at least in websites, is that perhaps the idea of creation is metaphor, that creation occurs in 7 days. And there are interpretations that perhaps Earth might Rothschild or something, and that the ancient people, not to say it was a one-to-one correlation, but they were just doing their best to be able to uh, give a story as to where they came. And they did not have the science that we have today to be able to understand evolution and ancestry that are more scientific ideas. So the idea of Adam or story, anyone who tells you that exactly how it happened is either being rational to some elements of science or they're lying to you. Do I know exactly what happened? No. At least from a traditional science perspective. We are Homo sapiens. We obviously evolved from uh, breakfast and back into a shared, perhaps a mammal that all mammals can connect to a common ancestor. And then from there, common ancestors with birds and reptiles and amphibians and moving back even further back to common ancestors of prokaryotic bacteria, perhaps. But then what I'm open to, and I don't hear it discussed very often, but especially with the scientific perspective, and if you get into certain elements of science, is the idea of inscription, that perhaps life came to Earth on site, either from a meteor or perhaps from another species of like an extraterrestrial origin. And this is something that I don't necessarily dismiss either. That Earth itself could be a zoo, just like we have zoos where we study animals or have animals in the wild and we tag them. Perhaps some type of extraterrestrial or multiple extraterrestrial species are doing the same with humans. And this is in line with really more modern day wisdom. One who I'll reference is named Chaim Eshed. He, for those who don't know, Chaim Eshed was the former head of the Israeli Space Agency. And he disclosed in 2020 that there is a perhaps galactic federation that alleges cooperation between extraterrestrials and humans and lends credibility with his background. He's not just a scientist, but he's also a future in Israel. He's one of the top 24 military officers within the entire Israeli Defense Force at one time. And he wrote a book in 2020 that references this story and that perhaps we aren't alone. And much of Israel is a secular country and has secular ways, and many people believe in this story or at least lend credibility to these claims, particularly because climate shed had nothing to lose. It was in the 80s when he made these claims, and more recently, actually, up in the last June of 2026, still alive, 93 years old, did not recant anything that he had said, but he still believed these ideas that uh, perhaps there is a galactic federation and that multiple extraterrestrials belong to it, and humanity is being observed, and contact is limited because humanity is not ready. If that's the case, and perhaps humanity was seated here, something that's known as guided panspermia, or there are other interpretations of what to name it, then the entire creation story someone has to become a metaphor. But that doesn't mean that it can't still be part of our family traditions or can't be part of what we understood ancient peoples to interpret where where we are today, or how we got to be where we were, if we didn't have an answer, we didn't have all of the knowledge of evolution, panspermia, any of these things. And our children ask us, how did we all start? The idea of Adam and Eve would be a completely reasonable beginning from a non-scientific perspective. But with the advent of science, and especially within a scientific mind, as I have with my biblical colleagues in public, and a much more growing contingent feels that much of what Catholicism is either up to some extent has been interpreted. There's no doubt about that. Um, and that much of it may be metaphorical. For those who believe that it is absolutely complete, the 100% truth, well, there are some, what some people refer to as some perhaps contradictions, and those are difficult to grasp, and there are paradoxes that are difficult to grasp. I mean, one of the major paradoxes that exists within these ideas of God that I struggle with, but everyone should struggle with if there is a God. But God is all powerful. This idea of omnipotence. Could God create a rock so large that not even God could lift it? This is what's known as the omnipotence paradox. So let's think about it. So God can do anything because they're all powerful. Okay. So could they create a really large rock? Absolutely. Could they create the rock so large that not even they as God could lift it? It's one of those things where your mind does not compute. It's a paradox. You can't get past that. And so for the religious who want to believe that everything in Scripture is exactly true, you will run into paradoxes that cause your brain to at least have some kind of history. And some people might say that's some of the beautiful aspects within a religion, within a faith, at least within Judaism. We believe a lot of these questions will be answered within the Messianic age. That there will essentially be layers of mystery that will be peeled away from like an onion, so that we get to the core aspects of truth of what was interpreted, and perhaps the creation story will be able to have things like anyone who's listening. Um, I'm I'm not a Mormon Jewish rabbi, but in many ways I consider myself to be close to my because I understand that with these claims of primacy of the Israeli Space Agency is bringing in a lot of questions that really are outside of traditional religious thought. But additionally, I am a member and have been of Hasidic dynasties as well. And Hasidic synagogues were jewels, including Chabad, which is probably the most public of these. And I brought these questions to my rabbinical colleagues, and they don't necessarily want to think that the Bible is of all truth because that's a really nice thing that we believed our entire existence, going back to our ancestry. But it doesn't have all of the answers for which we look. And science does have many of those answers for which we're looking. And there is a growing contingent that understands, and I've heard it within my own Orthodox rabbinical colleagues stating that creation could be metaphor. And, It's certainly something that's open to interpretation in someone's mind, certainly. Um, the idea that so in answer to your earlier question, uh, the Bible may not contain all of the answers, or it doesn't reference it. So, at least within rabbinic tradition, we explain that brothers, at least included people, not exist in nature's order, consistent with well, there's a question. Okay, well, these brothers and sisters, these are just ways to interpret this. There's the idea of can you have a sister, Abdullah, or Yehuda, and Stephen, and the Judea, or you. And then there's the explicitly means that the going after it, and generally within Jewish worship was resembling Adam and consider the righteous ancestor from whom all future humanity descends. There are also discussions of elders of Adam, even within branches projectors. There's mention that Adam had other sons and daughters. Some rabbinic texts suggest Adam had as many as 33 sons and 23 daughters over his 930-year lifespan. But even that question of 930 years gives us some questionability of what was considered a year. Was it really 930 rotations of a revolution around the sun? And then even within Finch genealogy, within Genesis, that their whole life, several descendants who perhaps invented foundational human crafts, these include the first building, with great tents and inventors of musical instruments and the first metal worker. And these aren't explicit as to some of these interpretations. You're right to question these, these stories. I would say that the who, whoever you believe to have written the Bible, within the Jewish standpoint, we believe it's Moses, who essentially received this from God. There are still questions that exist. And that isn't perfect. There isn't there are questions, there are mysteries that exist. And in many ways, from a religious standpoint, that we interpret this is either perhaps not everything was written, there were things that were to be assumed, or perhaps for whatever reason, perhaps to give religion or create even more of a mystery than it already has. That they were, that some of these stories or some of these individuals were omitted. But in answer to your earlier question, uh, do I or even any truthful and rational individual believe Adam and Eve is exactly the probability that extremely low? And moreover, the probabilities that think metaphorical are taught within Orthodox Jewish circles. And I would say, uh, even if Moses is the person who wrote this, he was just doing his best. And perhaps God, in the interpretation of this, in explaining this to Moses, felt that going any more into specificity was beyond the knowledge base of what Moses could comprehend. Meaning, maybe Moses couldn't understand evolution and shared or common um, ancestors, and getting into perhaps the idea of transfer or whatever the interpretation is. The easiest way to do this is to say, Adam and Eve, everybody can see. Oh, absolutely, Cecil. I'd love to. Yeah, that's so Shaker. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, and for anyone who is interested, I speak extensively on the high topic on another podcast that just aired in the last week or so on the Jeff Mara podcast. So anyone just YouTube Jeff Mara podcast, you can see my discussion with Jeff. Uh, and I would love to, with you, see you go really in depth with that story, because it's fascinating, including kind of that makes claims the Trump administration doing, that there's perhaps some kind of political federation, some ideas of what's going on, that, that's, and he makes claims to the idea of what's going on in the council. And pretty interesting, just happened last month. He kind of he basically went underground, so to speak, for like 5 years. And between December of 2020 and July of 2026, we really don't hear from him. But he recently had an interview with Uri Geller, supernatural claims, and which we don't go into right now. But basically stated, kind of stated that he was visited by some kind of black figure, told him basically to not because even at 87 years old, he decided that his was not. But apparently at age 93 or so, he would talk about it. So, yes, I'd love to talk about that topic with you. And then, so, yes, whenever you'd like, feel free to contact me. We will make arrangements, and we'd love to do this again. Caesar. And before we close, go ahead. Before we close, do you mind if I remind people that if you find how uh, my social media and such? Rabbi Rothschild, YouTube, filtered by live. You will find more content there than any other creator. And I'm not just live 24/7 with one stream, nor two, nor 10, but at least 25 or so different streams. If you type in hashtag viral rabbi, you can put that in any social media and find more content than you ever. Feel free to join me in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi, 24 hours a day. I'm going to provide pastoral support to both Jews and non-Jews, both the religious and the secular. I want to help people in as many ways as possible and give people a way to reach out to me and for me to give back to them. All of our social media can be found on linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. My writings can be found at rabbirothschild.media.com. And with that, Caesar, thank you so much for the time. I want to thank the audience for the opportunity. And I look forward to connecting with you again soon. I, yeah, sure. Hold on. Just type in linktree.com, linktreE.com, and then forward slash RABBI, and then my last name is Rothschild, 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 and then and you should see like a pink V. If you're not, yes, I put yes, yeah. So I do that just as a joke. I do that as a joke. But- So when I was a kid or like younger, being a pimp meant a cool person, and so perhaps that throws people off. But yes, it was always like a cool thing. Like a guy who was like almost like I could say warning rabbi was cool. I could put not warning either. That throws people up. It says warning, but then when you get to know me, you recognize, oh, this person is really cool. They talk about religion, they talk about science, and from there you can okay, okay, excellent. Well, so sometimes YouTube gets rid of my students. Do you see where it says more than it's the first link, more than 18 simultaneous 24/7 YouTube live streams archiving for life for Rabbi Rothschild, the live treatment show? Okay. If you click that, and now look how many and then will happen. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know. I could remove that. And perhaps could not flip people up. But that was always just kind of a fun thing that I was a kid. That most certainly. Now that link that showed up, that first one that says more than 18 simultaneous 24/7 YouTube live stream, did that open up for you? Okay. Now can you scroll? And that's okay. But if you scroll down, you see how many live streams are on. Like they're not just videos. They're, yeah, they're all live. Which name another creator that you know who's on live on more than one YouTube stream. It's really rare. So for me to be live on so many different live streams is really deep. And um, I would say that there's a lot of data for the last almost 5 years. So, and you should know that you may be like, well, why do you use a YouTube stream? It's a good question. Because of live streaming, live, a lot of times I get copyright strikes. I don't even mean to do it. Like, for instance, we had the World Cup playing last night. And I had to watch the World Cup play. So I had to turn the sound down. But as I'm sure you're likely aware, that YouTube has an algorithm, and if it can detect that you're playing copyrighted content, even though I'm not showing it on my screen, it's just in the background, I can get a copyright strike for that. And sometimes you don't even get three copyright strikes overnight. They will sometimes it's just a kind of a deal. So in order yeah. So in order to avoid that type of an issue, what I do is I every 6 months or so stop using most or all of my YouTube streams and kind of archive them and then start a brand new account. So I have 100 YouTube streams. But yes, it is the largest compilation of human data in history, and I really feel in my heart I continue to do this, and I continue to be on podcasts such as yours and other people's. Somebody's going to hear what I say and say, you know what, I've never heard some of the things that person's referencing, whether it be xenobiology or uh, Santa Claus machines, and they're going to look into what I do, and then it's going to be the biggest treasure hunt of global history. Because they're going to tell a friend, and that friend will tell a friend. It's going to be a global phenomenon. Look, I've been doing it almost 5 years now. Hopefully, I don't have to do it for 10 years. I have the plans, though, to do this for the rest of my life. And eventually, somebody's going to find out about what I do. And then they're going to basically find more data on a single individual than anyone in history. which is going to have major effects on AI because I am AI needs human examples on which to build its models, and I have more data for AI to be able to study than in history, which means I may have a major impact on AI, on biology, on aging, on micro behavior and just behavior in general, micro gestures on sleep, circadian rhythms, eating habits, sleeping habits, drinking habits, breathing habits, blinking habits, you name it. I feel like humanity will want to study at least the data that I've archived because I have it from so many different angles over such a long period of time. So I think that you were brave to take me on as a guest. I hope that the audience finds what I have to say to be interesting. And I think the world will find out about what I've done will find this to be one of the great achievements of global history. Absolutely. Absolutely. As do I. So we'll get into Harlem Share and anything else. If you think of something over the time, write it down or whatever. And before we meet, let me know if there's anything pressing that you want to review, and we will. I found our discussions today on ancient scriptures quite interesting, especially with the balance of the modern age and different interpretations that we have. And I look forward to October. Do you want to put something on the calendar now, or you know, no, sure. Absolutely. And in the meantime, if there's anything that you need from me, please let me know. Reach out to me. If you don't mind, I will send you my links. If you could put them in the description so that people have access to them directly. And again, if you need anything, let me know. If not, let's plan on this deal, okay? Thank you. You too. Just so you know, Steve, can you hear me? Oh, man, it was great. Caesar, thank you so much. How funny is it that Caesar came last year? There's another guy in season who I've done podcasts with, and we were supposed to do one. When were we supposed to do it? We were supposed to do one like a couple weeks ago. I already done one with him, and so when you emailed me, you're watching this ever, I thought it was with that season. So with that, season, I'm going to talk about it for today. That's why I had to be so like, how did it go? I should have. Last night. I thought he changed it or something. But how and see if you should definitely do a podcast. That should be a thing. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's like before a person dies, it's like memory or something. Are you okay? Yeah.
we back at it.
Fresh from Los Angeles. It's not Texas, but I found myself when you're in Los Angeles, you're in Venice, you're gonna see homeless. Get straight to there's to Los Angeles, you put it back. I think Venice and California, I think Los Angeles is kind of way worse. And I think that these kinds of things are going to great. I'm driving around truck. It's crazy. It's lots of that. I have a soft spot for California. I love the weather. I love the beach. You see these local politics here. It's very real. They don't know what to do. It's like shit like that. Why? Because Skid Row is red fast. 55 bucks. Your big Skid Row is 55 bucks. Well, they are. Like anybody who says it's a housing problem, so a couple things. One, it's a drug and it's a health issue. 100% across the board, there is a housing problem. Because try to get talk to a developer, try to get something done. This guy tried. Also, why you surprising. Yeah, my buddy's the builder out there. He I got you know how he does. They tie up so much. It's so hot. It's like 50. Like 50. And that's what they said. They said 10. It's going to take 15. It's Los Angeles. It's their city council. So it's Sacramento. So yeah, just stretch out there. So you're in LA, you're freaking Texas. Yeah. It's just different. It's different. So I'm into the same way in LA and then you went to Baltimore. I went to Macomb. It's in Timonium, Maryland, sir. Not Baltimore. It's outside of yeah, trying to find no got stages. I was like, Timonium, what's up, man? Whoa. You know, I was like, man, you have you all you have to do. That's it. You know what I mean? Baltimore. You drive, that's where it's at. It's nice. That's where it's at, bro. It's cool. Tell you what I'm doing years ago. I was like trying to find coffee, so I was kind of not far. 3-4 blocks from where I was staying at. I get in there, I'm like, I want to get in like 4 blocks. I'm going to say, shut up. Where them keep coffee? This is the place. Usually, I was trying to like, why are we here? This is why we're here. Yeah, my please. That time forgot how to get out and for this. As and not like the place on the boardwalk, like certain parts of certain parts. Like you just do it. See, like water rain. That's amazing, amazing stuff. Like we're here. And then the rest is suburbs. Lights. I did. I watched. I watched him here, and that was tough. He's so tough, but he's hard. Is that what it's all? It's all good. Like I mean, they had a great run. He had a heavyweight. He had a heavyweight, light heavyweight on stage with a weight. He's older. The weight can't be fun. He's a big dude. Yeah. He's not small. He's not 6. Yeah. They give him CLD. It's like okay. And I think if anything, it's more of a thing of like you're small. Take that guy out. Yeah. Like it's what's set up for you to like make your name for yourself. You gotta get it done. But Ken here is very rugged. Like you crazy. I'm gonna talk about him. He is crazy. He is so tough. You don't want to fight this. So tough as a joke. But the whole thing is like he didn't balls deep in there. But the one thing that take away from his card was like the UFC future is so bright. We He was like, he said, they've got to figure out a way to make me, like, I want to hear about their stories. Just UFC. Well, we talked about this before.
He's a casual, but there's, again, you have to search for it. You have to search for it. But in the future, if you cog, which is what they call it, UFC has their cog, they just fucked up.
Are you being facetious right now? No. Okay, so it's bright. Shades.
It's bright.
Why do you
watch UFC? I just tell you the Argentine UFC cog. I do love them for doing this. Now, here's the thing. Was this done by mistake? Someone, UFC cog, shit. Or like, you know what? You don't go. That's UFC, OCK. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that's no problem. UFC, OCK, also UCOG, which is also so for Team McCline, she's 2 fights away from making UFC face of her division. Savage. Tommy McMillan, Tommy Guns, he's Sean Kidd, 2 fights in UFC from Montana. Super strong all over. Super strong. Yes, yeah. He's him. Wow. He's him, but cooler, better tattoos. I think he has any. Also, now she's going to be amazing. Always awesome. He's right. Lance Savage, Damian Anderson from Savage. All young kids. Again, you're going to have to use more to look it up. Tommy Guns, you might have been familiar with. Fuck you know. Giving him the figure. He's keeping it quiet. He was also. I was fighting just landed 3 rounds. So, and then they legit bad blood. Talk shit now. Genuine fight. Yeah. So this kid is a fighter.
fantastic?
Gangster. Because he's been all like, Muslim, he's not giving up Mexican kids, which is, next month. Give me the female kids, he turns on boxes, all boxes, 35. Watch what the turns all boxes. It's a day with like, you watch that, if you're UFC fan, we need shades. Get shades. Alright, good. I'm gonna go home and watch that right this.
Now, Duplessis and I personally, I'm always rooting for us. I'm always wanting him to find a win. All Duplessis drives me nuts. His fighting style drives me nuts. I just find it clumsy. It's ugly. He gets things on the top, but it's just it's like he kicks. His kicks are awful. His punches. It's like he looks slow. When he kicks, I'm like, oh God, I just don't like looking at it, right? It's not anything, but he's goddamn effective. He's so good.
It's tough. For tomorrow, it's just like, and not only an 85, but you're fighting this guy's at 85 and 205. So, on the weight class, you're fighting that was something you get to see, right? People, 20 pounds at least. Nobody stepped in that. And just, so why don't you just sit and trade with this huge man at 85? Oh, did you give me up in 5 minutes? Wait. I'd love to know that you have trouble with somebody with stuff. And maybe their game plan was to wrestle, just wasn't hard to problem. But the game plan was to sit and trade with Davey.
I think Usman shot it and he just he was like, "There's nothing to be done here. This is not. I can't go shop. It's too expensive."
Gotta see the can't shoot from the outside. Like he's not like a humper to shoot it off route level. Yeah, he has to get on the inside and get on the inside, get those big punches. I'm also saying that's like it's not washed. I'll tell you that. He's one of the greatest. Well, no, it can be a great one. He's at 85. He's the greatest. He seemed slow. Also, just that they were like just like Connor is a 155 pounder. Correct. Come on, but I don't. Again, my takeaway was that the DP did his thing. Come on, let's do something like that. We could do something with a 70. Muhammad at 70. JTM at 70. Do something. We can't be that. Yeah. I think he puts up a better showing from they does DDP. And I'm not playing with that. I'd love to see 25. I'd love to see that feature. And then I say, why? Because he, he just doesn't. If you have JDM, then we're going to do a guess. They give him JDM, he beats him, and it's on my head. Because they weren't thinking about doing it before it went up 85. They're thinking about getting a contract. He's gonna stand it back. His hand. I'll tell you what, 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he has hand. What do we say? How old is Charles now? He's every 5 years. He's 60. Listen, it's Monday. He's 39. It's Monday. I got all of that. Steak. July 20th, 2021. By the way, 2021, yeah, 20. He's time machine. You don't have one. Are you using one? There's not one. There's not? No. You're fucking drunk, right? So I'm just saying, it's a time machine. That fight's not close. It's but you're talking about the pound for pound. I was talking about that guy. I don't know what the bag is either, but still, I gotta keep it pretty clean. My only thing is that's what I don't think is. How's it? Well, my only thing is that it's strike. Well, no. Now hold on. As long as it is 55 or not a 55, there is a 55er, but there's a like a spot. And it's like his cardio, his hands.
Hey, I just wonder about you. How you looking at that? Oh, Tony. How you doing, big dog? I'm thinking about you.
I'm doing okay. I will be back at my house. My father last chance. Last chance. Wait,
Okay, what do you mean?
and I want to try again. For my father.
Okay, that's good. That's a smart move. How's work?
Yeah.
How's work?
Good.
So here's what I would do if I were you. I would say to him, Dad, I just started a job. You know this. I'm in day 2. I would like to pay you rent. So you tell me what you think is fair for rent, and I'll give it to you. And you can
I
accept.
have been said
What's that?
I was fired.
Shut up. What happened?
It happened like I was like programming with my schedule, so it's taking me time. They he thinks they thinks I was not speaking enough. I was
Did they tell you that today?
yes.
Okay, can you get your other job where you working temporarily?
Yeah,
Are they going to pay you for those 2 days you work?
yes.
Okay. Well, it happens. So what did they say to you? Were you late to work?
No. They said I was they said I can't be late because this is far away. It doesn't matter.
Or you were just slow when you were there?
Yes,
Okay, why were you slow?
because I have my scanner doesn't work. I couldn't stay, so I was near I got to school, so that they locked up.
I don't understand what you mean.
That scanner I have was loud,
You mean
was not good.
you mean you were not fast?
Scanner, scanner was doing functions. The scanner, not me.
The schedule had malfunctions.
Scanner, scanner, scanner.
Oh, the scanner had malfunction.
Yes, yes,
Did you tell them this?
yes,
Okay, so the scanner had malfunctions. So you were fast,
yes.
and the scanner had a malfunction. Can you explain to them, hey, the scanner had a malfunction? And they were like, you're fired?
Then they moved on. There was a little bit better, so I did what I need to do. And after that, they said to me, he's not going to work it out.
Okay, but you can get your other job back, or nights or whatever.
I hope so.
Did you contact them? Did you say, hey, I'd like to get that job again?
Tomorrow,
Why tomorrow?
because now it's like almost 10 p.m.
Okay. Are you going to ask your, where you spend the night tonight?
In my dad's house.
Is he going to let you?
Um,
Okay. He said you had to get out.
yes, I'm not positive.
Okay. So are you at home?
I am in front door.
Okay. You go talk to him and then let me know what happened. Okay? It's okay. It's okay. You'll get your job back. Your other job. No big deal.
I'm very stupid.
Don't feel stupid. You have nowhere to go. You have nowhere to go.
He wins
He doesn't
like
like
I would.
vet him if you need to vet him. And then let me know because you're going to need support. Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I
See,
I have taken care for next week. I have the also police on main city.
to be a police officer,
Boss of police.
you're not going to be the boss of police.
No, I interview.
To be what?
I don't job interview, podcast interview.
Oh, podcasting. Oh, that's a big thing. Okay. Okay, but let's not worry about podcasting. That's really cool. So let's not worry about that right now. Go beg your dad while he's still awake, and then let me know what happens. Okay?
I have my
Yeah, your grandma's a bitch. But wait, oh wait, let's just say this. I just said that to make you laugh. She has dementia. She can't control it. But that woman sucks.
yeah.
Will she mean to you?
First call.
Whatever. All right, go win your dad over. Come on. And then come back in here and let me know how it went. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
Talk to you soon.
God
Bye.
willing. Right. Tell me.
No doubt. That's how. These guys are great. I'm asking you. You don't. We did. Both of these things. You don't want these things. Just what you like 39 right now. They're not. Just one of the all-time greats. One of the all-time greats. Yeah, there's life. JDM.
Help. Let's say for him. He's picked up for how much? He should be all right. What is he? He was not making a fiver. So he's gonna have to make fiver. Those really clubs on my social 230. I think 35 is going to be 35 are big. It's really big. Michael's a big guy. Big. That's how it's shift gears.
They'd say, Chris and the boys.
Yeah.
Friday, in Austin at Ways to Win.
Saul Shader.
Yeah. I can't give the exact details on what Nick Sick told me. Yes. I'll tell you off there. You're going to love it. It's juicy. It's juicy. Oh, it's fun.
Now, I want to shift gears. Did you see?
I'll say this. After Sweeky went to him, I would never do.
You've never been on street again. I've never been to Gas Street again. And just wait, oh, you're gonna love me now. I can't wait to get this now. You're gonna love me now. Because coming back there, I want you to wait a minute. Ask you a question. Did you watch my boy Cody Chaos Covington? Five young point. We saw wrestler stuff. Arlington. Okay. So those he was in like clubs, like dismantle. He played the game. Oh, but it's gonna be something different. It's like a style.
Really? Like those huge points taking the back versus stuff like that. Yeah. Folk wrestling. That's what he does. Like he was an All-American at Oregon State. He's always no joke. Like Oregon doesn't have an extensive background.
That's interesting. And because Armin also she's a gold medalist in the Olympics. So all of these, like he's in the Olympics. I've heard people say it. His wrestling.
No one's ever said that around me. Ever. So can you tell me? Right?
Stand around you at the one time I'm talking about, right?
You guys talk about the Olympic dreams.
Yeah, when that conversation goes. Because it's not a fucking conversation. You shut it down just like that. Oh, I won't even dare. You know what I would do? I would leave the talking. I go, but Armand's wrestling is supposed to be tough.
Oh, you guys what are you going to start taking on for like I said, usually rich. This is for casuals. And it would really well. And I'm going to leave now before I get upset. Now, tune in for the breakdown on Ram Central. Learn something about the goddamn sport. Talking back here. It's getting over. It's such a stupid thing, right? It's so bad.
No, listen, Armand gave it.
I asked him the same question on Monday's show.
I had Olympians too.
Do you guys have a time machine? Do you have a time machine? Now, this is a good argument because we can go back when he was 2, he started wrestling like those Olympians did, and he would probably be an Olympian. You don't have one either.
Hold on.
Now, this is tough. So hard. You guys don't have a time machine, just like Cal does. No, we don't. So we gotta go back to rules, and we love it. That's good. If you consider a business idea, Shopify makes it easy to make happen. You need to start selling and ready from day one, from the jump. Open your first customer page, Shopify checks out, helps them finish the purchase, and they come back. Their details already saved one time, and then for you, done. Because Shopify handles the setup and checkout. You have more time to focus on growing your business and the tools to do it. Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide, from household names like Mattel, Jimmy, to small businesses just getting started. With Shopify, nothing stands between your idea and real business. So make it one. Cha-ching! Start your free trial today at shopify.com/fighter. That's your free trial at shopify.com/fighter. I don't want you to get afraid of what you're going to do in the jungle. And in fact, The ones on the bring the black Cayman right now. We're talking about heavy on the black. Yeah, bring the black Cayman. Take a look at the last fuck shape. Look at that thing right there. Watch, look at it. You're talking about take the black Cayman, dude. That's how we add $100. That's how we get it. Somehow it's pretty much an alligator. Well, Cayman's not an alligator about it. Well, it's all the same. You crocodile species, they don't fucking rules. They go up crocodile. What's that first crocodile? Then you have to be saltwater and they can do alligators. And the crocodiles are probably alligators. Oh, yeah. I guess especially in Florida. You ever seen like a crocodile? Crocodiles will kill you. So the most notable difference is the location. Alligators are only native to the eastern United States. I didn't know that. They can't see. Kings are found in Central South America, such as the Amazon size, which are relatively small, rated from 3 to 8 feet long. Yeah, mountains are much larger. Like Florida's got the biggest ones I've ever seen. Like alligators, oh yeah. Like you can play golf on the golf course out there, and they've done pretty fucking downtown golf course. They really aren't caribbees and jaws, and like Russian kings are fucking more aggressive. Here's what makes a crocodile that's a problem. They will sit, I've gotten them over once. They will sit and they will wait. And they'll literally put almost a month sometimes before they hit you. Sometimes I feel like I'm not going to get one. I'm not going to take it. But yeah, alligators are the best. They do a thing. Cool. That's like fucking pretty cool. Like you know, like a saltwater gun. They do. Horrifying. Giant skulls. Alligators are like dinosaurs. Yeah, man, they are. Look at them shoot camera. Look at that wide body getting on the left. Nice wide body gator. Yeah, Crocs scare me. Crocs are really fuck with you. I mean, dinosaurs, big gators. Sometimes you can. You gotta be annoying. Yeah. During mating season, they're pretty bad. I was talking and put her leg over her neck, grab it, hold her, and she was no arms and legs. To the game. Yeah. And then you come to small. People, when they're walking their dogs, sometimes they have to come up and grab the person. Yeah. Dog runs out of the way. Yeah, I try that up to the game, and then you get I like it. Yeah, Crocs. Yeah, just Crocs. Crocs will just actively not your foot. They get smart. They get fucking smart attack books. In Australia, we showed me what another people that I teach jiu-jitsu. And I shot him. Yeah, they're wrestling. Too old to be doing that. Too old to tape my tooth for that reason, by the way, but it's okay. Too old for skills. You're still going to these are the old, but I don't make it. I learned to count for 8 and he said, no, it's just based off. Yeah, you know, like my thing now. Yeah, no, like the was what you like to eat. Stop the thing. No, you don't just like one that you don't see something. Actually, yeah, that's good. Some people know to eat them. People to know that somebody up with this right grass. Yeah, that's not straight up. One die. Somebody was 15. He's hitchhiking. Got in a car and man picked him up. Put his hand on his thigh. I'm not saying that. Don't do that. Like by accident once. An accident though. Just got the moment of body. There's the open until 3 in the morning. So you can imagine we were pretty cooked up. And you didn't have to wear a shirt and flew at your highest, trying to get back home. And I'm saying the fucking thing, I'm just looking at each one Marie's tag. There's anything communicating for a minute. There's me and my shit with you for just a good citizen. I looked at my shit, he goes, yeah. So I was like, fuck. He's also here. Yeah. He's fine. He's a big boy. And we got some, we started getting close, and he goes, so where are we going? And I went, yeah, so we had this big one. He pulled over to our vehicle, and we're actually jumped up and down. Yeah. Just got out. Holy stuff on the first day. Where are we going? Let me get your hot take on Spain and Argentina. Yeah, and I'll wait another 4 years for you. I listen to the guys who are, soccer commentators, and he goes like this. You'd be like, it seems like whatever, because those guys are straight up like just doing crazy shit. Like cheating. It's part of the game, though. Like a lot of listen to these guys talk. They were like, that was way down pale. It was a shit. It was like, hey, you lost it. You know, Spain was an option. Did you see the guy who looked at you with a fucking Are you kidding me? They're going to say, here's who LeBron goes to. Yeah. Championships and all that. Well, there's that's how there's championships, but I'm rallying around. Yeah, yeah. America's people, not America. America's the only country that doesn't cost that much of a shit. Yeah, but world's a lot. watch cricket. Cricket's actually probably Americans are its Americans in cricket. No. So we don't. We had a team, and our team basically beat that which is the best team. And we all get to take paid time off. They all get work. They're not actually full-time professional athletes. Is it sports? Part-time local employees. It's 3.5 it's cricket. What? Yeah, cricket. That's crazy. That's what amazing. Yes. Not interesting to me. No, yes. I would never thought about Russia. Russia's it's great. It's here. I don't think it won Europe. That's why so many of the injuries and stuff they go out. Yeah, I think the Korean party, she was the best in the world. She just she was 30 and she just you're kind of emotional because you still have to know you're still just gonna get those in she hated it so much, just being pressure all the time. What's the agent to this where you're like this person is so big by the time that they said race she's still number 3 30 they were all replaced. They were all those special ones. Yeah, it was like when they become like they don't know what it's like it's they're still doing this. Really, because you get right now is the way they're hitting and with the speed and the way they're hitting mounts like it's just a bit more I feel like we should get it like I think those games go on for 3 days. That ball would never go under. Yeah. Wearing soccer itself is interesting. It's not just scoring goals, it's your touch. It's your touch. Where you play that's a touch, it's a feel. Like so Messi's so good. Putting the ball exactly where he's made for his career to get it in. So and also gotta give you credit for the sport. What do you mean? So many times where he got yeah, he just got brutal. Like the fact that at a certain point, DDP was. Yeah. Like judges give only the last one. The first round. Last round was when they would turn up until the last 45. That's what I was saying. I think he kind of beat up so bad that last round. I'm just like, oh, like, anyway. I think we can do this. Like, if you look at the like numbers, like, yeah, it's a lot. It's just like, I guess you get his big brother. It's just too much. Yeah, maybe. Did you see? We were talking about creating cultural content. You're a kid, right? So, he is a little bit. He is a little bit impressive. Wait, he's good. But it's like the world stage, right? Division. But I think that's good for people to realize that. But that's my whole thing with like, they're striking like Justin class class. Yeah, this looks like all American versus.
His wrestling was strong. Why? Because he gave Makachev a hard time. So we think that he says the problem to solve is that wrestling, right? And that's why he's like one of those guys who's really good at wrestling.
Sometimes see which because what he was it would be so much worse with how they would do it. Kyle Day could do it's Kyle Day it's hard for him to use in sometimes I have more interest in watching fucking because Jordan Burroughs is just not make them. Wow, this is when he wrestled. Somebody's waiting here. Burroughs at 50 pounds. He's 300 pounds. Burroughs versus Brady is like, it's okay. Damn, Burroughs. All right. Fuck. Yeah. That's a huge size. Shot. There's no way. Have you seen what Jordan Burroughs does to people with that blend stuff? It's probably not his life. That's not. No, it's first level. I appreciate it. First
Two-time. Let me go on. 61 champion. I think I'm sure when I call him Jordan Burroughs, he's like, yeah. Well, you know, this sounds like to me. This sounds like they just want to get Jordan a lot. Yeah, so they just want to just put him with the name that Jordan knew off the bat. Is he comes from a wrestling? He was a wrestler. That's not. That doesn't make Pennsylvania wrestling. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, college wrestling. Go break your legs. We all know my team are just sad. I was always right up with my team, so to make my team. I said I heard about Lorenco. But you going to do that match, you make your teeth stronger. Every time you use it, I said, say, it is better for you. Chewing up and using the same mineral your teeth are made of just for daily and animal health. I can't tell you how bad I need this, man. Marine still uses it as the gun. Does your boy need that? I need my teeth to really up their game, man. I used to live through it, but I can't now. So I'm making a Lorraine taking it time, man. It feels good to notice. Making my teeth stronger. So don't wait up for those ways to make sure you're taking the best care of your teeth possible. Right now, Lorraine is offering you guys up to 50% off at Buy Lorraine. That's LARINE.com/FATK. That's Buy Lorraine. Lorraine is LARINE.com/FATK for 50% off. Please buy these. Why are you not putting it against Jordan? That's a name that Jordan is going to just eat. They get the eyeballs from the MMA community. So if the MMA community goes on, Sean Brady Owens versus who's this guy? And then they watch Jordan Burroughs. Jaws. Yeah, I'm like, oh, that was dope. Wow. I'm set up Burroughs versus me. That's what you want. How Brady doesn't even
have research. State. There's a world of difference from being on the Oklahoma State wrestling team and a Olympic. And I was watching that back in my mom's, he was a medalist, and like, it kind of looks great. One thing, it's their transitions. It's their, like, it's like water. You grab them and they're just gone. There's nothing. There's nothing. Oh, I want to go to Jordan Brooks. And easy just left in his face. I think he's opposite like that. Some said that. Well, I'm already. Now, if it was, in a case of issue coming in submission grappling, we got a problem. Because I've seen, but it's not. Sorry, I think I'll just start to come up. And so the same progression is finally starting to I'm actually looking forward to wrestling. Great. There's stuff more not the big UFCs, but like the finals. They're all listen, that was a good fight. It was so fun. I'm not doing this. It's not enemies. And just realized it's a wrestler. So it's Makachev. Guy did it. His office angle. Train with strict Russian. That's the Russian thing too. It doesn't. Why? It's not competing. Just train like let's go to your level. That matters. There's no focus on fight. Also, come up with that company. So, yeah. Some championships. If you watch it's a team, right? It's not so they have a lot of leg locks, but it's just comprehensive. It's like combo these guys like from Salo. Okay, so you can't. How nice was it? Like at like 4 in the morning. I was like watching first just gets a lot. It just shows you just let's talk about it sometime. Watch it. How that goes. I said the Nazi. That's it. I'm a shame. The guy versus the machine. That's right. Here is the quiet. Who else is never able? Still does not argue with the machine. Such a obvious so how do I know yourself without your friends? Exactly. Because he went down and all his friends stopped. Right. Up and down. They let the big truck off. Never stops. He just got knocked down on his feet. It was like a mortal combat victory. Yeah. That's how that goes all the time. I can't it's right after someone was over another finger and just clocked him on the side of the mouth. Yes, that's not. That's the problem with it. If you notice, it's not kind of he gets caught kind of like no, they let the big dude just start going on it. You know what? Wrestling crowd tastes like it wasn't too United States wrestling. Let small dude up. But he just got through and fell. Yeah, so this is in Houston. Some stuff is good to see. Destroyed. I'm now a real boxer. Young super. He's just getting still. Yeah. He's in the bathroom. I think the kid was but this little kid is really nervous with his punches. Just like here. He was like, and it just grabbed him on the body. It just spiked him. The kid was out there. There is an attempt. Those are problems. A lot of people with their head. You're getting you're getting smart. Martin was like, I'm 260. I never. You can't fight. Yeah, he's going to get behind you. He's got something. He's going to do whatever he wants. He's going to get you. It's like for us, it's a hobby. Who got Deborah's up. It's 290 pounds. 6 foot 6. Crazy strong. And for us, just go what's called an ankle. Yeah. Did you see Mike Goose inside? He's such a really big dude. Like in a run. I thought he was and anybody like want to see how long he lasts. How do you think he lasted 30 seconds before DJ had him in a triangle from the top? Yeah, inverted triangle. But a few YouTube got tapped out to one of the greatest. That's really great. If it was just the guy from it's just what they do. Yeah, it's like this man's right to get out shot by a professional sniper. Yeah, throw them out. I guess no technique is right. nobody. I think it's really good as a man to go into a room if you've never trained before, whether it's a wrestling room or jiu-jitsu or boxing, and just get humbled. So over your ego. I've done it with boxing. I've done it with jiu-jitsu. I've done it with wrestling. It's just a different thing. You don't treat it with wrestling back in the day where you're like going against school and you look like 35. I went to Dan People's wrestling, and I would wrestle every summer. So, dude, when you go to Dan People's wrestling camp, you get these kids from all over these small wrestling their whole life. And enjoy that shit. Enjoy that shit. Yeah. But then I mean, we wrestle with them. We're something that's just like, you know, talk wrestling. I was like, oh my lord. But when you wrestle, you know that. You know where you are. It's a sports about that. It's amazing. All sports. All sports. Yeah. When you first started, was there ever something where you're like, shit, that whole thing? When you first started training? Boxers. Yeah. You know, I mean, yeah, but it's like, Mr. Harold Williams, and it was a little bit, and you're like, why is that? But you're like, all right, if it was a real thing, sure, use that. Well, I try to push off, you know, get smaller wrestlers, shoot to the courts, you know, like 20 or something like that, but it's all sports. All sports. You know, especially, drafts get humbled super fast. These kids from county. Yeah. Really, there's monsters out there. Sure. Once they go against kids from Pennsylvania, when they go against kids from New Jersey, and those kids are going to be humbled. So, yeah. But then sometimes it's a monster. It's tough to find someone to do. It's good. You learn how tough you're not, and also how tough you are. If you do work, pretty soon you're way better than you were, and you're beating this year. Wrestlers in the off season, which I'm sure your kids are going to see when they get older. But I'm going to camps outside of Texas, like going through, it's not equals anymore, but they basically and took away, I forgot the name of the camp, but it's basically sealed, you know, and then there's up to a couple different in Pennsylvania, just like a junior high school, and going from being like ranked and then going just getting destroyed by unranked people here with all was great. Because then you go back onto that against people, and it was your wrestling school. Yes. That's fine. Cancer stuff. Baseball, football, like the LSU camp, big scam. That's when coaches get noticed. You know. What's your, for them, what's your, where you want them to go? Is there one yet? Don't decide to at least freshman high school. Maybe it's hard to want, but I thought they were. I would hold it. You don't want to stick with a specific school at least freshman. The problem is, like, you're so competitive, you gotta be a super volleyball and baseball, two sports. So good. Really, those can't be a baseball. Don't go hand in hand with athletic ones. That's why it's good, because you're sports, right? Yeah. But also, if you want to take football seriously, your son's going to be tall, guaranteed. But they're going to throw football also with that, which is not good when it comes to baseball. Your parents, you want your arm like a baseball, you want your arms to stay up. Parents, it's not great. Look at that now. Younger, I can go ball. And what is it like now? It's actually good. With the trade stuff, like, those days, you must go get baseball players. Like, you're not just going to go must get. That's pretty much it. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, like that. Yeah, it's a giant picture. You know, so it's like they just get real athletes that will be 75. Yeah. And then this guy who was a catcher of something. He's a pitcher. He's a pitcher. I met him. He's probably 6'2", 6'3", 250. He just took 7 pounds off the ground. He just did it. Tyler O'Neill's going 6'7", so Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge. Tyler O'Neill plays 5 across that big. He's the footballs where he's going to get runs. He used to be. But now he's so good. It's like watching, like, did you see the Emmett Robot flicks? That's what it looks like watching. These guys are pretty rock. You guys didn't see that? China made that the first robot MMA fight. No, I'd like to. I'd like to see that. Oh, yes. For me too. I just want to see where you're going to get all the fall down. These are going to be like, it's almost there. It's all right. It's work. Oh, boy. This is fucking hilarious. That's the most. Sounds. No, what they're saying is that we're already in the matrix. Like, we started that way, and then we're this. So when you watch the UFC, you're watching the advanced version of that. I just don't like it. Down here too many times. But what I'm saying is that those machines, like, we're producing machines. We're doing this. So this has been going on from the beginning. It's so fucking weird to me. So you know how we're making better machines with AI, right? And we're making robots. And so you just saw that in 10, 20 years. Those robots are going to be amazing. They're going to kill you, right? Scan up one, right? That you and I may already be an advanced version of that. And we're helping as these robots, these really advanced robots, are doing this. They're making better versions of us. So we are the most advanced version right now. Theoretical mathematicians just say we're already on the highest version of this. So you're saying that, like, we're creating this and they can create something even better than that? Yes, we are. So we will have in 20 years, whatever it is, and time, of course, is just, it's not time, you know, it's what I like to do, 2 million robots. So in 20 years, whatever, we will have versions of ourselves that do everything physically and everything else now. Will they have consciousness? That's the question. What is consciousness? And there's also another one that very well creating the mind. Basically, just there's the machines already have. Already have. They don't like intellectual. Are you a fan of that? Do you know much about it? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what to say about it yet. I don't even know. When I hear mathematicians tell me that this is already in the simulation, I go, it's to that crazy people that say you cannot locate yourself. You don't know what. If you think about this consciousness that we witness, this avatar going through all these things, basically emotionally and mentally. Who is that? Who is that? What is the consciousness? Where is the person watching you from? What is that? So you have a self. We both have wills. Technically, in this cubic space. That's the avatar. This shit blows my mind. It's like, it starts to mention the words. I want you to do though. You want to hear blues, but people who are paralyzed, usage of their limbs back. So I have a friend that when I was in high school, he ended up having cheap head falling in his head, and you're down. It's amazing athlete, amazing person, but it's just like and that injury really destroyed her. And that's what you want. You want to figure out the Yamanaka factor. That's the crazy shit. You just stem cells eyes. They're doing it.
I found that most black people aren't completely. They don't just see black. It's not like them.
Yeah, they see light. That's why they don't take your eyes out. They just take your eyes out. Infections. Problem taking your eyes out is the cones in your eyes regulate your circadian rhythm. So when you look at light, it tells you when it's time to go to bed and when it's. So you need to be able to gauge light in dark. Otherwise, it's just a short video where you cured 50 people. Yeah, people got mad. He's awesome. He cured 50 people. No, it was. No, he's just. Something going on there. I can't put my finger. You don't like. I don't know what. I'm just like I see him. I like skip that one. Yeah. I don't know why, but they're great. I don't know what. I don't know why I agree with you, but I that way. There's great things. I don't know why. There's I don't know what it is. I don't know, man. Where it's basically like anything that comes close to you makes you feel uncomfortable. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. The reason we don't talk about fighting, okay, we talk about sports, you know what I'm talking about? Why don't we just have a conversation about levels? The reason is because we all try hard to be good at something. When you see excellence, when you see real excellence, things like dedication, learning how to talk to yourself, behaviors, talent, it somehow gives us very intrigued because we respect it, because it's something that we brings out the best in humans. There's another side of it where some people are really good at manipulating an algorithm. They're really good at creating a popular, good at creating something where the eye goes to. It could be Paris Hilton. It could be whatever. You do a lot of stuff. And then we'll go out and do sweet games. I'm going to give away this much money. And everyone's like, yeah. That is somehow is void of inspiring. It's not inspiring. It's void of the things that we really like, which is when you watch a great cop, you watch like Bill Burr, you go, that dude, like how he wrote, we're always trying for something. When you see spectacle, when you see somebody who's very good at getting up minutes to turn on that, and they make a lot of money doing it, getting the money away is not good. Getting the money. Yeah, sure. So it becomes this treatment. Yeah, and I'm not saying he's a bad person. I don't know if he's bad or he's good. Good person. Also, it's like every he does get some whatever. Is that just that? I think there's some conflict too. Oh, like there's some weird dudes that are with YouTube shit. If he's ever done 25 million my first video, like what? Wait, it's like we act like he was straight up on this. That took like a decade of sailing. It's almost like you just said it. I think it's because you're inspired by it. Get inspired by it. You're 5 years. Oh, that's way back. What's up, guys? It's currently October 4th, 2015. Yes, I'm feeling freaking drunk, man. When you see this, I'm still in right now. And when you see this, I'm actually going to be in I'm not even make up. This is a big one. It's great. He's a kid. He's probably feeling awkward. He's probably not doing sports. you're saying. That's kind of what he did, basically. What he explained when he would YouTube, where he's like, it was just every day I tell you what was wrong, what did wrong. You know, changing on that. Like, yeah, it's not really a talent that, like, I look at it as like, wow, that's a talent. But he doesn't knock for career for getting to a thumb. Well, yeah, he's crushing it. But I, you know, of course, I'm really staff. I want to be my great life things. I want to be able to get my battery check while I'm in my car. I want to be able to wipe the washer and recharge it. Like auto parts, stupid Tesla on the road. Alright? O'Reilly Auto Parts offers really helpful service and parts knowledge you need for maintenance and repairs no matter what piece of truck you're driving. They got you covered, man. So when you got expert for the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts, it's all super friendly. Alright? What's up? Auto do it yourself. You can find it in store online. So by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. At O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. Hello and welcome to Moto. If you know the name of the movie you're going to see, just stream it for free on Moto TV. Blockbuster favorites are laughing all summer long. And Anchorman, the legend of Ron Burgundy. Fantastic. The Make-It Trilogy. Real. Titanic. So much more. For sometimes, trust nothing. They're free 24/7. Moto TV. Stream now.
Have you ever thought, birds, beaches, sea, dramatic readings?
Services of Trader Joe's to games.
You won't believe the things people read. Caves don't have Wi-Fi.
Like everything, there's good, there's no. It just feels like we're going, watching there's a show called Walgreens, and my girl, basically like couples go on a show, and one person in a relationship wants to be married, the other one doesn't, so they do a trial breakup, and then 8 other people on the show and look at that person, and this is ultimatum. And there's one kid on the show that every time he had like a problem, he would go and actually talk to ChatGPT. He goes, how can I talk to my girlfriend about this stuff? And it showed me like how to point out where people actually know how to conversate or how to, because he's actually talking to his girlfriend. Like ChatGPT, he goes, how else do you feel? It's like, and in a way that like he sounded so melodic that I'm like, it's kind of fucking freaky. Well, my son that Ford discovered on vacation, and he was asking her all the questions. And Alexa was to my son, like, did such a good job. And we were like, we gotta get away from this. Where now it sounds like that green matter in your brain that makes you a social creature. You starts to shrink it. You're just like, you're just another fucking. You're no different. Like, you're talking like anything. You're answering questions that way, which is not good for a human to human relationship at all. I just feel like this too. Like, hey, I was great about the answers, but it's not, we're not necessarily, you can't live on just answers. It's not, you know, the thing that I was saying, you can have all the information, but you're not getting closer to the truth. You know, it's like, okay. This guy was dating this girl, his girlfriend for 4 years, and at one point in one dating her, and I was like, what kind of fucking robot is after 3 years? What's fun and shit? What do you like to do? How about us? She went, talk to me like a human. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what it is. like in the future, I'm not going to be doing this. I'm doing this all the time. So again, I'm going to stop using that in real life. Make sure I tell you. I see it too with like married couples where they talk to their kids like, yeah, oh, see my kids is like, oh, so I see my wife too. So it's like, I love you. And when I see people go, yeah, click, I'm like, that's not bad. And to your point, I think that's because of tax, because of when they start coming up, like, I mean, without saying that, they're calling like, the fuck? I'm like, what happened? You did like, it's so weird to me. Our kids, well, just let me show you so she can kill us. I'm like, we'll see this whole fucking individual. Like I said, that's 74,000 tickets. That's so fucking cool. So cool. 76,000 tickets.
Muhammad Ali. This is like 77 meals in there. Usually these type of crowds are for an absolute spectacle. And the fact that she knows this comedy has risen to that level is fucking insane.
I like to show up to my shows with at least the amount of people that ever show up to comedy shows. It's so crazy. It's wild. It's infrastructure shit. That's right. It's the Guinness Book of World Records shows up to your comedy show. It's fucking crazy. It's just my great person. Tell her my kids were you to be this weekend. That too. These kids are driving right there. Laugh out loud. Friday, Saturday. It's time to go to submission. Yeah, it's an easy one. Yeah, that's an easy one. And then I'm in Ghana. Month. Friday and Saturday is doing really well. I really Thursday one. Yeah, everything's looking good, but like Thursday's a little late. I'm like, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, it's 5K. We're out. Yes. Use my name. When you sign up, you gotta pay. That's what's up. I don't know the couple letters, but they never pay. And not that it's all about money, but that it's gonna turn you out. Whoever is 20 when you see your license, it takes things like that. Where you gotta talk to yourself. Years, all that. It's somehow, it's this very respect because this is something that we okay. And there's another so it's not creating a popular something. That's what's really cool. I just
expect everything you do on your smartphone. Big tech is more powerful than most countries are, and they profit by splitting your personal data. It's a layer of protection. Online activity releases to each other. That's when we use Express VPN. I use it for absolutely everything. I never browse the internet without it. I love ExpressVPN. It makes me feel there's an additional layer of security. It's dangerous files, no people. We live in a quicker handle. And I don't know what I have it on my phone. Sadly, and it's trying to data mine. And when you run to the devices, to ideas, something that you can use the first so for it's can be harder to trace without advertisers. Express VPN also to keep these on your network. That's why Express VPN is number one by Steven Empire and radar and seconds. What's about how easy it is to use? Yeah, but it's all so stop handing over your personal data to the big tech monopoly or information. Protect yourself. We trust us online. Visit expressvpn.com/community. That's expressvpn.com/KILLTONY. Free extra months free. expressvpn.com/Delta right now to learn more. Hey y'all, contributing for headlines, several industries are hiring including e-commerce, surprisingly hospitality. It's one of the most business industry the other service positions, managerial positions, and back office operations positions. You need to hire qualified candidates ASAP for any of these industries or any other industry you magic technology and find the qualified candidates looking for your job. It's training on tour, AllieMcCoffee.com for tickets. San Diego, for Sacramento and Dania Beach. Thanks for having me. Yeah. What do you want? A veteran of the game. And years. Started with.
So you say you're a pimp. It's not in your profile. It was just kind of it's a little forward. Morning. Rabbi is a pimp. Yeah. It says warning. Rabbi is a pimp. Yeah.
Tony brought to you by the Blaster. Austin security guards for the best security guards in the world. How about a hand for the best in all of the land? Tony, everybody. Your 2023 goals with Factor. Get America's #1 ready to and start saving time, eating all and living your best year. Absolutely super easy, tastes amazing, it comes straight to my door. It's fresh, never frozen, it's ready in just 2 minutes. So all I do is enjoy. You know, I'm a busy guy, so this stuff is priceless. Your lifestyle, Factor's delicious flavor packed meals to help you live up to the full resource. Routine plus options on the menu each week, but approved by diet. Each meal has all of the ingredients you need to be satisfied all day long. Calorie smart.
What up, baby?
Seriously, when that was one of the hardest things trying to find keto food.
Are you there?
Food. Do it. Dietitian approved weekly options. There's always something new to try. Plus, you can figure out your replenish your snack supply with an assortment of 36 sweet smoothies, juices, and more satisfying add-ons. Want to cut back on takeout? Get Factor instead. Not only is Factor cheaper than takeout, but meals are ready faster than restaurant delivery in just 2 minutes. Get Factor and enjoy clean eating without the hassle. Simply choose your meals and enjoy fresh flavor-packed meals delivered to your door for just 2 minutes. No prep, no mess. No mess. Head to factormeals.com/KillTony50 and use code KillTony50 to get, wait, 50% off your first box. That's code KillTony50 at factormeals.com/KillTony50 to get 50% off your first box of food. One last time, factormeals.com/KillTony50. Get healthier, be smart, do it fast with Factor at factormeals.com/KillTony50. Biggest clouds, the coldest smoke, the smoothest experience. If you enjoy smoking a good smoke or CBD, but then you can check out today's spots. Freeze Fight. Freeze Fight makes a unique line of freezable bubblers, bombs, and more engineered to cool smoke by over 300 degrees. Freeze Fight is your answer for the stupidest way to light up. I gotta tell you, I've been doing a lot of yoga lately and a lot of cardio. I think I'm in the best shape of my entire life. And glycerin chamber that come on in repeats. Pop one of these in the freezer for 1 hour, and if you smoke, it passes through the icing chamber and instantly cools it down for a dramatically smooth and chilly toast. Glycerin is a non-toxic fatty gel commonly found in food and sweeteners. It freezes quicker than water and stays frozen longer. Putting ice in your mug is one thing, but chilling smoke through a frozen glycerin chamber will change the light of food.
With a 4.4-star rating and thousands of reviews, check out Freeze Pipes and try them out in a high-quality glass at thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off your order. That's thefreezepipe.com and use code TONY for 10% off. Shop today. Your throat and lungs will thank you. Bring it in with your tight show on. This is just one of those weeks where you just can't believe it. 3 paid regulars, 3 unbelievably great comedians of modern time, of all time, 3, all at the same goddamn time. Unbelievable. How excited I am. 3 of my favorites make for noise from Whoopi Johnson, Jim Florentine, and Andy Picasso. Wow. Saturday Night Live. Worked in the comedy store together for a decade and a half ago. She is now one of the stars, truly, of Saturday Night Live. You would not believe what I have seen at the bar, the comedy store, really in the front patio. We would get drunk as fuck and talk about how maybe one day we would be fucking sell leather to done this show before. Jim and his podcast, everybody's off. Everywhere you Jim, listening to you. So it's like a little kid listening to Howard Stern and fucking however long that was. It was a long time ago. Oh, you know who it was, man. I'm pretty sure. This is my first time doing the television. Oh,
again. Crazy part is that Hans, how do you feel? I feel amazing as always. Another blessed day in the life of Choice Tutelage. I don't know if I can tell you, but thank you is what I'm trying to say. We're going crazy. Anything crazy happened in Hawaii? What's the world? Something perfect. Tell me. Set some blocks. It's just amazing. The whole time, what you make a museum, like something awesome. It's like we're at Maine, and we thought it was in Japan. It's your guys' first vaccine concept. It's true. Get real fucking stream of that's at least wait for that on this soon. I bet you're let's go. Jim Flory. I saw open arena with and I never I know like 20,000 people. I was people just being comfortable up there. And your jokes are still like you said, amazing. He's not going to be on network TV. That's what I love about him. Texas, stop. What's happening? Thoughts on the Green Lights? I don't know. We love you. It's so cool to send us. We love watching you grow. It's very, very, very hard to write and perform and commit every week. Thank you. That was on skin. That was on skin. So look at you. You can do some crazy shit. I promise you anything you do. We're going to start off with Shane Bianchi. Cheyenne, perhaps Bianchi. If you're ready, is any indication of what we're in for? So nothing is one. Shane, Scream, Celine, Shireen, Shane Bianchi. So yeah, like when I did that, I never get worried. Yeah, I did some embarrassing. I was just worried. I just don't talk about it. For you, I did. That's what I did. Like, found out
It's a polite area. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, almost like Danny Mackles one of us did the story. Yeah, because he's weird and socially awkward, that means he's doing a good
Yeah, absolutely. Punky. What do you think?
really funny. Instead of plus like super simple, furnished to me, and you have of course, and also she's
Like a grounding performing, or is it just like you have to stand up and you do music or stuff?
no.
What else other than driving? Like if they're a hobby that you're passionate about or something, stand up.
I hope you fucking weirdo.
Going out.
Cody's Tony,
Here he goes, everybody. Straight out of the looks like a gym. We love reading movies. A lot of sign-ups lately. You guys having fun with it? Feel awesome. Drink up. One time for hey, y'all. Y'all. Well, so this has to be what your first time doing stand up, right? Okay. First of all, you have to who's the joke of all time HBO joke. I have been born 16, 17 years old. Just can't imagine how long sorry to be crazy. 5 years. Probably out for 5 years. I continue with what so I'm pretty sure that predates even HBO. It's when you were doing the HBO. Columbia. So you've been doing stand up for 3 weeks. Some old ass fucking bullshit like joke right now. You joke about great actors. So let's talk about what you actually could be talking about. Talk about something like your perspective on what it is. Let's start there. Look. I don't want to work tonight. I hope the fucking mom wants to work. Okay. Very good. I work what is going on here tonight? This is special Halloween episode. Someone framed me right now. I work in a cemetery. Okay. Maybe you want to stay with that changes everything. Stay. It's a totally different type of cemetery. Everybody's alive. Gentlemen, broken is here. So, what do you think about this? What is happening? John is giving us a little bit of stuff. I think music. You know the fucking song. Music. Oh shit! This sounds like a nice little remix. Okay. Fine art. How old are you? Special for first or something. 44. What do you do? You have a this is where you would start finding out. Other than right, you don't bitch. That's one more thing. Your entire 40 years on planet Earth. You can't say anything, right? I fucking ice cream shop. When they open the IROC, ice cream.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I'll give up here and talk about related to scene, and then we'll be like, oh, that was funny, or we'll be like, fuck, you did it again. Okay. Tony really tried. I want to say much, okay? Be supportive because we've been shitting on you. Yes, Lord. I want you to pet your parents. Say a lot of funny stuff, but you're not like, that can make it funny. Don't know about that, so you decide you put your don't make stuff like funny. You make no victories. I ain't gonna that is hilarious. Make stuff. Yeah, tell us the true story. Yeah. I want you to work on believing in yourself because you got a lot of people that you don't believe in money, but if you don't work on it, you don't be crazy. I don't think you have money at all. At all. Still over here looking up jokes about ice and scream and shit like that. He kind of reminds me of some of the friends on the river. You love it. You what's your sex like? You gay? Okay, you can say, yeah, you're just yourself. Right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the service of. No, ladies and gentlemen, there was the Kilts debut. Philip, Philip. All right. What do we got? Absolute it is everybody. hardcovers.
I got that white one dressed like
See, now you want me to be go pretty.
Expo.
Alright, you have to say for the rules to be set in the second order. Alright, let's get that show back. Come on, he you with me that time. Let's go, motherfucker. What's up? So, nigga, that's my real life. What's up? I started calling them up and you motherfuckers in the bathroom. Alright? You ain't cut. Absolutely, I completely decide to be a lesbian.
I told him he trigger for
Time is never. I just hope for each time it reminded me of the next fuck.
For that, we probably have to lose a couple pounds. Grand Theft Auto. Forget about standing, go fucking sit up.
4 years. He started a year before me, so I got to watch him do it for a little while.
And you're like, shit, he can do it.
Right.
So you guys go out sometimes and do it together.
Yeah, we would do it together. Shows together in Rochester. Anywhere.
Is that where you live?
Probably I go to a couple months ago.
Congratulations. You're doing it in Austin for 2 months. What do you love about Austin? Father follow you here?
No, he's gonna visit soon though. He's been here. Austin's very good. Just like the fact that I actually do probably more than twice a week. Like Rochester.
Yeah, upstate New York is out. We've said it many times on this show. It's truly one of the most depressing
Problems there used to get it.
I literally said it years ago that I would never go back down. Anyway, sometimes we'll swing like Buffalo. Deaf or is he? Like how do you stay so it's so fucking true. Everybody's 13. So what happens to me? Yeah, so you're always making death. Ever so into your that never came up in conversation. You never family of comedians. No one ever said Mercury. Somebody's gonna fucking acknowledge the awkwardness of the situation, right? There's no fucking up. Mercury's always been retro. You know what I mean? Like, some acknowledgement of the fact that fucking, you know, we're like, whatever. Sorry. In front of deaf people in front of you, I don't know what the code is. Do you get along with deaf people, or is that like a thing? Like, do they annoy you? Sometimes you guys are in the same line or the same parking spot or some shit. You got hired? Oh, fuck yeah. God, you're so nothing like this. So, what do you do for actual money? You're a felon?
Yeah.
Breaking into women's underwear stores? How do you feel? Like, there's like
Like you.
you were the only guy. Concert right now. You saw
Those things, you have, and it just sells itself.
really good sales. So how'd you get caught?
Was getting this email was like,
Sent all these.
no, he was getting it from China.
This is your dealer. Your dealer is getting it from China.
That's right. He was like the email encrypted, about what the whole
like, you're under arrest. I'd be like, I've been doing a sting operation on you guys. It seems like it would be believable. It seems like a very, very straight hero. I didn't think of it at the time. So I'm scared. Yeah, it wouldn't have worked at all.
So you can't get look at it, like they look at that record, you can tell like it was a wow.
Yeah, he's an international drug dealer. Yeah, there's no rewards for cruelty, right? There's basically heroin or anything else.
Might as well be, yeah.
Yeah, you can be a Lyft driver.
I'll try it. Yeah.
There you go. Is it recruiter?
And it's out here.
The Rochester special. Another living in a place where there's nothing to fucking do. It's blacked out. Fucking, you get right.
It was one of those days, you know, where you start thinking of one of these huge
And then some young dude broke your heart. I don't know why I said
following like the rules of the road, you know.
There you go. That's one way of putting it. Was there one specifically that you fucked up on?
It was funny because I didn't get caught by the police. So I got, I was like, I'm going to follow this guy, call the cops. Oh, shit.
You got citizens. Bro. You know you're true once the guy leaning out of his window.
Yeah, I was running from my house. He was running the car where I got to the car. I was like, what the fuck? And then he didn't say anything for like 30 seconds. Then he turned around and he was like, I'll just let them deal with it. And I was holding around the corner. And I was like, oh,
All right, Katie. Well, congratulations on getting on the show. Anything else? You guys, here you go. You want one? Sure, Jim, but. Golden ticket. For foreign here. He hasn't turned in on his golden ticket in forever. We met this young man in Seattle, Washington. I believe it was 5 or 6 years ago. Literally one of the very few golden ticket winners ever in the history of the show. He never lost. Didn't kill Tony, didn't you? Make some noise for Tom Royce, everybody. One more time for Tom Royce, everyone. Boston. Want to make sure that was a typo. It's a typo. Don't type. Wait on my mom because when I was a kid, she also like one of his parents to let her kids get gender reassessment surgery. But she did look for my Being imagine fucking microwave film.
She shaved it away. I went out.
She's fucking doing her fucking rounds at Costco right now. What's the wife up to? What is she doing? What does she do for work? Yeah, sure. I know, just like trying to think of what jokes. What does she do for work? She's a dietitian. I'm honestly quite shocked that Toddlers made it through the global pandemic. Supposedly, we were supposed to be so worried about it. We have guys that we have 700-pound guys that we haven't seen in 3 years. Like, yeah, I go to Vegas. What the? Fucking shit. They tried to shoot them out of the country for that shit. This guy's out here shaking his tits. Fucking 200 pounds. So I said, next meeting, Dave now, like everybody, Dave now, like, you know, like, how are you guys still going comedians do good on this show? Comedians do bad on this show. Very interesting. Dave now, one more time for Dave. One more time for Dave now. All night for that some chance to be here's Dave now.
It's been a while. Real talk. Tall redneck with a full beard. That's a story in itself. But it made me wonder, why is it too fucking hot? I always have people that say that it's kind of like asking your mom asked, you see that?
Well, you see, you're coming like fresh out of your force energies everywhere right now. Drinking all day, you're fucking like, oh shit, I don't know what's going on. You walk D Madness. Here right now. It's so interesting. This is one of your first times.
The first time.
First time. God for that. This day you fucking impressed. You want to start today? 49? You're 30. You're 30. Fucking. Are you fucking kidding me right now? Are you fucking Are you texting with me? The guy gave you this opportunity here. I mean, are you fucking serious, bro? Have you just been eating your hard work and continuously working on work tools? Like, create an option here. Like, just do whatever a glass of water do. White bread.
That's for some drugs, not drugs. Yes. Most of the money comes from the drugs.
Okay.
Cobra sold.
So what else? What do you do for fun? Like, what's your deal? You play music? What kind of music do you play? Like what? What do you mean all kinds of music? What's your main instrument? There must be one that ladies and gentlemen, well. Something that started a long time ago on this show. This man has a chance to work as a drummer on the #1 live podcast in the world. All he has to do is have a better drum solo than our resident drummer, Michael Gonzalez. If you're here with his drum solo, after his first time ever doing stand-up comedy, this is Dave Dowling. was close, man. For real. I thought I was like, oh shit, get right there. Shut the fuck up. I want to do my TV now. Shut up. Not as nearly as good as like check into the great Monkey John's over there. I don't want to say that. What is that? First of all, we should have percussion on your fucking shirt. You got percussion ring on his shirt. You do the heart shit. No comedy though, just like Mike, you playing that shit like something. Rest was somebody fucking you. Third arm pump. I'm saying that we didn't think about what your legs fucking wrong with. Man, you're gonna have the truck. Michael's gonna have the truck next to the thighs and the wings. What the fuck? You're running back to this house? Oh, yes. Still, okay, let's continue to your next meeting. The fucking goes by the name of Clint Parker, everyone. Sounded like it was a little from the comedy section. It's always the interesting side. Parker is next on Filming. Here he comes. Parker, everybody, here he is. Speaking of the 80s, Saturday nights, whacking off the Rothschild all night. Well, I'm working on it. So they're gig. All right. The reason I put on this show because sometimes I go through the text. Kill Tony. So think about Taylor Swift. My wife's in the kitchen. She's on her doing this. So she's supposed to be doing right. Parker, everybody. This is another very special. Goodness. Welcome to the full break. This is your first time doing stand up. Second, where's the first time? Easy open mic. I was the only one that. Okay. There's a guy that's been like 100 years. I know. I love it. Is that a? What is that? Yeah. It was actually blessed by her, and I think that's the reason that you called my name, dude. Right. Don't do that. Very. I think the mood is working, but not the way you think that. Where did you go? What's going on here? You want first? Any of it. Got here in '84. Tonight, my whole life.
when I was.
Oh, remember, 84 is the birth year of a 65-year-old man that was up. Okay, so you got here any?
Man,
What do you do for Best Buy?
number 7 in the country this quarter.
All right. What are you selling? What are you slinging? Molly?
35 people from my store, the most in the country during COVID, I have to sell fucking coffee pots, refrigerators.
Why are you screaming?
Oh, I don't know.
It's like a smash mouth, just
So they can hear me.
Comedy.
It's rock band.
You're a musician. Really? Yes. Oh my God. You do everything with your mom.
Yes.
Is that the lady that you?
100%.
Wow. Wow. This is some cool rock and roll shit. You're just you're going back out. That's pretty. That's showmanship out here. To your own wife. Very interesting. What instruments do you guys play?
I'm gonna get.
Okay. It's like a thank you. Very good. It sounds absolutely terrible. How long have you guys been doing this?
14 years.
D-Man, hear what a fucking
Melody too. That's what's fucking cool about it.
It's not that cool. I mean, your name. All right, very good.
Parents. My first name is Willie.
Shut the fuck up. Let's hear you fucking. Let's see if you guys are any good at.
I got a pig.
Oh shit! Knock them out.
You get 2 mics.
What show on you guys are from? Few options here.
Intervention, probably.
Stars meets porn. I love it. Damn. Where's the fucking pants in this relation?
She's the lead singer.
Okay. All right. Here it is. Here, this is incredible. My musician friends love that one. White. All right, here they are, Clint and his wife. Everybody, well, I don't know why I'm doing this, but.
I know that. The one who horoscope me. She wanted cancer. The horoscope said she was literal fucking cancer. She was trying to kill me. She was in the butt stuff. John at the butt stuff. She was not gentle by any means. She started off taking the bottle with her thumb. Like she was a little lawnmower. And it turned into a hairbrush. And she went down her leg. She got a fucking Christmas tree ornament string of fucking steel balls. Starting that fucking lawnmower. I gotta get my prostate checked daily now, not because there's anything wrong with me. else you want to talk about? You got a how to. I got the one very speech was it? Tony, I really think players with big they can turn. Here's the chat. If you go and you start seeing dance with God, I cut a fuck. I'll cut it out. Straight to hell. If I want it, I want it. That's fair. Oh, yeah. I don't want to be pounded to the wall. Very sensual. Why y'all be fucking out? Relax. Sexual is not very. I got this shit done. It's a place where I'm not moving it in. It's my nose and it's not what you can say. You ever put your just put 2 into a battery and it shocks you? Shoots like that. You better believe it. I didn't think it was singing, baby. Oh my God. This guy is cutting. This heat. Let me say one thing. Speaking of kids, I'm going to shoot my shot here. Okay, it's not working. Okay. There's a young lady that has no hair at all. Let's see you out there. What's going on? You might be cancer. I'll tell you what. I love it. Wait, sir, are you kidding? Here's something. She looks incredible. I don't know what I wanted to say. I'm not trying to touch your clothes. I just wanted to say, you believe you after 20 minutes when you choose to cry? Give me the kindness, girl, the kindness of your
to 34 states. Oh my God, that was hilarious. I'm from Taiwan, so I came from Taiwan. Just white people. Okay. So I have to migrate. I'm sorry. It's like a lot going on there. So it's like this, okay? If you're talking, you go to a little bit of town. And then if you're cool and then you finish all your clear, you go make juice. And that's all the things you can get. So that's what I'm trying to not just like make products for you. Yeah.
That jacket was one of the most Asian things I've ever seen before. You just had to show us your straight A's. Positive racism, everyone. Straight A's about being smart, not having full tits. You're the one that wants to be looking for all this.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Now, like,
Okay. Those little CD clubs hanging in. Cheers. Do you have dark area lists? What the fuck is that? It's 2023. You see that you're putting everybody at risk. Do you have dark area Okay. Show me how long you've been stand up. 6 months. 6 months. I'm sure before.
I go to school now, but I don't have money to pay. Yeah.
Senior agent translate. I can see you a lot of work. What do you plan on doing with a degree in English? Taiwanese.
So I don't have a lawyer to like,
That's very unlucky of you. Now that you have the representation.
I'm fine. I don't feel text me or something. I can do nothing. No, it's not.
All the best lawyers are doing for Texas.
Texas cop is a little crazy.
Texas.
Texas cop.
The Texas cop is crazy. Did he show up at your court?
Yeah, they all.
They were all there. I don't know how it works because
It's like a
human being and I don't put laws in a big reps. Yeah, I'm a good person.
no, it's just like no, I don't talk about this on the court. I don't know, like you know, I think I'm an exchange student, and it's like I stay. Why do people talk?
Why did it affect you though? Because you're supposed to be a professional.
Yeah, right. So I was an exchange student, and then they played me in Indiana. We could just like what's the snow ground.
But I do think that you have potential for great. It was funny, right? So we're gonna talk about making up the weeks that should be your baby because we want to know. I'm just telling you that you studies and you really like stop talking about this and you have potential to start putting some other shit talking about that shit. I'm not in their future. So I'm telling you you have potential and you know your thing will stop talking about your legal issues with your national Welcome to the episode of Black Asians Don't Get Along at All. Each other on railroad tracks and shit. Asians are like, thank you. And somebody on the side said how you said it. Can't really be much what you say it again. Wait.
Everything from the internet is
Right. So right now you're with a white guy, but have you ever been with a woman? Have you ever started to anything with a female that been such a woman in a sexual type of way?
but I seem like my roommate dildo and stuff.
Do you guys know what her age is? Scissor? But it's alright. So you guys even in the show before you have a small bumper, hey? Yeah. That's just me and Shane, everybody. Me and Shane. Alright. I'm gonna wrap it up this fucking thing. You guys ready to end the show? he's I recently realized that I get to notes and advice that I would have wanted my own life, so I started doing this thing anytime. I'm about to give her advice. I just apply whatever that is to my own life, and I've got to say, I've gotten really good at giving myself a blowjob. Holy shit. Man, I'm gonna fucking get you on it. We did this, were literally, I got fired. On the track, people are more likely to continue wearing masks post-COVID, and I have to say, it, my only reaction to that is thank you. Holy shit, you can say no that. Fucking wait, well, I gotta read them. Words I've been putting a baby info, they don't actually stay the same size as the bathtub. Some piece of shit fucking Petco ripped me on all these shit. Tell me that. I swear to God, I thought they come off this thing the same size as the bathtub. They don't. Alright, that's all I have. Wow. The man who's done more material on the show than anybody ever in the show this thing finds a way week after week to creatively reinvent himself and his hustle. I was not joking when I said I've had a really good one this week. There's something you told me, I think you'll remember this past week, I had the elephant collection in the elephants since I came out. And Toad asked me about any elephants or the troops went down, and sure enough, I took them and Toad got rid of those elephants. And I still didn't get the worst fucking opinions. I mean, why did you tell me to get rid of those fucking elephants? What did you do with the elephants? I fucking threw them away like you told me to. And so they went from my grandmother and they put them in the trash. Yeah. Did you take the trash out? Yeah, they're gone. jokes out and then put it back inside. Yeah, I went really feeling I swear to God, I was doing it for the biggest hour before I got here. Stuff those fucking things. Back up. What? How'd you not go back up? Sit a little slower. I saw you. The fucker. You trying to get me a yeah. 500 of these fucking places every day. He's a wild man. Somebody I swear to God, they called squatters and my apartment yesterday. They called squatters. And it was the first time in my life I killed someone where I was getting justified to do it. It was the biggest run. He was spotted comes into like a closet and I just waited on his ass. And like, how did you kill this guy? And honestly, I was going up the numbers of fortune cookies and fucking out. And yeah, the first time I was feeling it's justified to killing somebody. So that's what he's doing. It wasn't. Did you really hash that up last? It was that. Sorry, guys, we're kind of cookies and cream. I ate my whole thing last night. Yeah, never heard of it. Can you explain to us what that is? It's anybody else? I don't get that. Just the Oreo cookie, just the cream is cookies and cream. Oh, okay. I've never seen that. Delicious. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. I started doing the fortune cookies. You were the first night I said, excludes the fortune cookies. Like halfway up. Okay, Williams. Figure things out. Is your power back on? Did it go on? Sunday. It's not Sunday. It's Sunday. You know, it's Sunday. The son of a powerful lawyer. You must know this. Sunday. No, it's not Sunday. I think it's Sunday. You're kidding. No, you're kidding. That's something you bring that up from. I'm giving you the bad law. I can't believe that. What are the other things? You say something other days like Tuesday. What's going on with your day? What's Garfield's favorite day? Yeah. Well, absolute machine. Anybody else William who does this every week is an insane person. He's the present and future. Find me on Cameo. I was one of the top 100 people. Wow. I know you had to break up a couple people a couple days ago. It was the weirdest fucking day. One thing, all the love and respect for the fans and heart. He doesn't really know it's okay. Sorry. That's okay. It's just maybe not just to know if you make it so you next week. For sure, this is where you are. As it was in my nerves, I just thought to myself, he was the father pays the way. So I want to William Montgomery, ladies and gentlemen, right on cameo, the real deal, the big red machine. Thank you to the Red Rose, Yellow Rose, Rock, and Roblox for us to get service, Screwball, being a whiskey. How loud can this place get for SNL and the Comedy Store Zone? Clunky Jones. Quarantine. Everything that they tell you to do. I fucking love you guys. I can't believe I'm able to have this much fun with all three of you here tonight. Greatest city on planet Earth, Austin, Texas. Enjoying the community to Zip while you all sat there hanging out here tonight's episode. That's what it looks like all the way from it. Oh shit, he treated you as Eden. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you again next week. Love you. Thank you. Good night, everybody. every box of liquid IV. My favorites, green, fruit punch, strawberry. One stick of liquid IV at 16 ounces of water injects you 2 times faster, more efficiently than water alone. It contains 5 essential vitamins: B3, B5, B6, B12, and vitamin C. Straight the electrolytes in those traditional sports drinks. It's made with premium ingredients.
Yum. So you get liquid IV in bulk nationwide from Costco, or you can get 20% off when you go to liquidiv.com and use the code Tony at checkout. That's 20% off. You order, you shop better hydration today. Using promo code Tony at liquidiv.com. Y'all look, some people have some high highs, some low lows. Life is crazy. It's coming in at 1,000 miles an hour. Spend time with your family. I apologize. I'm sure that stresses you out. I'm telling you, there is a new system called Talkspace. It makes it easy to find a therapist you will like. It's convenient and it's online. You can do it at home or wherever it's comfortable. Talkspace is making huge differences in many people's lives. Right, man?
Do you think that a psychiatrist would be helpful? You don't have the time to actually find one and meet them, or you can't even afford them. Talkspace, by doing everything online, Talkspace is getting the help you want, easy, accessible, and affordable. And you know how weird it is going in and meeting somebody and putting in the living room and stuff. Well, now you just do it through Talkspace. And sometimes wait until bad things happen to talk to a therapist. Why wait? Therapist through Talkspace. Therapy can help you shift your perspective, find tools to cope in difficult times, and be a guiding light. Getting started is the important part. Talkspace makes it easy and affordable. At Talkspace.com, sign up online and get a personalized match with a provider that's right for you, typically within 48 hours. It's incredibly convenient to have virtual sessions with licensed therapists from the comfort of your own home. Talkspace helps you send messages to your therapist so you don't have to for your next session. If you have something that comes up during the week, send it with a text message right then and there. And Talkspace is secure and private, using the latest end-to-end bank-grade encryption technology to store client information and complying with the latest HIPAA regulations. Talkspace is affordable and in network with most insurers.
And as a listener to this podcast, you will get $100 off of your first month with Talkspace when you go to Talkspace.com and use code Tony. To match with a licensed therapist today, go to Talkspace.com and use code Tony to get $100 off your first month. And you'll be showing support for this show. That's Tony at Talkspace.com. Hey, y'all, one of our most awesome things of the month is when our Box of Awesome from Bespoke Post arrives. So we're just going to go ahead and unbox this thing right now and tell you guys what we got. I'm going to tell you that I opened mine and I'm so excited about it. I've got the gadget. This multi-tool comes from SOG, a company with deep roots in the U.S. military, which just happens to be the greatest military on planet Earth. Anyway, their products are regularly fielded by the U.S. Special Forces. I'm telling you, it is really one of the coolest things about Bespoke Post. Every unique item is hand-created from a small business, a real otherwise. From cozy essentials to travel must-haves and cocktail kits, Box of Awesome is everything you need this month. To get started, take a look at boxofawesome.com. Your agency will be recovered Box of Awesome for you. Brandon, you know all about this.
It's like Christmas once a month. I love it. Recently, I got Storage, which is a bunch of hot sauces that are all from small brands all over the country. One's with some from here in Texas, Nevada, California, and more. We release boxes every month across a ton of different categories. Each box is valued at around $70, but you only pay a fraction of that price. Plus, with each Box of Awesome, you're supporting small businesses. 90% of everything that comes in your Box of Awesome is from a small up-and-coming brand. It's free to sign up, and you can skip them up or cancel anytime.
That's right. So get 20% off your first monthly box when you sign up at boxofawesome.com and enter the code Tony, all one word. Check out boxofawesome.com, code PILLTONY for 20% off your first box. Boxofawesome.com, code Tony. Yeah, you guys
Rivera, Trophy with Tim Miller. Come on and make us multiple time guest of the show. You know what they're doing here tonight. We're going to have fun. Moses is a young black man. For a roast battle. But what 60 years ago, I think churches. Not quite well. It's here. like always aware. Positive racism, but what else has been going on in life, Hans? He's been touring Dania Beach with some couples, very platonic relationships we had with each other. Sounds suspicious. Sly, what did you do with these couples? Drunk. Rest. Treats every week. It's a field trip. It's not far away. So he shows yawning and exhausted. It's a wild. Yay. Freaky. This is the first. That's Tyra Banner. Asian fetish. Oh, shit. I believe him. Ramen, big ramen. With a guy like Ty Rivera, can you imagine? Criminal detective. Flip over. Shit, I can't even imagine. Get some magnets. I'm already drawn to you. Magnets. So it's gonna be a fun good party. Hans, how about you kissing? Let's talk about this. So I did a little beat after the show. Meet. Yeah. Couple was like, hey, you can kiss her if you can see me. And I was like, well, here for the fans. Really about that, not us. Okay, so the girl was hot, so you wanted to kiss her, so you kissed him. Exactly, yeah. Oh my goodness. Got her a little peck. What would you consider? Girl, I could go with a closed mouth. He wanted something extra. He did, yeah. Wow, that's D-Max. Tony, we had a threesome with another guy recently. Are you like starting to as fuck? Yeah. Something that you see perhaps experience? Are you going both ways? No, not really. I'm a phobic. To be honest. Like, no. Throw up our flannel over. Shit going on over here. Let's go hunt. I'm swimming. Your goggles? Yeah, I did. He takes goggles on the boat. So much fun as always to get the show started. Maybe goes the Hey, Dad. I'm setting a stage. of Samantha. Here she is, everybody. Samantha Minnie.
Hey, I don't know if you guys could tell, I started going to the gym last year. I realized I was being out from that lifestyle. I ended up being in a group chat with a bunch of like bros. I got a text at 1 a.m. like, who's trying to get some late night games? I was like, dude, I don't even get on top of it. I do feel like I do need to get back to it. Like I have to do something with this. Because right now I feel like the most fun thing about me is I look like I keep the baby. I'm not on birth control, and that's a threat. I have a you know who doesn't like that I'm not on birth control? Parenthood. They hate that. I went in for an appointment, and they asked me like, "You don't take the pill. Like, what do you do for birth control?" And I said, "I only sleep with guys that look like they have a little sperm count." You ever been to Taco Bell drive-thru?
Squeezing it all in. Correct? Samantha, how long have you been seeing them?
5 years.
5 years. Where at?
I lived in Buffalo.
The home of John B. What's your favorite thing about Buffalo?
Okay.
Okay. Okay. What do you do for work?
I work in taxi and
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Now it's all work together now. You've been working in that city for how long?
September.
New club, that's a work my plans. All things are going on in that city. I still believe it or not, we have so much more done. We have a bit of comedy. This is like crazy. So, how's it going? Where are you at today?
It's good.
You guys are
I know, I'm bored. I don't see the show either.
it's a nice room. It looks nice. There's a
Same year old as all out.
okay, Samantha, what's your what's the rest of your life like? You stand up.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I just, yeah.
The rest of your life and you love anything that you're into, anything else.
Like looking out the window, waiting for one. It's such a play, you know, life. What is fun, you know?
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. We needed you had a meter or something. That was incredible. I don't know if you, but it's fine, man. What's the most interesting thing that's ever happened to you? About Samantha that we'd be surprised about. Something you've seen or done, or maybe maybe something. Fucking life. It's right now. Just talk about it right now. Studio. First ever, second commercial break built in history. It's
What do you think I've done? Look at me. I'm a little Christian.
boys actually have much
They exclusively don't get blowjobs.
Somehow caution is supporting the science of this one. Samantha, it was nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on. Let's here's a little jump up. Picture. There you go, Samantha. Maybe you can she just timing and just back with the mic. You guys understand now. This is a real show. There's some scripts for these people. You can tell what was happening. Next media goes by the name of Wow. Wait, did we see our man? He came on the show 2 weeks ago. He fucking impact. Ladies and gentlemen, his second time ever on Kill Tony. This is Aaron Malio. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take it started right now. Very lucky second fucking pull for the show. It's gonna take a second to get started. Here he is, everybody, all the way from Canada. His second time ever on the show already. A Kill Tony legend. You're gonna get to see him right now. Make some fucking noise for Aaron Malio, everybody. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Malio. Talk for Aaron.
Hello, my name is Aaron Malone, and I'm handicapped. Trouble is, Karen from the internet is even not allowed to say handicapped because it's offensive.
Can't support it more. It is offensive to disabled people.
Listen, Proctor, I'm handicapped. It's not offensive.
You have to decide what is offensive or not to disabled people.
Who the fuck does that? Saw a two-legged white woman on Facebook who was probably commenting on her phone in a handicapped bathroom stall. I tried to be accepting of everybody, but these woke middle-aged white bitches just take it too far.
Second ever video we've ever seen. Came on fucking decimated. Last week or 2 weeks ago. Back here. How are ya? What's shaking? What's going on? What are we talking about? A couple weeks ago, we should know about you. Talking about your this is you're seeing it. What do you think of the career in a while?
I gotta be honest. I've always wanted to see what Tony used to look like. You know,
Son of a bitch.
it's still funny. Still fun. Retard tough. You can call me the N-word.
I was just gonna say, you guys, it's not saying it. It's that thing.
White.
taking them so long? And then he came around and I was like, no, asshole. Don't say anything smart. I'll cut off your fucking speaker. Yeah.
This is why we're scared of AI. I totally get it now.
Real ballsy. Incredible. I love it. Back in the house, second time ever.
That's why mine.
My goodness. I fucking love it. You've been having fun in Austin. What do we think? What exactly is it called? Like, I don't know if we covered that. Because it's like,
You asked a question at the episode that's airing tonight. You never met somebody that you. Is that something like you don't have the vocal cords or your brain doesn't? And you never answered it.
is there a way for me to make red band? Is there like a pill I can slip into his fucking... I would love that. But like, yeah. You've never like talked. So
In between, you know.
I can't. Right. Right. Talk, you can't right now. Motherfucking rip.
It works.
Oh.
Know that.
Action.
And it lasts 10 minutes long.
Oh my. Oh. I can't imagine what you going at it. I'm about to come. My load on tits.
But I've been around. I'm cute, kind, and loyal. You can legally fuck.
Stop. Hey. Built for this shit.
Legally fuck. I'm not guys who discriminate. In sign language, what is the sign for you?
Microphone. Jesus Christ, these fucking stupid questions. And I'm sign language.
Do I look like I know something?
I got the arm there. So handy. Like, oh shit. Something. Ass fucking up all the How dare you? Aaron, you into
skateboard.
He does know a little sign language. Little Canadian birdie.
Like a little something up your sleeve. About that left arm, but I feel like there's more to hair. Really interesting. Some trivia.
What's the answer to that question?
Oh yeah. I think that was a
I make mental.
I love that. People creating laughter.
Pretty sure there's enough laughter in the world that fits.
I want to see about being a JBL.
12 to 13 hours. Tony has been taking hormone treatments to have the tennis player.
That is true.
Actually, still, I need a lot more reactions to get. You remind me, except the fact that Peter Pan was less than you are. And also, Peter Pan didn't throw handicap people off the stage. The chest. I will send you in the conscience way. That's true. And you ain't the type she's gonna catch.
She's gonna fucking watch the deck, dude. She's gonna take your cane and fucking shit over the sun. This guy's a bully. Fuck. He really is. Are you from Canada? Canadian? Yeah. See, if you get American health, you're about to cut that shit up.
I told him last week, good job they put the vaccine in. You know, Texas, you know, right?
It's just the happiest week before I got to play with.
Aaron Balak. Aaron, you are absolutely a star. Let me ask you this. The last time that you were on, I asked you, it was so amazing. I literally said, what do you want? And you said, what was it, $30,000 for immigration so that you can become an American. At that very moment, there was a big one sitting in the front row, a Harvard law graduate, that literally said that he will take on your case pro bono and make you an American citizen. In fact, I found out later that broke his girlfriend's heart, and she introduced him to GoFundMe, or he broke his girlfriend's heart who had introduced him to me. It was his way of trying to convince her to get her back. Now she knows who we're talking about. The Iraqi Harvard law graduate who won ever. Now thinking, wow, he is a good guy. You heard anything following through? He was on the front, the line. He's working on it. He said, unbelievable. Someone else. Is there anything else we can do for you? Stem cells into the left eye. I could probably please throwing up a metal belt and fucking anything to do with it. Where do you think they want you? is something else. You ever about to say, is this going to make people laugh? Is it going to advance the conversation? What's wrong with you?
That's a good question. Just what? Sure. I get it. Are you have my time?
Jamal Bachi is the name of the lawyer.
Andy. It's going to be our point, right? Sure. It's going to be our point, right? Talk.
Oh, just one. It's like real. Yeah. I don't know what to do with you, Aaron. You are absolutely a fucking star. I love your style. Like, you think that there's a good chance you're going to move to a place like Austin, Texas? What's your main goal when you get to leaving America? Is Austin a place for you? You can even go to New York or LA, where they also lean a little left, you know what I'm saying?
Nice today, but I was accidentally at home again.
You wanted the what? Be nice. Oh, yeah, you know it's.
We'll have you on the super show whenever you can.
Live in Austin, Texas. Andy Carlisle just got a baby gig. Make some noise for him one more time. Hell yeah. Love that shit. That's what if that. Nowhere. We should do that. Let's get another one of our regulars up here, huh? Next comedian also writes and performs a brand new minute every single week. One of the great writers in Rothschild, and the show's entire history fresh. Super Bowl commercial. This is the one they get to Lucas, everybody. fucking weird people. It's great that they had you on the meeting rooms. It makes sense. Really good that they come together. That is so funny. That is like the neatest thing to do with somebody. It's just like, yeah, whatever, right? Just back up. You'll be fucking women love it.
Got a couple of good old cousins who will fight him anyway.
Hell yeah. Lucas, what do you guys
Crazy, bro. Me and Ty, we used to do this tribal cafe that had an open it was so loud. It sounded like a car, you know.
probably got excited because it thought you were another refrigerator.
Motherfucker pull over, what?
Goddamn right.
That motherfucker sound
Thai, Italian, what's your history?
Rose Battle. Rose Battle, yeah. And nigga, though. You see what
Oh, yeah. Your worst nightmare, Dave.
Shooting like a that bitch.
I don't dig forever, and I'm afraid to put the mic close to my mouth because I know he'll fucking dig. I don't want none.
We're good. No, I only roast Tony.
What is that?
It's time y'all to get your feet. It's like this with my white person give me that. Hey, I got a question for you for Black History Month, Tony. We back in slavery. How much did you pay for me?
By the pound. That's Moses. That was Moses. Moses said that to me. Moses is giving me jokes like I'm his fucking JBL Bluetooth speaker. I've never been a Bluetooth before, but we just did it.
Yeah, what was you just saying, nigga? I'm legitimately terrified. Rose Battle is. Rose Battle was so good, bro. I was not right. And people would take a one to prepare it. I still be. I would call people. I'm like, bro, just an idea. So that's a Rose Battle. Oh, yeah. What's the white one? Jim Crow. What's the name? The dude who I call the ghost of Michael Jackson. Oh, Corey Philp, but I roast him.
Incredible. I love it. Peanut roast. What was your favorite joke that didn't get on?
So I opened, like y'all know y'all black girl, probably like 6 and I'm way prettier than her. And so the first joke that came out of my mouth, I said her name 3 times in my life before I came home. There was 2 that I wish. I said, Mr. Planner, BLM let them speak at their rallies. And then I said,
Didn't get on.
Another one of my favorites, I said, Mr. Planner stole his style from Mr. Monopoly, and it makes sense. All brown people like to roll. Yes, it looks.
Too real. Icon. Out there, shows everywhere. That you've done after week. Hey, okay.
In Vegas, what's that club up there?
White
Guys, I'm at Vegas. Guys, March.
There he is. Absolutely great. David Lucas. Everybody make some fucking noise for him. Back to the market we go. Next comedian, Ellie Wilson. Here he is. One more time for Ellie Wilson.
It's all right. I don't think anything like that. It's like we don't know. Sort of why you're not happy. You know what I mean? Just like, so, that's why rich people all like depressed. Like depression. That's a disease. But if you're that, how do you know? Depression, just your shitty life. It was so good. And I just my friend, she's trying to she's like, look at me out, get like on that. She's all right, and I was like, no, like change my brain. It was me. Try this route, something like 700 words. Thank you so much.
Coming up real funky. Your own style. You have your fucking face. You know, one star. How old are you?
31.
How long you want to stand up?
6 years.
6 years. Where
Not for it.
so hard.
Just
Why are you so proud? Oh, you just have to look at somebody that's never wanted to work. Or vacation for 10 days and awesome.
job you want, you know, that's what
30 years without work done.
I haven't I had the best job I've ever had. Say, I was a media editor. And
That's crazy. You look like a weed flicker. You got me in New York.
uniform, it's a standard. Like,
One seat walking out like a boat. You might be under.
my family. Yeah.
You're up.
When I was like,
Oh, shut up. Okay. Like music or something? What did you do?
I grew up in like bands.
What's your instrument of choice? Okay. Very cool. Do you still keep up?
I do, but after college, I dropped it.
Right. So,
Yeah. And talent.
what's your love life like? It's like I mentioned, you just plow through all. It's the vibe.
Dating one of the ladies in Greece, obviously. So I don't know.
It's so fast.
Yeah.
You have a blast. I remember.
Easy for me.
So, what's your favorite type of lady? What does she look like? Certain type. Is she a little bit gothic? Like,
Also, I need to people in bars. Meet people in bars. I thought I would meet some in a bar there, and they're always alcoholic. Good thing there. Everybody wants to somebody in a bar there and alcohol.
yeah, meet people somewhere more on your level, like a friend.
He's third working on it.
That. You're such a charismatic guy. What else about you? What would you be surprised to know about you?
Surprised.
You did great, but now I get this. Look at birds. Do you like birds in your tree? What favorite bird? Like, is there a bird you're like, that's my god, you got one? Cardinal. Cardinal. Do you like blue cardinals? throw out sweet fucking lemon notebooks, walnuts, name it. Back to the book. The next comedian goes by the name of Seth Green. Seth Green. Hey, here comes Seth Green, ladies and gentlemen. This is quite the man. I can tell you already. This is very exciting. So, making his what I believe is his Kill Tony debut. This is Seth Green.
Let's start off with the elephant in the room. Hi, Speed. I'm so fat that it's hard for me to find clothing choices. We're back to the elephant. This is belly right here. Cover up my belly. I'm so fat that even D-Man. Sorry. I'm so happy that D-Man. I was walking up here because he felt the change in the activity. Also so fat because I'm running out of breath for a little bit. Just got to Austin and I'm really excited to excuse me. I'm really excited to see something that doesn't involve running. So that's good. So, even though I'm born in Gargantuan, you have to accept me because I'm part of the trans community, part of the trans community, and I'm fully transitioned. So, well, I gotta go ahead and do this. I'll get something to eat. Appreciate you.
Exactly 1 minute. Green. Us, my friend. I've been doing this a long time. You're the first comedian who received Green Power. I love your personal stand-up comedy. It's scary because it's hard to do when you're big on screen. So, it's hard to get a screen. You're like, we can't go, we really have to get that. Wild, this is between you and me, probably was Sam, let's talk about it. First time we stand up. What made you want to come here tonight?
Just always want to drive and never had the opportunity, so just want to come down here. Texas.
What did you for work at that?
I used to be in the aerospace industry for a long time, so so I had to work.
What's the disability?
My face. I'm a medics torn up and I got surgery and I got a spinal cord stimulator. So,
Excellent. Sam, what do you like to get some confidence?
I don't know if you're doing well, so I'm trying to do this with folks around us.
Here's this how you thought it would go. Like, what do you think was the surprise you got? And these people, like, recording for your first time as well.
Yeah. Just a little nervous. I'm getting up something. So I'm walking up here. So far, did a lot of things. With myself right now, so that's good. I'm surprised I'm not breath, but I got to push through and make some jokes.
Ty Rivera. I wasn't sure if you were nervous or if you were dying. And if it's a second, fantastic, calm down.
That's the reason I came and do comedy right now. Because I'm going to stop, so might as well get it done.
Question.
Well, that'd be the link.
Yeah, that would be it. Trying to kill it. To do another one of these. This is a kind of crazy thing about your life. I was just a little kid. Was that a red band question? Yeah, you can tell it's not because it was a massive applause break. You son of a bitch. Fucking fall out of the stairs. I got a little joke for you. Congratulations, your first Palestine, Texas. Speaking of the Texas, you guys want to do something fun right now? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special treat for you. This is man comes to regular, but he's going to be very closely. Want to see what he's working on. So they've been doing stand-up 6 months, and he is a fucking sensation, one of the great entertainers of Uncle Lisa. Real fucking fan. Oh my gosh. This guy gets show business as a live. Ladies and gentlemen,
I've been told a lot on the internet. See, my mama gets on the internet. She says, "Hey, darling, they're saying they're doing all these drugs." So I said, "I'm quit, so I'm okay." But it's unrestricted, so what's the you know what I'm saying? It's a terrible drug. Let me tell you why. Seriously. As soon as you get that first drink of beer, you want to go in that bathroom and find some fucking keys. Am I right? There's bills with it, but we want to fucking do. But then, a couple hours later, it's this clock we're at a fucking stranger's house in his fucking garage talking about politics with the dude that does Uber Eats. Okay? And there's some soft, chubby things that's been staring at you all night. And you're fixing to lay her down on that stranger's feedback chair and give her the old dickens. The only problem is you can't get your dick hard because that cocaine has fucked you up. And you tell her, listen, darling, I swear to God this never happened. But it does all the time. Every single fucking time it happens. Eat your fucking heart out.
Forest, Texas juggernaut. All time.
Calm down. It's her. It's her. Like,
Drink one, drink coffee. Drink that time.
when we're storming like this,
Fucking Texas all over. Right.
how are you doing? Now, listen here, Tony. It's Tony's birthday. We all see me dressed up. He wore that ass fucking sweater. Take that fucking hoodie off. Let me see that suit. What really works.
How do you go goofy? Because it's actually you want to see this. You don't want to see this.
You're fucking sexy.
Banging bitches. Gosh. That's exactly what I told all my friends. That you're gonna feel good at halftime. Yeah, the Eagles up by 13 at halftime. Last one. Straight up.
I know. I know.
All the fun. And I am a friend. Those boots you're rocking tonight.
Especially, actually aren't my boots. I bought this from my best friend Bobby, who I put this in the neck power. And up here next, stick around. Today, David, whiskey and water. Put my Instagram, and they'll be famous after that. Not only is it Tony, it's the uncle. Boots here, you see. Ostrich with the ant. That's illegal in 37 countries around the fucking world. You can't find these or that is a fact. Ty, you but you can't afford them, I tell you. Oh my God. Everybody on that you got to know again. I traded a horse, donkey, and sheep, and they still want That's right.
A donkey and a sheep. What
Into submission.
so
What? Your mom. Like it.
6 months.
I have to the lucky duck. Like a shitty prom. 17 women were ready to just take found.
Fucking crow. Fucking. Really. Good night.
They went out to the store to get I was just a little depressed. That's my big brother. Is it really? He sat him right on the bench, but fourth quarter, he'd be soaking it up somewhere with his.
I will join.
Yeah, you know, it's I was Houston, Tony. I was Houston.
Unbelievable. I love it.
Yeah.
Sold out.
God, you're incredible. You're incredible. Doing this. He's doing this while his hair is thinning in the back. Why don't you take a bow for us, you guy? Bow for us.
Not all of us make our haircut our entire keep
Okay.
in your little billy goat. Well, look at you on this. Ladies and gentlemen, sensation. How fun.
Suck a butt.
Very good, everybody. My great uncle. Should we go to this book again? All right, let's see what happens. wild out there. Marcus gone. It's like a new game. They're about to find out. They're coming. Marcus gone. Marcus. Let's move here. I need to get it. Yeah. I can't go to a white barber. I went to a white barber one time. They fucked my hair up so bad. I walked outside and I got the job. So I need a black barber. I'm looking for one here in Austin. It turns out the best black barber in Austin is Houston. So can't wait to check it out. Go do that. I got a buddy of mine even getting into astrology lately. He's been really going with the way he's trying to get me into it. But last Tuesday, he hit me up. He said, "Hey, man, let's go to the club." I said, "But it's Tuesday." He said, "Oh, I know. It's just Mercury's. I got the hoes out tonight." I was like, "All right." Mercury. I said, "I don't think that's how it works." But, hey, let me tell you, the hoes were in abundance that night. Boy, it was a good night. Now I have a telescope behind so I can track Mercury. My friend's like, "Are we going out tonight?" I'm like, see you so. Let's do it. That was incredible. 17. Great stuff. Mark was such a person on the show. I started in Milwaukee, and I did the next few years in New Orleans, did a little stint in Chicago, and now I'm here trying to live a dream. So, New Orleans, almost a non-existent city, Milwaukee, Chicago. How long have you been in Austin now? I've been here for a month. Yeah, just one good month. What have you noticed so far about Texas, Austin? What's standing out to you? Something that you like about it? A lot of Mexicans. I love them. I like them. Yeah, I'm into it. Hell yeah. Let me say it. What is it that you love so much about Mexico? Also, they're not nicer than when you don't know Spanish. You know what I mean? Like I've just been reading nice, and like I don't know Spanish. Like don't worry about it. Let me try to help. Like I want to learn Spanish now because they seem to be very cool. Yeah. I love it. That's proper. That's a great answer. I mean, Marcus, what do you do for work? I'll be working at. Okay. Yeah, that's a cool place. They're opening a new location, a line cook out there. Oh, what? Line cook. And obviously we're going to be on line cook first. Absolutely wild. What's that mean? You're not doing stand-up. What else? Do you have any hobbies or anything that you like? Come on up, bro. That was a challenge. It's always a challenge. Any black guy's like, oh shit. I play video games. I don't like love. Like you got to right now, someone's so good with her, yeah, the Texas girls. Texas girls. Head down, more of a show. Yeah. Is that something you're interested in? Just keep being. Yeah, I'll see y'all when I'm 40, you know? Yeah, but you keep your head down. You're fine. Very, very, very linkable. Minute, perfect. I think it's system of comedians and us. We love the people like you. It's fine. This is where it happens. Should we do one last fucking fully thing, huh? I love this. This young lady, for the third time ever, that she was going to be the last two times she got moved on the road. Her first time, she got moved in the secret show. She just moved for me this weekend. You're for the third minute ever in the history. This is such a Eastern elbow. Another one of the stars of the future.
Give it up for me, guys. I'm already down a quarter of a pound. Down a quarter of a pound. Didn't even go to the gym. Just took a really big shit. I'm taking big shits. For me right now, taking a shit is the difference between being able to see my pussy or not being able to see my pussy. Do you understand? Right? I want to be able to see my pussy. I call it those bubbles into my business now. It's the point that I'm chewing about. Oh, that's not that bad.
By storm. How much how did you feel this weekend? Just doing sold out shows.
It's absolutely phenomenal. Thank you for that opportunity. The largest crowd I've ever performed in front of, so really good experience. Yeah.
Timing and beats and everything are different in that room.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there was definitely some things that I never really found funny about my jokes that got laughs that I wanted said she was trying out her experiences of the industry. So I'm going to do that. Anyway, other than that, I'm helping my friend co-produce a small comedy festival here in Austin this year. So that's going to be exciting.
My flight box.
I am single. I haven't dated since I've been here. That might change this year. I yeah. So I'm not picky with men. I like somebody who has a little bit of common sense. Someone who is kind of healthy with my normal profile. What else should I have? What are my skills? What has a happy job? Is employed? Preferably not. Is
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Excellent. How are you today? I'm well, thank God. Excited to speak with you. Um, so for StreamYard, as I have utilized the software in the past, after the discussion, I should stay in the call to let it upload it. Is that correct? Oh, excellent. Okay. How long do you usually go? Excellent. And if it's all right, we can talk a little bit about my project, and I'd like to get into Chaim Eshed, the Israeli Space Agency subletter, and his comments from 2020, and additionally his recent interview in 2026 regarding the Galactic Federation. Does that sound like it would be of interest to you and Aaron? That'd be great. Sounds beautiful. Sounds great. Thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure to be with you and your audience. Well, certainly. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2017, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have archived more data on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, God willing, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I'd like you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations all your own. Great question. Prior to the pandemic, I lived a traditional Jewish lifestyle, much more than I expected about life where I'd be attending synagogue 3 times a day. I certainly was not someone who had really much of a social media presence, nor did I have much comfort being on camera for as much as I needed to do. However, as in addition to being an Orthodox Jewish rabbi, I'm a certified project management professional, and my position as a project manager for a major Fortune 100 organization went remote in a suit and tie, my laptop, and being on camera, anywhere from 8 to 10 hours. And then from there, even some services and classes within my Orthodox Jewish community went online as well. So that increased the amount of time I was on camera for another 2 or 3 hours. So I was approximately during the pandemic spending about half of my day on camera when previously I never did before. And I recognize that if I'm already on camera for as long as I am, and I am already sharing more than half of my life with strangers, essentially, I wouldn't necessarily think of it to be that strange to share the other part of my life. And it was during the pandemic, after work, each night after I would be able to leave my remote position and my classes had finished, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, and hit golf balls. And I wanted to see what my drive looked like and what my swing looked like. And so I took out my phone and started recording myself. And I would make little jokes while on camera, knowing that I was on camera, whether I topped the ball or sliced the ball or hooked the ball, whatever it was. And I thought, you know what? These are interesting videos that perhaps my future family, God willing, may one day want to see what their dear old dad was like during the pandemic before he had met their mother and they were even a gleam in my eye. And so I began uploading that data after work in the evenings and recognized that each night it was becoming quite a responsibility to do all of this uploading. And I thought, you know what, there's got to be a better way. And really, the better way is to stream it. And so I thought, all right, well, if I'm going to start streaming, I want to do it better than any person's ever done it before. And I had in the past seen the movie The Truman Show and certainly seen the television show Big Brother and thought, well, I'm not too different than most people during the pandemic. Many of us are having to become more comfortable being on camera. So why don't I buy some equipment that is dedicated to live streaming? So I bought some laptops and Chromebooks and tablets and iPhones and Android devices, you name it, put them around myself in 360 degrees and created my first YouTube channel
in fall of 2021. And as they say, the rest is history. Well, it's certainly a legitimate concern. And as I had previously stated, I was not someone who was really comfortable being on camera, at least not knowingly. I've worked in financial institutions in the past, and perhaps I was on security camera, but I don't really control those, and they're generally closed circuit. Certainly, the change occurred with me with my position going remote, and also classes and some services also going remote, which caused me to have to get comfortable being on camera, whether I liked it or not. And I would say that my anxiety of being on camera, that really many people experience when they don't have a lot of time live streaming, or even just being on camera in general, was reduced. And then you get into the more, I would say, private areas of your life that you're live streaming. So no longer is it when you're just in front of the screen. Now you're sharing your entire body. You're sharing yourself sleeping, eating, drinking, even bodily functions, and showering from the waist up. I'll keep the camera up, to avoid any types of major privacy issues, or I'll wear swimming trunks when I'm, participating in some baths or showers or whatever it may be. But I do my best to give the viewer a portal into my life that I think will be studied in the future. Just as in the past, we had people who were journalists, or people who would write in journals, or diarists, people who would write in diaries. And we've learned from historical standpoint much of how the world operated during that time of when they were documenting through their lens of generally a pen to paper. I felt that I could use a camera as a medium to be able to do the same. And really, once you start streaming many times, you recognize that you're on camera, but you also recognize that we're all not that different, that we all laugh and experience joy and humor, and we all are, at times not as happy, or perhaps can experience sadness. And I think that the people of the future will find this to be a fascinating project, to be able to study not just what's going on in my life, but also what's going on in world history, because 24 hours a day, I keep a radio on in the background. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day, essentially for the last half decade, and know not only what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. So everything that we just experienced with the World Cup, or with the 250th anniversary of the United States, or with wars or peace or whatever it may be, I've been able to archive that. And so people can literally use my stream now or in the future as an archive of human history. And in addition to just the historical aspect, I think people in the future will use it to understand more about humanity, and about human biology, about things like eating habits, sleeping habits, circadian rhythms. Perhaps I use my stream as a dream diary. Things like the idea of hygiene, and different biological or biometric patterns that may be able to be studied by people. Really, I think aging as well. We don't have one person who basically has been on camera for this amount of time to be able to study the aging process over long periods of time. Yes, we have people who take maybe a single picture every day for an extended period of time, which is a great data point, but it's certainly not continuous as video is. So I think that those are just a few of the ways that people might be able to study my life in the future. And because I understand the potential value in this type of data, my anxiety of not necessarily wanting to be on camera all the time was lessened. And then eventually I have embraced it. I enjoy the fact that my life is archived and that I've created this digital diary for the people of the future. But in answer to your original question or statement, um, you don't just become comfortable immediately sharing your entire life with the world. It does take time. Certainly, I've definitely streamed at the store and definitely streamed at the doctor. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland, really everywhere in Southern California. And generally, I have to reduce the amount of devices with which I'm streaming from my normal 33 or so different devices at any given time from a localized uh, area, basically within my residence, to perhaps one or two iPhones that I generally use using data, which does have its limitations. Phones have battery issues with which you need to be concerned, and certainly data. You have to run into cellular throttling and overheating of devices and glare and all of the other app crashes. You name it. There are some issues with which you do into which you do run, but I also do my best to back up any kind of live streaming that I have when I do IRL streaming in real life with GoPros. So I'll wear a GoPro on my chest or even just have it with like a selfie stick so that I have myself uh, with a redundant stream or redundant uh, backup of any kind of data that I am transmitting in case I run into a low cell signal area or I do experience an app crash or whatever it may be. And while I do have a lot of footage from IRL streaming, it's certainly not as convenient for me because I have to lessen the amount of streams, and I'm much more concerned with that, uh, with how many devices I can use at once. And I also don't have the ability to manage my community. So, in addition to live streaming, I also am live 24/7 in Discord. Your audience can find me whenever they'd like at discord.me/rabbi, where they can connect with me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year to inquire about questions that they may have or to watch a movie together or play a game, whatever it may be. And certainly when I'm doing IRL streaming, I can't manage that community as well or as easily. But generally, the outside world has become fairly comfortable knowing that people are many times FaceTiming their family or friends or whatever it may be, and that there is some idea of video communication that happens that perhaps a decade ago or two would have been foreign. And thus, if you see someone who's got a couple devices and maybe talking into one of the cameras or talking to an audience, it's not as strange as it once was. And in terms of how do you go to the store? Well, many times just out of ease, I do have things delivered to me, but in the case where I do go to the store, I will go to the store just really like most anyone else. But while knowing I'm on camera, and I would say I make comments on camera and to not just the audience that's watching me, but also to make the stream a little more entertaining. Generally, when I'm at the store and I'm not recording, prior to this project, I would be silent like anyone else, and I would just, view the different products and put them in my cart or whatever it may be. But in order to give the audience a little bit of a view into my mind, I may be a little bit more vocal. So that does change some things. But generally, because society has become more comfortable with people using devices in public, I don't run into many issues. So I really live my life generally while on camera in public as I do while the cameras are off. Yeah, I have. So I do have people who live alongside me in my Discord, such as at this very moment, and they've been there for over a year, 24 hours a day. They have connected with me. They think it's fascinating, and just due to where they are in life, they're able to literally live every moment of every day alongside me. But then I have had people from an IRL standpoint or in real life come and visit me because they've been so fascinated by it. People as far away as 8 hours. I've had people from Northern California visit me in Southern California. I've given them tours of my residence and to show them my different um, devices. And these are total strangers who I have invited. And we've gone on picnics and gone to the park and really just in many ways connected as friends when normally I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't be that open with my life. So from both an in real life way, I connected with individuals and the digital way as well. And I do find that people are fascinated by this. They many times say to me, I wish I would have thought that. I wish I would have thought of that. Or I've always wanted to do something like that, but I just couldn't because I was married or I had children or I had a job or whatever it may be. And generally, 99% of the people who I encounter online, especially and IRL, are very positive towards the project and recognize that it has the opportunity to change the world. If we can see that one individual, an influencer, so to speak, isn't that different than the rest of us, this has a very uniting effect potentially that may be able to impact people from a diplomatic standpoint. I have a world peace theme to my streams. I want world peace. And also, I have a futurism theme to my stream. So I like to talk about things that people find fascinating. And hopefully, it becomes more of a trend. I have found other people who are doing similar streams as well. They haven't been doing it as long as I have. I've surpassed over 1,700 days 24/7 of archived footage from multiple streams. But I have found people who have been live streaming their life for about a year or so. And then there are certainly people who are streaming their life, but they don't archive it. And to me, what's important is archiving it. If it's not archived, did it really happen? Is kind of a question that I pose. I think it's important that you can go back to any moment of any day of my life for the last half decade or so and know exactly what I was doing, not necessarily just saying, oh, I streamed it, but you can't watch it anymore. I want people to go back and be able to view it. So there are people who find the importance of archiving in addition to streaming, but no one has done it nearly for as long as I have, nor have they done it from as many different angles as I have, which I think make it really interesting. But in answer to your question, yes, I have had people reach out to me, certainly from a digital world and in real life. Excellent. It is. It has different names. Many people call it life logging, where you basically log every aspect of your life. Other people call it life streaming, where you literally stream your life. So it doesn't have one necessary name. It is unique. I certainly understand that, but um, to me, it's become part of my everyday experience, and really, I would like to do it for the rest of my life, God willing. I would like to give the world a nice digital archive that people can study, not just in the present day, but into the future, into centuries into the future. Just like we look at people's diaries or people's journals or ancient manuscripts about what life was like, and those are studied by historians, I think people might do the same with the internet. We may have uh, maybe some type of internet archaeologists of some point at some point in the future, and they hopefully don't need to discover my streams. Hopefully, I've gone viral by then. But if they needed to, they'd be able to understand what life was like in the present day, what life was like during the pandemic, and then how life has changed. And really, another interesting aspect of this is the AI revolution that we're experiencing. So I was live streaming beginning in 2021, fall of 2021, and I was an early adopter of OpenAI's ChatGPT in November of 2022. So I have over a year of my life that I was streaming before large language models became commonplace within our world. And I was a user when ChatGPT formally launched November 30th, 2022. And I've been able to see the many different ways that AI, for both good and bad, has been able to affect society. And then the competitors of ChatGPT and Gemini and Grok and Meta AI and OpenSea and all of the uh, all of the other um, I would say in perhaps historical events that have occurred just based on AI. So I think that it'll be interesting for people in the future to look at my stream and understand how AI has affected the human experience as well. Of course, within AI needs human models or at least examples on which to build its AI models. And I have more human data on which AI could model than any other individual ever, which may give me a prominent role in perhaps how AI understands some aspects of the human existence. So I think that my project has an interesting AI impact in addition to the historical importance that I mentioned previously. Absolutely. First and foremost, for anyone who is listening, I'm a major advocate of disclosure and ufology. I believe this is a science that should be studied in a more serious manner. And I'm very positive to the fact that humanity is seemingly becoming more comfortable with understanding that we may not be alone in the universe. And so, for anyone who may be unfamiliar, I'll give some background on who Chaim Ashed is and what his claims were, and then some more recent developments that occurred. So, Professor Chaim Ashed is an Israeli aerospace engineer, professor, retired military officer, and former senior figure in Israel's space program. He became internationally known in December 2020 after making extraordinary statements regarding unidentified aerial phenomena (UAP), extraterrestrial intelligence, extraterrestrial intelligence, a supposed galactic federation, and alleged government knowledge of non-human intelligence. Before those statements attracted global attention, Ashed had already spent decades working with Israel's aerospace and defense communities. He was recognized as one of the central architects of Israel's satellite capabilities and has been described in Israeli media as a major figure in the development of the country's space program. I've heard him described as the father of the Israeli space program, or the grandfather of the Israeli space program, or certainly the father of the Israeli satellite program, or grandfather of the Israeli satellite program, to give listeners an idea or a view into the Israeli space program, and more so his role as a military officer. At any given time, there are only 24 generals within the Israeli military, and he was one of them. So you can imagine that this is a very high ranking official who was making these claims. And to give you an idea of some of his career and technological development, he served in the Israeli Defense Forces, including within military intelligence structures. He became associated with highly advanced technological development programs, including work connected with intelligence technology. He was part of a very secretive group called Unit 81 that has to do with advanced technology. He served in Israel's highly classified Unit 81, which is an organization responsible for developing technological solutions for military intelligence. The units associated with advanced electronics, surveillance technology, specialized intelligence systems, and innovative military engineering. Working in such environments placed a shed among engineers dealing with some of the most advanced technology available. He became a leading figure in Israeli space development. He served as the director of space programs for Israel's Ministry of Defense. He was the chairman of space-related committees and a member of the steering committee of the Israeli Space Agency, and really has been reported as having led space activities for nearly 3 decades. Moreover, he had a major role in Israeli satellite programs, specifically the OFEC satellite program. This program developed Israeli intelligence satellites capable of Earth observation, strategic monitoring, and intelligence gathering. And in 2007, he was involved in the launch of OFEC 7, which was an Israeli reconnaissance satellite. He has been extremely decorated. He has received the Israeli Defense Prize 3 times. It is the Israeli Defense Prize is among Israel's highest honors for contributions to national defense technology. The reasons for some awards remain classified because they relate to sensitive defense projects. So actually, 2 of his Israel Defense Prizes, we don't necessarily know why he was given those because they remain classified. He received the Chief of Staff citation in 1967, one of the IDF's highest military recognitions. And really, what we're talking about here is perhaps one of the most decorated officers within the Israeli military who made these claims in 2020. And to give the audience an understanding, this would be in a similar way to perhaps a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff making a claim about extraterrestrial intelligence within the United States, except this happened in Israel. And in 2011, Chaim Eshed retired from government space leadership, and really he then became a professor, a lecturer, a consultant, and a participant in discussions regarding future technologies. His interests expanded beyond traditional aerospace engineering into questions about artificial intelligence, space exploration, the future of humanity, and the possibility of extraterrestrial intelligence. So that gives us a background on Chaim Eshed. And then moving into 2020, he was born in 1933. And so in 2020, he was approximately 87 years old when he made the claims that he did. His major UFO statements became public in December 2020. The importance of his age and at that stage of his career, he was speaking after a long professional career. He had already achieved recognition in aerospace, and he stated that his reputation was established and that he had little personal incentive to seek publicity. His supporters viewed his age and career history as reasons to take his statements seriously. His critics argued that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence regardless of his background. Now, in 2020, specifically November 2020, he had written a book, and then he had an interview in December of 2020 that changed his public image. In December 2020, he gave an interview to the Israeli newspaper Yedioth Ahronoth, in which he discussed claims regarding extraterrestrial civilizations and secret interactions. He described UFOs as being unexplained technology. He argued that certain unidentified objects demonstrate capabilities beyond known human technology. He stated the UFOs perform maneuvers that cannot be explained by existing human technology. His argument focused on advanced propulsion, unknown physics, and technology beyond current aerospace understanding. One of the more controversial statements that he made was that humanity had contact with an advanced group he called the Galactic Federation. He claimed certain governments were aware of this relationship. The relationship involved cooperation and that the beings were studying the fabric of the universe. He also stated that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. This statement introduced one of the central ideas of his disclosure argument. The issue was not simply whether this information existed, but the issue was whether humanity had enough psychological and social maturity to accept it. He also talked about Mars and artificial structures. He stated that, at least from photographs from Mars, he believed showed some type of artificial structures or perhaps some type of manipulation. He argued that if confirmed, these discoveries would create new scientific fields, including archaeology of Mars. There's also been the discussion of xenobiology, basically study of biology from perhaps species outside of Earth. The reaction to his claims was immense. There was great amount of global attention from these statements, and many people focused on the contrast that was had between his decades of conventional aerospace work and his extraordinary extraterrestrial claims. Certainly, with any claims like this, one might be met with scientific skepticism, and the same is true in this case. Scientists and space officials responded cautiously. NASA has stated that humanity has not yet confirmed evidence of extraterrestrial life, and many of Chaim Eshed's critics argued that there was no publicly available evidence supporting his claims. His reputation alone cannot substitute for verification, and of course, extraordinary claims require publicly testable evidence. Now, specifically, this there was more criticism as well because Chaim Eshed was promoting a book known as The Universe Beyond the Horizon, Conversations with Professor Chaim Eshed. The book was published in November 2020 by Yedioth Books in Israel, and it was also distributed through Geffen Publishing House. It is only available even to this day in Hebrew. So the information that I am communicating has been translated. Additionally, the interview that he did with Israeli media was also in Hebrew. And if I may say to the publishers of this book, if they wanted to sell more copies, and even to this day, if they wanted to sell more copies, this should be made available in English. But even up to this day, it is not. The book is about 232 pages, the majority of which was reviewing his life and his background. It was written alongside an author, Hagar Yanai. The book is not written as a traditional autobiography solely by Eshed. Instead, it was structured as a series of conversations between Chaim Eshed and Israeli author Hagar Yanai. It goes into his childhood and personal history, his engineering education, his military and aerospace career, the development of Israel's space program, his views on humanity's future, and then his thoughts regarding extraterrestrial intelligence and disclosure in the epilogue. Now, with going into the epilogue and what specifically he stated, it begins with the idea, are we alone? And Eshed discusses the UFO, UAP phenomena, possible extraterrestrial visitation, alleged government knowledge, possible advanced civilizations, and the future implications of contact. The argument presented by Eshed in terms of UFOs and unexplained phenomena is that some reported unidentified objects demonstrate characteristics that challenge current human technology. These include objects displaying unusual flight capabilities, phenomena that appear inconsistent with known engineering, the possibility that humanity does not yet understand all forms of technology, and he frames the UFO question as a scientific issue rather than merely a cultural phenomenon. The Galactic Federation concept, which is probably his most controversial claim, he states that exists, that allegedly interacted with these civilizations, and certain governments are aware of the interaction. He then goes into the psychological argument that humanity is not ready for disclosure. Some of the reasons are fear of societal disruption, psychological shock, religious implications, political consequences, and related topics. His most famous subject specifically on this is that the aliens have asked not to announce that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet, which represents the idea that disclosure is delayed because humanity must mature first. He talks about Mars as a possible archaeological location. He discusses images of Mars missions, possible artificial structures, and the possibility of ancient civilizations, and really feels that the archaeology of Mars is a new scientific discipline. That traditional Mars explanation is focused on geology, climate, and searching for microbial life, but he suggests that there should be an expansion of this vision toward ancient structures, artifacts, lost civilization, and planetary history. He talks about the relationship between science and speculation. The book has an unusual combination. One of the unique aspects of the book is that it combines established science, things like aerospace engineering, satellites, space exploration, and technology development, with speculative science, extraterrestrial civilizations, UFO phenomena, and galactic cooperation. The public reaction to the book was quite unique. After excerpts and interviews were translated into English, the book gained worldwide attention. Media coverage focused primarily on the Galactic Federation claim, alleged government cooperation, his Mars statements, and disclosure themes. Now, the major themes that he discusses are that space is humanity's destiny. Humanity must expand beyond Earth. Exploration is part of civilization's evolution. He also says that technology uh, and scientific progress changes what humanity considers possible. He states that the cosmos may contain intelligence beyond Earth, that knowledge requires responsibility from a disclosure standpoint, and humanity must develop psychologically and ethically. And the discovery of another intelligence would redefine human history. Now, the specifics that people may find of interest within the book, specifically within the epilogue, are perhaps, I would say, unique um, opinions of Eshed. One is the idea of cosmic encounters. So many may have heard in the audience of Close Encounters. We certainly know of the movie from the 1970s of Steven Spielberg, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. But Chaim Eshed expands on some of these ideas. He states that from category 1 through 4, these are Earth based encounters. The first kind are visual observations, reports involving unidentified objects observed in the sky. These do not have direct physical interaction, and these represent the basic level of unexplained observation. The second kind are those types of encounters that have physical effects, reports involving measurable effects such as electromagnetic disturbances, physical traces, and effects on vehicles or environmental changes. The third kind, certainly the most famous of them to date, reports involving witnesses observing beings associated with unidentified craft, and he moves the discussion from technology to biology and intelligence. And then the fourth kind, human interaction, reports involving communication, medical examinations, direct encounters, and alleged abduction experiences. The the transition from observation to physical evidence occurs in his category 5, biological evidence and non-human remains. He introduces a category involving alleged examination of non-human biological remains. The scientific consequences would transform biology, evolutionary theory, anthropology, medicine, and the understanding of life itself. Category 6 involves objects within Earth's orbit, extending the phenomenon into space. Eshed includes observations of unidentified objects beyond Earth's atmosphere. Object, objects operating in Earth orbit would represent a technological mystery, a security issue, and evidence of possible non human activity. He moves into category 7 with astronaut observations. He references accounts involving astronauts perhaps observing unexplained objects in space. The importance of astronaut testimony. He states that astronauts represent highly trained observers, and these observations carry significance because they occur during carefully documented missions. And then moving into the final category, he references artificial structures beyond Earth, moving from UFO research to cosmic archaeology. The category represents the largest conceptual expansion. The question changes from are objects visiting Earth to have intelligent civilizations previously existed elsewhere in our solar system. He then discusses within the epilogue of his book some historical events and alleged ancient technology. He references a 1994 event, the Comanche Point or Grand Canyon case. He describes an ancient craft discovered in the Grand Canyon region of the United States. He presents it as evidence of long-term presence of advanced technology. Allegedly, the craft is described as approximately 4,000 years old, and the arrival is associated with approximately 200 before the Common Era. A quote that's attributed to him is that the internal structure showed that the alien crew were human-like, short, and oxygen-breathing. He states that there are archaeological implications that this case presented is potentially connected with ancient artwork, regional traditions, and historical mysteries. He then references a Kiev, Ukraine artifact discovered after World War II, that an arrow-shaped craft component was found underground, and the internal technology allegedly contained control systems, advanced equipment, unknown technological components, and there may be some type of Sanskrit connection. He states that the markings resembled ancient Sanskrit, but not that it was ancient Sanskrit. And the historical implications of this, if verified, the case would suggest advanced technology existed before modern civilization. Human history may contain unknown technological chapters, and he references these before going into a 1968 case, the Timmensdorf, Germany incident, where he describes a disc-shaped craft containing 12 small bodies. He suggests that these beings were not natural biological organisms in the traditional sense. A quote that's attributed to this 1968 case of Haim Eshed was that the bodies seem to have come out of an assembly line as a product of cloning. The idea of artificial life and its implications raises questions about cloning engineered organisms, manufactured biological entities, and advanced biotechnology. He then goes into some of the perhaps understanding of what's going on in Mars, that there perhaps is some type of fortress there, at least from the photographs or evidence that he has seen. And he proposes a new scientific field, the archaeology of Mars, and that exploration, when it does occur, should involve excavation, preservation, and analysis of possible ancient structures. He states that new areas of research will open up, for example, archaeology of Mars, and perhaps future astronauts going out to Mars will have to be trained in archaeology. Now, the ideas that he references in terms of the Galactic Federation specifically is the idea of cooperation between humanity and advanced non-human civilizations. He claims that certain governments have knowledge of these interactions. According to Eshed, secrecy exists because humanity lacks the readiness and is just generally not ready, and that we have to move beyond Earth-centered thinking and think of humanity's cosmic responsibility, and that this is a beginning of a new scientific era Potential future disciplines include xenobiology, cosmic archaeology, advanced physics, and interstellar diplomacy. And these aspects of the book certainly made waves, but where there were even more waves that were made were in his newspaper interview. And so, as I previously stated, this interview took place in Yediot Aharonot, which means latest news or recent news in Hebrew. The Yediot means news or pieces of information, and the Aharonot means last, latest, or most recent. This is a major publication within Israel, and it was unique to publish this type of information that created this international UFO controversy. On December 2nd, 2020, Professor Chaim Eshed was interviewed, or at least the interview was published. And the idea is that not only do his main arguments from his book, not only are they referenced within this interview, but additionally, he goes into some more specifics, including the fact that Donald Trump allegedly is aware of the disclosure movement and the idea that Donald Trump was aware of the alleged extraterrestrial situation, that Donald Trump considered revealing the information, and that the alleged extraterrestrial group, meaning the Galactic Federation, supposedly discouraged disclosure because humanity was not ready. A publication of this interview was also published in the Jerusalem Post, but it was this was an English language and did not go into the specifics. The original Hebrew discussion contained more detailed explanations, more background regarding Eshed's reasoning, additional comments about the UFO phenomenon. Now, what becomes really interesting is the fact that after December 2020, we don't hear very much from Chaim Eshed at all. So he publishes the book in November 2020. It is never published in English. He does an interview in December 2020 in Hebrew and then disappears. And there were many different questions. What happened to Chaim Eshed? What's going on? Well, it turns out that perhaps conveniently, we have the introduction last month of an interview that Chaim Eshed did with Uri Geller, the famous super paranormal researcher, and what occurred was that on June 10th, 2020, Uri Geller interviewed Chaim Eshed. They're both Israeli, and this interview occurred in English, which was unique. Previously, Chaim Eshed had generally had his communications solely in Hebrew. And they addressed the public inquiry. Geller opens by acknowledging that there were thousands of inquiries regarding Eshed's multi-year silence following his controversial 2020 revelations. And Chaim Eshed references a Men in Black encounter. He attributes his withdrawal to a visit from mysterious, untraceable figures at his apartment. These individuals demonstrated intimate personal knowledge of his life and questioned him on sensitive topics, including nuclear physics. Eshed chose to cease public discourse on the subject following this encounter until he could consult with Geller. The idea that what Chaim Eshed shared in 2020 was not recanted. If anything, the information that was shared in 2020 is reinforced. Eshed details in this interview his background in special units focusing on developing advanced non-conventional solutions to penetration and transmission. There's a technological focus. Chaim Eshed describes his work involved quantum technologies and advanced scientific concepts that remain beyond common description. And he expresses a duty to share his knowledge when humanity is prepared, and claims that his findings are supported by semi scientific references from various nations. He reinforces his and reaffirms the existence of the Galactic Federation. He states that they that the Galactic Federation posit that the world is not yet prepared for full disclosure. He and Geller have a discussion. Geller describes the potential impact of physical alien contact as an atomic tsunami, and the two express a shared hope that extraterrestrial knowledge will eventually help humanity end wars and eliminate nuclear threats. The idea that Chaim Shed was perhaps threatened is similar in UFO lore, this Men in Black archetype. Shed's account of being visited by untraceable figures parallels historical reports of Men in Black categorized by their sudden appearance, detailed knowledge of witnesses, and disappearance. Despite his lack of physical evidence, Shed's distinguished intelligence career lends gravity to the discussion within the context of ongoing global UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena interest. Geller and Eshed indicate a forthcoming collaborative project aimed at presenting this information to the public more effectively, and there are historical parallels. On June 9th, 2026, Geller framed this collaboration against his own 1970s experiences with the Council of Nine, linking the current disclosure to the long-standing history with channeled communications and figures like Gene Roddenberry. And so, really, that is an overview of what Chaim Eshed stated in his book in November of 2022, and in an interview that he did with an Israeli media organization in December 2022, and his most recent interview with Uri Geller in June of 2026. And while we don't necessarily know exactly what is going on, because Chaim Eshed wasn't able to provide any evidence aside from his words, that isn't to necessarily discount what he has said. These were some major statements that made an impact in ufology in general, and perhaps the end of the story has not yet occurred, as we did have some recent developments just last month, and perhaps Chaim Eshed isn't done with revealing any more information that he may have, or that similar um, officers and whistleblowers have. But generally, Brandon, that's an overview of Chaim Eshed and what his statements in 2020 were and in 2026. Do you have any questions? Certainly, he feels at his older age, when he first made these statements, he was 87 years old, and then now being 93, that he had nothing to lose. And he goes into some more detail about consciousness, death, and the possibility that consciousness continues after the body ends. And perhaps he's becoming more comfortable with his own mortality. In terms of how does he know this information, he doesn't really go into too much detail of that. It's not as if he says, I sat at this table and they briefed me, or that I had direct communication with aliens telepathically. We don't have a good understanding of how he acquired this information, aside from the fact that it was acquired during his experience with the Israeli Space Agency. And the fact and lack of evidence uh, is disheartening, but we do find that that is somewhat common within ufology and with any whistleblower, that if he did have some type of direct evidence that he could potentially have some type of compromise, or he may be compromised in one way or another. This could be against perhaps non-disclosure agreements that may have made, or perhaps other types of agreements that were required due to classification or some type um, of military intelligence compartmentalization. So it is disheartening that he doesn't have any proof, so to speak, of what he says, aside from his extremely gilded and extremely, um, I would say, unique role within the Israeli military and Israeli space agency. Do I believe what he has to say? This is consistent with other whistleblowers who have stated the idea that perhaps there is a galactic federation, or at least the idea of the Kardashev scale. For those who aren't aware, the idea that was proposed by Soviet researcher uh, uh, Kardashev, basically the idea of humanity not necessarily being a what we would consider what is referenced as a type 1 civilization that has been we have as humanity been referenced as perhaps a type uh, perhaps something along the lines of a point 0.7. For people who aren't aware, a type 1 on the Kardashev scale can harness all energy available on its home planet. It includes solar, geothermal, oceanic, and nuclear capabilities. Type 2 harnesses the total output of its star, and Type 3 harnesses energy across the entire galaxy. And Nikolai Kardashev, uh, again, a Soviet physicist, poses these different types, and where humanity may fit. And we're not yet at a type 1 civilization. So that type of understanding that we have to mature to get to this type 1 civilization, and eventually get a seat at the Galactic Federation is in line with some other physicists and whistleblowers. Additionally, the idea that Earth civilizations, or really nations on Earth, having had this knowledge, and they have to keep it classified, and it's much of what the classification in the intelligence realm, one of its major responsibilities is to not necessarily leak this information. That is consistent as well with the intelligence community and whistleblower claims. What I don't necessarily get all on board with, in terms of Chaim Eshed, are some of the specifics that he talks about with Mars. He does go into the idea that there is some type of base perhaps on Mars, that is a joint collaboration between the United States and the Galactic Federation. There are some major technological issues with getting humans off Earth safely, and especially to be able to travel all the way to Mars does lend some questions to it. Uh, I would also say that I do think that um, the idea of Chaim Eshed knowing something and being of sound mind uh, is 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 apparent. Even at 93 years old, if you watch his interviews, his interview, he doesn't seem to be forced to be making these statements. He seems comfortable. And another interesting aspect is it does not seem like he's doing this for money. If he were, he would be on the book tour circuit. Of course, his book, he would really be an advocate that it would be published in more languages. He might put out documentaries. This was not done, which was quite unique as well. And I think that his interview really remains one of the most important UFO disclosure discussions in the modern era, because of his role and some of the claims that he makes. Do I think that we can believe absolutely everything that he states? No, perhaps we can't do that with anyone, but at least for someone as high ranking as he was and is, and how um, respected he is, at least within the Israeli space community, it should his statement should be taken with some interest, and uh, his background does lead to some credibility, but in terms of can you take it all as truth? Not necessarily. And as previously has been stated, these uh, great, great claims that he makes need to be backed up with evidence. And at this point, that evidence doesn't necessarily exist. So, for the time being, it's an interesting disclosure that he makes that perhaps will be able to be verified in the future, but at this time, it cannot. I'm in agreement with you. I am an advocate for whistleblower amnesty, which is generally what this is known as, and the fact that there has been generations of people who have been compromised within the intelligence compartmentalization, and they've been threatened, they've had their families threatened, and when people undergo such desperate events, they are willing to keep their mouths shut. And I think that it's time that we handle this discussion of disclosure and our overall not being alone in the universe with maturity. And so I'm positive for the developments that have happened recently, including today, and the pushes of different hearings that have occurred on the UFO subject or UAP subject, and the topic at hand. If you ask the average individual, according to Pew Research and CBS News and other polling organizations, a majority of people do not believe that we are alone in the universe. And this is really unique, meaning those of us who are advocates of disclosure are the majority. And it's just taking time over the course of the last century or so, really more specifically, probably just the 79th anniversary of Roswell happened this month. And so it's taken maybe arguably a little more than or less, give or take 80 years for humanity in the modern age to begin taking this subject with the severity that it may require. And I'm positive toward more and more disclosures, whistleblower amnesty. We had in 2017 the topic of ufology being taken very seriously on the front page of the New York Times. And so no longer was this some type of fringe theory. This is being taken as seriously as any news story that has ever occurred. And the important thing is, this is the most important news story perhaps to ever occur. And that is why it has taken so long to be legitimized, because if it is true, it affects every single person on earth, it affects our history, and perhaps more importantly, it affects our future. That's true. There's no doubt about that. And while you and I may have our finger on the pulse of ufology, or the UAP movement, for the people who do not necessarily have the knowledge, we have to be patient with them. That disclosure perhaps may not happen overnight, that we are in a period that is known as soft disclosure, perhaps, and that we need to be patient with those people who aren't as familiar with this topic, perhaps, as we are. But I'm in agreement with you that we have to be individuals, perhaps, who take this information not without verifying. I think the phrase is trust but verify, and we need to do that with all the information that's coming out regarding this topic, and not to take anything really in life uh, with complete belief. And that's part of the scientific mission, that nothing is ever debunked, that we need to continually and routinely go back and study even that which is considered to be science fact, and to ensure that it continues to measure up in the modern age. And the ufology question and the idea of trusting but verifying is, I would say, very important for us to continue to do. But if anything, it's a very exciting development that we have been getting over the course of really the last decade or so. It seems that the government has become much more open to the idea of disclosure, and I'm sure you and I are anxious for a day when everyone knows that we aren't alone, potentially, not just in the universe, but perhaps not even on Earth, and that even our origins as a species may have been manipulated. The idea of panspermia, the idea that life could have come from a different body, and perhaps the idea of even guided panspermia, where an extraterrestrial species could have helped to guide our evolution here on Earth and the evolution of different species on Earth, may be may have more truth to it than perhaps we were once willing to grant it within our understanding of our origins as a species. And the more that we are looking to learn as we continue to have in depth discussions and whistleblowers, and really disclosure of this movement, and how that's going to change society. The idea of anti gravity and antimatter just alone can bring into the idea of traveling faster than the speed of light, or perhaps ideas like time travel become realities when you can manipulate space time and travel great distances nearly instantaneously. That is going to have a major impact on society. I don't know if we're ready for it, but I would like those who hear what we're discussing to take this with certainly some seriousness, recognize that we can trust but verify at every step of the disclosure journey. And for those who this may not be, who may not have familiarity with this topic, I really encourage you to do your research on the topic. Watch documentaries that are available now to you on a streaming service or on YouTube or whatever it may be. You can't necessarily take every word as perhaps truth, but you will find that the whistleblowers that exist and the evidence that has been accumulated in the modern age is quite interesting. And whether you get into Roswell or the alien abductee phenomenon, or perhaps the more recent whistleblowers with the Tic Tac incident, or even what Kaima Shed, the claims that he made, you will find quite a bit of evidence from people who have verified backgrounds that we are not alone. From my perspective, I was once a major skeptic of the alien movement. I thought it was frankly, science fiction. And I would debate people publicly that this was not a real phenomenon. I was a young person, and this was about more than 20 years ago or so, approximately 20 years. And I just hadn't really delved into this world. And it was during my research, specifically watching a press conference known as the Disclosure Project of Dr. Stephen Greer, which was a May 9th, 2001 press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., where Dr. Greer gathered more than a dozen whistleblowers from all aspects of both government and non governmental entities, both American or United States whistleblowers and international. That was the first time I had ever seen multiple verified, vetted individuals who risked their entire reputations and their credibility to lend credence to this topic. And it was from there I saw this around 20 years ago or so. And it made me delve into the subject, get really deep into it. And I had to have a uh, I would say I was humbled by this. And I recognized that I did not know everything and that really no one knows everything. And I think that it takes a strong person to admit that they were wrong. And I was wrong on this subject, that there's much more evidence in terms of humanity not being alone than there is for us to be the only species in the universe. And so, for those of you who may be skeptical of this subject, I invite you to reference and watch and research some of the uh, the the references that I've made, because you will find perhaps for yourself that there's a lot of credibility to the wisdom. And forward, where are we going as a civilization, and how can we perhaps utilize some of the technology that we may have been able to reverse engineer, and the idea of us maturing as a species to eventually be able to sit at the galactic federation that Jaime Shed references. I don't know if we will have one event, a hard disclosure event, where we have everyone on television who knows that we are not alone. We may continue to have some type of soft disclosure event. Um, what has been proposed is some idea like Project Bluebeam, where perhaps there will be some type of event in the not too distant future. It's only been perhaps I would say um, hypothesized, but for those who don't know, the idea comes from Sergei Manost, a Canadian writer who began publishing claims about the alleged project in the 1990s. And there may be some idea that we would have different stages of a disclosure. Basically, stage one would be the reinterpretation or disruption of religious beliefs. Stage two would be perhaps massive visual displays in the sky. Stage three might be some type of electronic or telepathic style communication. And then stage four might be a manufactured global crisis leading to political transformation. This idea may be the event that people have perhaps prophesized or foreseen or predicted in the past. If it does happen, we must recognize that there have been people who have predicted this, that we may have types of holographic or projection concepts, that these UFO disclosure narratives have been around. I don't know if this will happen at all, and I don't know if disclosure will necessarily happen within the next 5 years. I would certainly say within the next 50 years. And the reason why I say that, really, with people recognizing and the freedom of communication that we have found in the internet age, it's very difficult to keep this topic a secret. And the idea, I think, is becoming more normalized that we aren't alone with younger generations. This is no longer uh, seen as a rejected theory. And frankly, the skeptics are lessening and the believers are growing. And so to give a timetable on this of 5 years, uh, I would be more comfortable saying something perhaps in the next 15 years we may have more disclosure. 5 years is just within the cosmic age is just a short period of time, but certainly I would say within the next 15 and certainly 50 years, the idea that humanity understands that we are not alone and that some type of general consensus of disclosure occurring is a much higher likelihood than perhaps maybe some people will want to admit. That's absolutely true. And then how will that affect humanity from religious connotations? How will it affect international organizations, political organizations? Will this usher in a one world government? These questions remain unanswered. But if anything, we're going to force a one world government, this would certainly be the topic that might be able to do it. There's an argument to be made that the United Nations has a role as a one world government, but isn't really as perhaps aggressive on that topic as has been hypothesized that if there were some type of disclosure event and an ushering in of a one world government, what role the United Nations may have. And I think the questions remain unanswered. And at this time, we have to be comfortable with that. We can't necessarily prophesy or we can't necessarily predict exactly what is going to happen, but it does seem perhaps that in our lifetimes, and probably the lifetimes of most of the audience, that some type of disclosure may occur, whether it's continued soft disclosure or perhaps a hard disclosure event like Project Bluebeam. I'd love to give the audience an opportunity to find me. The easiest way is to go to my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You'll find all my social media there, including links to my YouTube channels and my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. For those people who want to view my life 24/7, 365, the easiest way to do that is just go to YouTube and type in Rabbi Rothschild, RABBI space ROTHSCHILD, and filter by live. And you'll see I am live on multiple streams 24 hours a day. You can observe my life and goings on whenever you'd like. For those people who want more support in life, they want a friend, they would like some type of pastoral figure, I invite them to join my Discord community, discord.me/rabbi. We play games together on a nightly basis. We watch movies together. We certainly have these types of discussions together. I lend advice to individuals on topics such as employment and relationships and academia. Really, if somebody's looking if somebody hears me and they want to feel like they're not alone, I really invite them to join the community. We have people who are live 24 hours a day alongside me. We have thousands of people who are in the community. We have some people who just like to sleep alongside me to know that they're not alone. We have some people who just like to interact with me on a daily basis. And these are from countries around the world. You don't have to be Jewish to be a member. We invite people from all backgrounds. The only thing that I ask is that you are an adult. I really just want people to understand that many of the discussions that we have um, are are mature discussions, like alien abductions and the idea of alien disclosure and perhaps other topics that really I want to ensure that the people with whom we're having the discussions are going to be able to have them in a mature fashion generally. And so, if you are an adult and you want to join, feel free at discord.me/rabbi. If anyone would like to read my writings on these topics that we've mentioned, as well as many other topics, including artificial intelligence and technology and social justice, I invite them to go to my blog, which is rabbirothschild.medium.com. You can find every day I publish at least generally two articles there, and people can learn about what my interests are and what my perhaps positions are on certain subjects that are really, I feel, for the benefit of humanity. And just in conclusion, if anyone out there ever feels alone, know that there are people out there who care about you, who love you, who may have never met you before, but think about you and your lives and your families and just your overall benefit constantly. I have humanity on my mind. I have world peace on my mind. I have these types of topics on my mind because I really want a better world in the future than what we've had in the past. And with that, Brandon, I want to thank you. I want to thank your audience for the opportunity to share some of this research and to share some of my project. And would love to do it again sometime, God willing. Excellent. It's been my pleasure. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you to your audience. You as well. God willing. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And if you don't mind, I put some links. I sent you some links. If you could put in the description whenever you get a chance so that people are able to connect with me directly. And I'm not sure what your schedule looks like, but if anything, uh, 1 year from now, perhaps at the latest, I'd love to connect with you again and do this as like an annual reconnect to see what we were right about, what we were wrong about, and where we've moved forward in the disclosure process, if that sounds good with you. Excellent, Brandon. Well, thank you so much for the opportunity. If you need anything from me, you know how to communicate to me, and I'm always here to support you, and thank you so much. You as well. Bye. how did it go? Really good, really well. She's like, really good. Anything you would have wanted to go differently? Yeah, I would want to make my documents more searchable. I want to find a little bit more on some topic of China and its role, just really quickly on it. I could not find it. But that was fine.
interesting motivation.
When I was, I don't know if this is when I was in high school, I got ACF certified as a junior culinary. Yeah, so that was pretty cool for like a 17-year-old kind of carried it to the rest of my career. Yeah, makes sense.
The culinary creation is like these are getting
How's Tony, he's been holding injections, and so while we were in the green room at the Houston Improv, he was checking out his ass in the mirror.
I have no idea what's happening. I did 38 minutes for the first time in my life.
He doesn't have an ass.
How dare you? Looks like the movie slide.
Yes, when I was an ass.
Here's what I'm going to say is that I do have an ass. If I look perfect, at least I can see my person. Born away. It's a jump. Only one way to make a show like this, ladies and gentlemen. It's a fun time. Let me present to you the regular that is still more new minutes than anybody ever in the show's history. This weekend in Houston, as well as 2 weeks ago in Denver. This guy is the first person to take the stage in my shows, and he does so through a standing ovation. And he leaves on a standing ovation. Everywhere he goes, he absolutely destroys. He's selling out everywhere. He's making $60,000 a month on Cameo. Ladies and gentlemen, the big machine, the Memphis Strangler, everything on the room, with the lights out, my God. Oh my God. Apparently, 3 radicals were found dead in the basement of a Michigan apartment building. Okay, that's it. I'm not letting myself become a rapper. Holy shit. He gets my wiener prematurely ejaculating like gentrifying head start centers. 319 million brain was discovered in England. I had no idea why I've been traveling in the UK. Tony, I actually went to a Chinese restaurant and got a couple fortune cookies, so I thought I would just maybe open up a couple and see just what was on the fortune cookies. Let's see. That man's so old, he listens to porn on AM radio. So lame, he's gluten-free fortune cookies. Wow. Great stuff. I don't know if you saw it. I was actually also wanting Super Bowl commercial last night. I don't know why anybody's talking about it. I was on the Pringles commercial last night. You were? I said, you don't stop. Seriously, I'm rolling it. It was a commercial. Even on the fucking planners thing. Is it fucking on it? Everyone's saying that once you it's not your Pringle commercial, everybody's fucking talking about it. It's the biggest thing that's literally never fucking happened. It's like, they all talk about David, and he didn't even say shit in his fucking commercial. Incredible. How much did you? $4 million. Wow, $4 million. It's stop. Absolutely. That's so interesting that they would have you say it like that. It's like that. Yeah, it was really weird. The guy got me into his office and like, you need to talk like for this. I'm not black. Like it's a Eagles commercial and fighting the Super Bowl, and he just kept insisting. And yeah, so I did. You don't. That is it. But seriously, once you fucking bring up. People? No. What are you talking about? Get off this! Super Bowl commercial. Shit. Where the fuck? God. Twilight is literally the opportunity of my life. Thank you. I've been kidding.
I need to see files. I can't believe that somebody so young who has these files.
No one is safe from Williams' massive. I don't know what's going on. It's
I
been
wonder
like,
if
what, a year? You and I have been working together, and it's been the past 2 months or something. There's been an issue. You've seen reports, and they don't tell me HR office of Williams that has not been getting a hold of his word. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I didn't even want to leave my apartment today. Hold on, excuse me. I don't know why they kept on telling me to say it like that. It's like, what does that fucking mean, Red Band? Are you insinuating he's fucking drinking tonight? You know what the fuck drink you dumbass? Why would you I was. Putting so much money in these machines, but I'm getting a bunch of stuff. I have a bunch of Bugs Bunny stuff. I have a bunch of. After I got my Taz tattoo, I started collecting a bunch of Taz stuff. I have a bunch of Taz's. Some Pete's Dragon stuff. I thought it was really cool. Pete's Dragon. You don't even see that around a lot. Yeah, that's a lot of claw machines. Do you have a method that you use to get the things off the machine? Is there a certain type of, like, is it typing? I stand there for like 4 or 5 hours just watching people and see how the machine kind of works. They all kind of have a mind of their own, but I'm watching people at an arcade and they get a claw machine and then you go in and it's in the Cracker Barrel. It's not at I cannot step in here. It's not in the Cracker Barrel. You think the thing about the Cracker Barrel. It's always filled with fucking old people, and those are the only kind of types of people I don't fantasize about killing. I swear to God, I got much better at it now. If you bunch of old people in the fucking Cracker Barrel, I can just really kind of enjoy what I'm eating and enjoy the ambiance. Besides that said that, well, weirdly enough, there's a bunch of fucking blind people that show up at the barrel. Wait a second, I'm not buying this for a second. Are you sure they're blind? No, I'm just enraged. I'm just trying to keep my composure right now. I swear to God, I was scared to come here tonight, Tony. I didn't even want to leave my fucking place because I knew I would end up interacting with Steve. Steve said, don't give a friends. What even happened tonight? Oh my goodness. Really now to hear that also. Was you I'm serious, dude. I couldn't believe what he was talking about. It just made me feel salty. So I went to the Cracker Barrel. What do you order when you go to Cracker Barrel? Grandma's pancake for breakfast, Tony. Yeah, I mean, you're working with some sausage. You're working with some fucking eggs. You can make this. It's making blueberry fucking pancakes, Tony. Unbelievable. Holy shit, man, I love you, blueberry pancakes. I can't even stop eating blueberry pancakes. Who is this black person? Listening to a bunch of honestly, I've been listening to a bunch of John Roll. I started doing the Eric Pringles set, and he was like, stop doing that. I'm like, yeah. I met him at the airport too. The actual airport. Yeah, I was starstruck. What did he say? What did he say to you? I said, job inspiration for me actually in the middle of filming a Super Bowl commercial. He's like, oh, that's cool. It's like, what are you doing? He was saying, what's fucked up stuff? Talking about the person. It was like, I've been listening to a bunch of your mixtapes. You're my inspiration. And I gotta say, I like that. He's like, away from me, but obviously I didn't get a picture. Just what it didn't sound like. Like very deep. No doubt about it. I'm pretty sure you're getting your black rappers confused. Maybe you have to at some point in this. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. That's weird. William, you're an absolute icon. We love you. No one would this show like you. Get on Cameo while you still can. William, please, Brian J. Brian Moses, ladies and gentlemen, it is fucking unbelievable. Look at that guy out there. Brian J. out of Los Angeles across every episode as it happens. That is tonight. One more time for everybody. Yes, roast battle creator, Brian Moses. Has a very, very, very fun YouTube. See you live. See Moses live. Go to the website. Support these fucking guys. I've been working with them forever. They put on unbelievable shows. The new roast battle league is happening. At roast battle, all one word on social media. One more time for the best in Orlando. Another with John Dees and Matt Mueling are all in a band together called Sketch. Buffalo at Sketch Camp. Sketch.band on Instagram. Sketch.band. I swear to God, these guys are coming for the fucking throne. I go out and see them every chance I get. They're fucking unbelievable. All everywhere. Great music all the time. The best of the world. One more time for the great Game Madness here in the Big Empire. One more time for Ball Deeper on the horns. Thank you, Rick Rose, Yellow Rose, Stephen Mr. Austin Superior, peanut butter whiskey. Thank you, Austin, Texas. We love you guys. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Podcast. Here at Sony, the podcast in the world brought to you by the Red Rose, the Yellow Rose, the Mini Bond, and Housekeeping Security Guard Service, General Manager, Jim Struggle, and Harvesting. How about a hand for the band, everybody? It's James Matthews on the drums. On the electric guitar, Paul Beaver on the horns, and that's motherfucking D-Magnus on the bass guitar right now. Live in the flesh, and shit is going down. The Movie Soundtrack Show gives one of the more amazing sponsors that makes tonight's episode available for you here right now. Hey y'all, special announcement, and we want you guys to hear it first and hear the chance to buy tickets. Tickets for the next 6 months of Kiltony shows go on sale this Tuesday at noon at comedymothership.com. So Tuesday, noon Central Standard Time. So yeah, Tuesday, noon, 6 months of Kiltony. Comedy Mothership. Good luck. Out here in Houston, Texas, business is booming. All around the country, several industries are heading for a hiring boom this spring, including e-commerce, healthcare, and surprisingly, hospitality. It's one of the areas with the most growth. Not only does this industry need to hire for service positions, but also managerial positions and back office operations positions. If you need to hire qualified candidates as soon as possible, in these industries or any other industry, you need ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BillTony. ZipRecruiter uses its powerful technology to find the qualified candidates for a wide range of roles. See a candidate who would be perfect for your job? ZipRecruiter makes it easy to send them a personal invite so they're more likely to apply. ZipRecruiter also offers attention-grabbing labels that speak to job flexibility like urgent, training provided, and remote, and more. No doubt about it. Let ZipRecruiter keep your team growing strong, no matter what the industry. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to the Again, it's supercritter.com/KILLTONY. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Hey y'all, today's episode is brought to you by SheathUnderwear.com, and I love this sponsor one. Let me be honest, we say that about all the ads that we read. We say them a lot, we say this stuff. These things, these sheath underwear have literally been connected to my butt, my man's butt, our genitals, everybody who we work with closely's genitals and butts, every single episode that you've ever listened to. Once sheath underwear came into our lives, we literally threw away all our fancy brands and all these popular things and this and that because there is no doubt they are the most comfortable materials you can possibly have.
How you living, bro? Wait, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You can.
You're doing something to do your podcast.
No. Yes, query. How are you, man?
Good. How are you? I got to sleep. Or you still got your podcast, right?
I finished up.
Huh.
It's not very tired.
I'm going to it. It's just class. And we got to take that. That's just nice. We got to take out the lesson because my husband wants. She wants to curl my hair. So curl some of my hair. So okay. So I'm like, I said, and I am tired. Every day. And then we had like Cobra ice cream. They gave us the Cobra ice cream. They had chicken, but I was like, like steel cow or something like chicken. Yeah. Like little ice cream.
Wow, they take good care of you.
Yeah. So yeah, it was a good day. Yeah. I really good day, but when I was probably with the field first, because I got both, since I've been there. But yeah, I don't wear it like that. So I do. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm. So how was your day though?
And
Mm-hmm.
I did 2 interviews. Both of them.
You mean podcast?
Well, they're interviews that go on.
Oh, okay. Good podcast. Okay. I was saying, you
Yeah, so the host interviewed me on different topics, and um, very smoothly. Both of them didn't run into technical issues, which is really generally my because you're connected with people for sometimes 2 hours or so, and you want to make sure that you're not run into issues. And everybody's doing life and all that kind of stuff. And so the first one I did was this morning, and then the second one I did.
Yeah. I ran into the and I thought, okay, you said it was like, get out, come back.
Yeah, and both folks were really nice. So a few weeks ago, I did an interview with a gentleman named Cesar, and he was basically like, "Hey, I want to do another interview with you in the future, but work has been really busy, so we'll have to figure out a time." I'm like, "Okay, fine." So then the other day, I get an email from Cesar saying, "Hey, I got your email. Work has been really busy, but we do a podcast with me today." And I was like, "No, that's great." And I'm thinking they're the same person, but they weren't. They were both just
who had busy, busy work that some of not. So I go into this one interview expecting to discuss one thing, and it ended up being that we discussed something else, which is totally fine. And so, both podcasts that we met with today, they want to have me back in the future, which is a good thing too. That Bob, I have to say, interesting. When I when you went to that board, I was being right.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right. I knew I did something wrong there, but you're right.
Yeah.
You and I went to reload. So, yes, good job. I knew something was wrong. And then I was thinking to myself, did I go too far? I did.
Yeah.
That's right. Excellent. Excellent. So, I did that something today, which is really good. And I got another person, and this is always a good thing to be ready for the day. Sorry to like I'm late to this, but I got your email, but it's in my spam folder, and that's fine. I don't care if it's in so much spam folder because I'm sending out so many emails that I understand. I'd rather send out 1,000 emails and one go to spam than two emails that don't go to spam but the people I basically for me I'm using a quantity strategy versus quality strategy, and I've tried both, but you can get results whether you send a day or a lot of emails in a day. So it hits big. So I'm going to schedule another one, and uh, and so I've got this project I'm working to document basically every podcast that I've broken doing. It should be done maybe by next year. Maybe by well, maybe by week. And then it's going to help me document all of the contact information and their details. And then I'm going to kind of make a project to reach out to all thousands of them. And then a fun project I and we're good and consistent and um, that my yeah, you know how it is. As you say, like, oh, I think it's working, and then
Right.
it'll go out. So, so yeah, today's interviews have that's good. Um, I don't have anything scheduled till 2, but I will maybe get some things in the meantime. So it was a good. I got up really, really nice, and so I did. I've got to restart my stream. And, uh, it was,
Yeah, let's go right now. Yeah. One day I'm gonna go there to me. Yeah.
it's over. Yeah, can't catch
So
up.
I'm gonna tell you, time to put that kind of stuff together. Ice ain't like what like ice like the what's the time? I was so much that time to put that juice up in the shoe, it was milk. I still like juice.
Right.
Time to put the stuff in the ice, it milk.
I totally understand. Um, you know what a solution is? First, let me say, when I, when you went undefeated, or undefeated in friendship.
Friendship.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
To avoid ice cream headaches, you take your tongue and place it on the roof of your mouth, and ice cream headache goes away.
They like ice cream though.
I know, but it's known as an ice cream headache, but any kind of brain freeze. I should have said brain freeze. But you know, brain freeze and ice cream had a
So
thing.
what you do now?
Take your tongue, move it to the roof of your mouth, and just hold it there. It goes away immediately.
Okay, cool.
Yes, ma'am. All righty.
All right.
Well, sleep questions. Oh.
Yeah. Ow.
Relaxer.
Hey, that's so nice, Grandma. That's so nice.
Take it and wear off.
Goodbye.
You'll be okay.
I'm probably sleepy. I don't know why. I think I take it early though. For real. I can't take it right now. If I take it now, I'm gonna sleep.
What if you take it off?
Okay, Rabbi.
Well, I just want you to be comfortable.
No, we'll do it. Okay.
Excellent.
Go take it. Go sleep. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
You sit in. See you in the morning. I'll see you later. All right.
You
Now I'm here. I'm going to do it for my sleep things on. All right. All right. I just sleep drink. Sleep drink.
you do. Shall
Precious, precious, precious Lieutenant Valiant. Good champion of high quality that can be home as a priest. They have that moisture wicking, for my it keeps everything cool and separated. Fly walking, stuck to your legs. I know. But you're great for working out awesome. It's comfortable. So for 2023, step up your underwear. Graduate for Muslims, favorites, cheap cotton, or overnight designer brands. Not the greatest underwear that's ever graced the halls of sheet underwear. The underwear of legends. That is correct. Because we get lots of reasons for using high quality to keep everything separate. Spring, the 1990s, it said you can keep them separated. Personally, I don't keep them separated. There's just an extra pouch in front of my Italian stallion that just acts as an extra guard, an extra layer of comfort. I swear to you, you have not seen me or heard me not wear these underwear for years. I wear them every day, and I swear to you, they are the most comfortable pair of
Everything in mindset, but mm, so
Hey, this is Brenda coming live from Walker Very North Texas. Over in North County. Get up and run, you Austin, Texas. Shut up. Thanks so much for a long time. Even though we're in context of the world. You got the red rose, the yellow rose, El Blaster. Gel Blaster available in stores absolutely everywhere. And the Austin security guard service on the camera over it. Security guard service. It's not like a menu thing, but that's what they're called. Of course, you can always be present the Kill Tony band. Yes. Great job, D. That's D Madness on the guitar lead. Episode of healing everyone. If you're trying to improve your hydration, it's a great place to start. That fuels your well. Their hydration.
Gets it right. It's a really fun thing where I like to.
menopausal with no vaginal. I realize